know that we have
What's up? How we doing?
2 good maps on the previous league games, but we like
hello.
couldn't take the same energy. So we like work on mental. We know that we have a good team, so we're confident for today.
Well, best of luck today.
All right, before our teams take to the stage today, we're going to play a quick game of this or that. Very straightforward game, folks. You pick one thing out of 2 options that you like, and then try and explain yourself while I judge
this
you
game?
incessantly. Let's start out with number 1
LEV,
here in our this or that segment.
Believing's a strong word.
Ascent or split?
I wouldn't say I'm believing in any of these teams, to be honest with you.
I'm gonna go. Oh,
I do think the
I'm gonna go this now.
You both like Ascent?
LEV should win.
100%.
You know what?
100%. Okay, to what?
Come on, bro.
Hello, Lee. How we doing? Dude, Keeper was here earlier. Keeper was here
bro.
earlier. He's on that 8 AM wake up though, so he might even be in bed right now.
Compositions that we're seeing right now. It's not the bench comps. You have double initiator, double duelist. There's maybe even some double controllers.
Congrats, by the way, Leaf. That was
exactly. So I think it brings a lot
it was a
lot
stomping.
of new looks and refresh of what Ascent looks like, despite the map not changing at
What
all.
a weirdo, dude. That's what I'm saying, man. He calls himself a gamer, but
You know what I mean?
honestly, I've been trying to tell him that this is the way forward.
This or that here, and let's have our esteemed. I didn't even ask you your opinion. I guess
Dude, it was a weird game to watch, honestly.
Phantom, sorry, Phantom or Vandal, guys? This or that?
Come on.
And he said us with the Prime, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Stories about Tens even wanting to use the Phantom on land.
Do you have any
It's just
watch
the
parties
dominant gun
planned
with the new
now
buff.
that's
You can
that is
one-shot people
stage
from
1?
further range, and it's just the jack
Kinda
of all
just
trades.
we kind of just watch
That's the
everything.
main thing.
Any
Do you mean
scenario
like
you're in,
as in like
whatever,
other
long-range duel,
people?
doesn't matter what it is. It's the jack of all trades gun, and you should be using it.
Burst shots are really good on that one. Shoot through smokes as well.
And you have a
Very
guy that
prominent
just has
in
460 ACS, the game becomes easier. Dude, that was mental. In a map as well. Like I've seen that for halves, but in a map.
But that's fine. Phantom is cool. Okay.
That's stupid.
5,
Dude, he had 300 ADR.
Sorry, 5 Cent or 5 control.
He had over, I think.
Oh. Was that Duelist?
Numi Mayo with the tier 1. Thank you for the 27 months.
Okay, Duelist. And 5 Centi, 5 Duelist.
I'm going Duelist all the way.
C9 have a big chance today? I think C9 have a great
I
chance.
actually got asked this question recently.
I think it's a solid 50-50. I spent a long time on my pick. I'm just trying to work out who to go for, MIBR or C9.
You've got Duelist with smoke.
I've been really enjoying, like, I think C9's game plans on maps at the moment have been good.
Yeah, and then I'm stalling everybody with a refreshable net from Deadlock. And then I have a chamber that could also ob you down right after that.
Good luck, buddy.
Sure, will I split everybody across? No.
That's what I mean, man. It's crazy times.
Oh, dude.
Crazy
Okay, I actually don't know. Is it a Primordial?
You saw
Prelude to Chaos and a Primordial battle, yeah. Which one are you?
Who do we see have a crazy? Artisan had a crazy half. He had 500 something ACS. But that, again, that was just a half on split.
That's for me.
It is sick.
You picked C9 today? Dude, I think it's so valid.
I'll be honest.
It is a straight up 50-50. I went for MIBR just because I think...
All the players that are playing use Prelude to Chaos
I don't know,
last year,
man.
and I was down with it. I was like, I want it back in my shot.
All right, very quick. We've got back-to-back matches today
moment.
in the Plexiglass Thunderdome, and we are starting the day with Furia versus Leviathan. There's a lot on the line for these two. Remember, playoffs is still a factor for both sides, so let's dive in. VCT America starts right about now.
Activity feed? Oh no. Chemiyuki? Wait, there's a few of you. Chemiyuki with the gifted, thank you so much. Isabella with the gifted as well, jumping on the... trying to sneak in the gifted trend. Isabella, Chemiyuki, thank you so much. Thank you. Revolutions with the Prime, I appreciate that. Local and Annie Setters, thank you so much. Numi Mayo, I said it earlier as well, I appreciate you.
Eles são um time que tem bons jogadores e, pô, quero que saia essa vitória.
What do you mean no?
Tentando aí até o máximo.
Just not accepting the thank you, or?
Honestly, I always thought that Heat is pretty good. He had a pretty good year.
There's still one to play around. Again, Heat in a position to continue to play spoiler, and that's what he does. 3 on the round for the Clove.
We have
Not
to
just
keep
sneaking,
doing our
I'm
best.
just not
We
there.
need to go for our first win, and he will literally help us to
Valid,
survive
yeah,
and
fair play.
go making these playoffs.
A gente tá aqui pra fazer o nosso trabalho, a gente vem evoluindo a cada jogo e se dedicando muito, então o que a gente mais quer é mostrar um bom jogo, sair essa primeira vitória nossa no campeonato e a gente pode ter certeza que a gente tá se dedicando muito para isso.
Want to win fast this stage, or you guys gotta win this?
Welcome back to VCT Americas. The desk put it together very nicely.
Dude, this could be fun, man.
Provocative questions
It's like the head-to-heads. The Brazilian teams love to give it.
We get
into the action. Leviathan up against Furia. I think the stakes are insanely high.
I really
for
like
both
the
teams. It's playoffs or bust.
I really like
I mean,
being
right
so
now
close
we're
to
sitting
each other.
winless with both of these
And being
guys,
able to just stand up and just wave to
Leviathan,
everyone.
they've still got a chance.
Like you
playing
can do it on
NRG
stage, but
towards the end of the
you can probably
season,
just
so
ignore
I
it
think there's worlds where they
and just
could
stare at
lose
your
this game
monitor.
and still
Here, I
make
think
it
you're
through
always going
at
to
the
see them
end.
giving it.
But on the other side of things, Furia, it's kind of win now or the chances are gone. They might already be gone, to be honest.
I mean, you were painting the picture for me in the back.
Send me a Ascent vote.
There's a world
with
where
the
we
comp
end up in a three-way tie
thing?
in this group.
I haven't
Yeah,
checked
I'm
Discord
pretty
yet.
sure we need these two
How did it
teams
go?
and NRG to lose to everyone besides each other. We need LEV to
Why are they
lose
playing here?
today,
They got,
but then beat
League of
NRG on the
Legends on the
last
other
day, and then
stage.
we've got like 3 teams tied with 1 win apiece. It would be mayhem.
Based on what we saw yesterday, beating NRG, that
Oh, don't do it, bro. They're already dead, man.
There's a world.
Played some
There's
Smurfs.
a world.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Oh,
It's not too
man,
bad.
I mean, the conspiracy theories that Ender's drawing up here to try to figure out what the final playoff situation will be, or they're maybe even
Waylay?
a little overcooked,
Oh,
but
no.
he's right. There is a possibility, and I think a
Oh
lot
no,
of those
man.
get
Any
answered
team
today.
that's not G2 using
Yeah, I think,
Waylay is
for
just not
Leviathan,
great.
We've never really seen them play a team in the middle of the standings, it feels like, because they beat Furia way back at the start of kickoff. But then they played G2, the best team in our league. Then they lost to MIBR twice, probably the 2nd or 3rd best team in our league. And then last week, the game against C9 was probably the easiest
Ascent,
of that
Paul,
competition. But
Haven. I mean,
that team
banger
is still
maps
looking
though.
really strong.
We'll take that.
Speaking of C9, look at this. Furia right off the bat, they pick Ascent. I mean, a little bit of a difference though. LEV, if they're running that double Senti still, at least now they're starting on
I really
defense, right?
blame Furia for picking
and that's such a
Ascent
huge
after what we
difference, right?
saw.
Being able to
But
start
again,
on the
I
strong
just think
side
it was C9 having
is
nice
tremendous.
stuff.
I want to go back, Ender, to something
So
you were saying
I'm
earlier,
not-
because you look at the
I'm
you
not
look at the
actually
record
like
for
down
this team,
on
and you go,
LEV
yeah,
on
but
this
they
map.
They played some of the
to be
best
fair.
teams in the world.
I think no matter what,
My
C9 were always
sticking
going to win
point
that
with
game.
Is that LEV were built to be one of the best
Or that
teams in
map.
the world. This team was never constructed to be an average middle-of-the-road team. So yes, a lot of their losses are against the best, the cream of the crop. They still shouldn't be losing these games.
Yeah.
That was, I mean, if I had told you at the beginning of this year that we're 3 weeks into stage 3 and Furia and LEV have the
I
same
think C9
record.
and MIBR is a close match. I think it's going to be
That's
crazy close.
insanity.
crazy.
Like
Right?
that they're fighting for their playoff lives.
Okay,
against
so we
each other
got-
winless is even crazier.
We got G2 comp.
But this is
So
a
they
different
probably
world for
copy all the.
Leviathan.
Dude, why is this
Waylay,
still getting away?
oh my
Probably copy all of the
goodness.
G2
Okay,
stuff.
so what? Yoru feels so strong right now.
And
What would be
then-
the impetus behind that change to Waylay?
The
I mean, we have
solo
seen
Yoru,
Kids struggle
but you
a
have
little bit on the
double
Yoru front, to be
drone.
honest. I mean, you look at
Teo
his stats, his
salvos to set up
first
the
deaths per
Yoru.
round right now this
you-
year in VCT.
You have
He's
more
dying, like,
options of being able to just like
23% of the
straight up
rounds.
sight hit.
It's and that's like high up there. I think
Very
the
high.
3rd highest in
Yeah.
the league for early deaths.
Dude, if
Yeah,
LEV have
comparing
a
that
s-
to
like
last
if LEV
year
have
in
sick
Split
fast
2, it was
strats,
like
they could own
7%
this.
per round. Obviously, a very different role.
Depends if
But at
the
least
Teo's
in
in the
this
right
Waylay
position or
role,
not.
as Kesnet says, if you lock in Waylay, you're a baiter. So
Hold on, is King gonna be out here baiting? Because they kind of need him to go take fights.
But I do think he is doing a good job of getting into those fights. He's just not winning any of them.
I don't even think it's all necessarily his
Waylay
fault.
pick scares you.
Sure,
I mean,
listen
I
to
understand
some
Tony, the
recent
Waylay pick
interviews coming
scares
from
me.
Lev,
Like,
you know, particularly from Rossi.
no
from
matter who
Tex, they
plays
tried
them.
out a lot. I
Apart
mean,
from G2,
Rossi said they were
again.
trying Demon 1 on Duelist. So they've wasted tons of time moving
What do I
these
think of
pieces
the
around and
boom
trying
pick?
different things.
Dude, the
Obviously, now
boom
Rossi
Ascent
taking some
comes
of the
weird
initiator
because it
roles from
shouldn't
Kong.
work.
It's-
But they're actually
it's
pretty smart
all
with it.
moving
Leaf, have you seen like how they
pieces
play
right now,
it?
but
It's actually
based
kind
on
of good.
Tex's interview, it sounds
It's
they're
like same full
prime
process with a
strengths.
Yoru,
King is
right?
owning
Where
Demon
like
1
you
is
free
owning.
use the salvos
just
to
haven't
free up like
translated.
certain
Yeah, we need some of that
TPs.
scrim form
They
to
use
show up on the stage,
salvos
'cause you talk
to
about,
free up like the
Rossi,
main
you talk about the fluid
places
situation in the left
where you
camp.
would like
Last
go
week he's saying
through
he wasn't
chokes.
IGLing.
It's actually
Now
not
they're
too bad.
saying
Like
he is back
it
IGLing
probably
for the team, so
it probably won't
everything
get
is
too many
kind of
wins,
adjusting
but
week to week
I think
between
they
this
play
LEV
it well.
squad.
It's time for the
Definitely play it
Samsung
well.
match start. Load up
Because
fast
normally I
with
would hate that
Samsung
comp
SSDs.
with a passion.
Furia on the attack.
They actually have
Looks like they're
okay
gonna go
stuff.
into some of that
Lev on
vice
defense, Furia on
utility.
attack.
The salvo already clearing out one of the thorns.
Yeah.
Dude, Leaf, apparently
If you
though,
heard
they,
it, it's
they were
actually
meant to
popped
pick
ahead of time.
Lotus.
Good
Is what
awareness by
someone in
Tex to
chat was
pop the
telling me.
thorns before the salvos. Up top mid.
King's gonna
And
hear
there was like a
that. He should hear it.
miscommunication.
He started to slow down, but it was too
Dude,
little
this
too
is the
late.
most incredible timing ever.
And the Viswall is still up on ace, so these guys can't actually accelerate into the site. King might be able to find
Oh
all
my
5 players.
God.
Knife him, you coward.
Oh god.
Oh no, he turned.
Oh no.
Oh, and he dies first.
But Tex on the site, getting a couple
It can't start off like this.
to the pistols of Furia. But it's gotten competitive for what seemed like it was going to be be a disaster, at least for now. It's been salvaged.
Oh, look where that spike is. I mean, this round is just over from Furia. No chance for them to
That's
really
so
play this.
sick. That's like the
They've got
best start
50
to a round I've
seconds, but
ever
I think
seen.
LEV could even still close the door. This late into the round, they're
I
going to
like
go
this
ahead
from
and
Furia
do that.
though. Spike down.
Heat's gonna
They're
put
trying
on a
to.
calm
This is like
cosplay and go
instant,
for a
right?
late
So
flank and spawn
he might be
while
here
Lava causes some
before
noise
they
here,
consider
breaks
it.
down the door
They're
to
not,
pull
but
some heads.
I like
Julius
the idea.
doesn't work against calm. Look, he's
You can see
holding
Rafa's just
Kevin.
there looking at it.
He knows better.
Salvos to
is
break
my
the door
play.
as he goes for a
Can't
peek,
take it
maybe.
from me.
Oh,
Salvos break the door.
it could have worked. This guy
A little
looked
bit
when he
is-
looked. This guy actually.
Shot
Oh,
connected
they're
for
looking
Rafa,
away.
Heat up in heaven. 20 seconds
Ah,
left on
bro,
the round.
it had
was
potential.
Calm who was watching heaven.
I thought they were gonna try and swing.
Very well put. So Leviathan
Like I
will
thought
get
he was
the
gonna go like
pistol.
here as they
He
broke the
barring
salvos.
those,
So I saw this
those
guy
silly
actually
antics
look
at
at
the very
door.
beginning of the round.
King impersonating the jester.
Well,
Dude, it's so sad too because King genuinely played that exactly how he needed to. He just got owned because this guy turns around to pick up the orb.
Why does he have his knife out?
To get the timing.
I mean,
Because he
come
wanted
on.
a knife from, bro.
No.
No, you do it for the culture.
No, not
No.
for that knife, man.
The knife out is
You
kinda
blame him
crazy.
for that one? I give him some slack for it, personally.
I don't know about that. I would be livid if I saw my player pull out a knife right there. Either way, Lev had the read. It was still a good play.
What do they
It was
got?
a minor
Nothing
misplay from
extra
King. They
on
still
the
secured
buy.
round.
Didn't get a plant
No, I
down.
think
Sorry, on the eco.
The struggles for both of
And
these
wait, this
teams
is
have been very well documented.
but honestly,
right?
I'm alright with
across
this.
really the entire year. And maybe now we've settled, at least on the side of Leviathan, on who's going to be the correct IGL. Maybe we
Damn,
kind of
big
get
pop.
roles figured out, but
Stun.
I don't know, guys. Listening to some of the
Stun,
interviews, like the ones you
salvo.
mentioned earlier from Pedro Romero, shout out Pedro, like it seems like there's a whole lot going on in that camp.
They keep
Well, it's
one
not a
here in
great
case
look
they
either. Demon
re-clear.
whiffed the one way.
I saw that.
I was going to let that one go, man.
I couldn't.
Low-key, Omen Tech, by the way, you purposely missed that. You hide in it with a judge.
You do the dropping one way. Yeah.
Dude,
no,
everyone
I'm
does
with
that.
you, I'm
Not
with
even
you.
dropping one way. You go hide in it with a shotgun. We'll never see it coming. Like, oh, he missed the one way. Easy clean up here for Lev. Flawless round.
Three
That'll
armory buys.
really make
That's
for a
it.
strong bonus. Look at the buy going into the bonus. That's a really good bonus buy coming out of Lev.
Take a look at it. The eco frags one more time. Ender, you were talking about how some of the competition that Leviathan have faced makes it to where maybe their record is not as accurate as you might think.
Yeah.
Is there still hope that you're holding out for this squad?
To me, I feel
I was
like
kind of
Leviathan are
hoping.
kind of a middle of the pack team.
I was
Like,
kind of
I'm not
hoping
a
that he
full-on
was gonna
doomer
like
for
miss
this
the
squad
smoke
just yet.
again, but actually go close with
But the thing is, we haven't
Judge,
seen
and it was
them
like a
play
double
other
bluff.
teams
He
around
might
the
have
way. I
actually
wanna see them
just
play, like,
genuinely missed the
I don't know,
smoke,
like
but
100 Thieves, the Sentinels maybe.
I thought it was a little
Cloud9
layer
was really
thing.
the closest
Okay, they do
matchup
play
we
close
maybe
though,
would've
so maybe they're doing it
seen
on
if that
purpose.
is
Who
rough.
knows?
Very risky. Tech swinging main right there as the Senti. Losing that util very early.
Interesting here, Lev not filling in on that space. I thought King might try to post.
It was a
some
bit
with
odd when your
Marshall
waylay's
in
just
BA,
chilling here,
but
and your
opting to
sentinel
keep that away
swinging.
for now.
I like the call from Furia here. Cut noise, bleed the clock, and you can see right now the lack of a Senti. It's a 2-2 split for Lev across
Do you
this
prefer
giant
Demon
map.
1 with or
mid's
without the
completely open.
beard?
There was a wall
Mate,
there
I couldn't care
from
less,
from the
to be
vibes, but that
honest.
of course going to be offline.
What question
Fury
is
haven't
this?
really seized
I
an
don't care,
opportunity
man.
to step into the space, and Demon's creeping up on the one-way.
Wow. And getting the kill onto Khalil. Nicely done.
Well, now that smoke's gone for Furia on the hit, this becomes a lot more complicated and maybe requires Rafa to find something top mid.
Lots of pressure on him. He has found the weak spot in theory, or he might be able to press and make it hurt.
I mean, this spot is very powerful because you hear all the rotations.
Good
And
omen
he knows he
flash.
has this timing now. He hears the heaven rotate. He knows probably one more at B.
Interesting.
Come on
He's
top of a
looking at
luck,
it.
surely. Oh god, he's got the
Might
best
catch a
timing.
Oh, calm with the timing.
Very well done.
And the thing is, he was calling his teammates into B. There's still
Yeah.
that player
Yep.
there, calm, a
But I do
chance to
think that
reposition over into lane
I
and do
don't
some
know.
serious
I
damage
feel
with
like
10
the
seconds on the
3
clock.
has to
He is
play
by
before he
himself,
plays
though.
them, but I get the
rotations are
time
starting to come
slow.
through. I don't know that they'll arrive in time. The delay is certainly going to help with the missiles.
Oh dear god,
That's
that's
the
the spike gets done.
They can't plant. The
Yeah.
round's over.
That's the round, unless they frag out, and they're not even going to give them the fights. Demon 1's still playing all the way back A. The delay utility
Is that
saved
first
it.
buy?
Oh, the idea there from Furia. That's rough. That is very rough. Something I'm not a fan of, by the way, in pro level is having the lurk activated first.
Didn't they
in
kind
most
of
these
own it?
scenarios.
This is what I don't
think
get, right?
lurks
You had someone
through spots like this
inserted,
need to be taken
you
second,
faked
maybe even
A
third
pressure,
contact.
you had a one-person
And you can
rotate.
see why. Comp
Normally
is
with
just
that, you
sniffing
can
out
call your
everything
team
that's
back and you
going
can
on
just
in mid
split
right
over
now.
towards there, and then you can
there's no one
hide, you
drawing
can
his
call the
attention.
rotates, and then you can late
It's not
peek when they're
Comp
like
has to hold
here.
both those lines because it's always possible the A player comes back to
Or you
re-clear
could
him once
super late
everyone's
lag.
speeding up into the A
It
side,
felt like they
right?
did
So
all the hard work,
you need those extra levels of
and
distraction.
then
All right, boys, a quick taking stock of the situation.
then
You've
the
got King
VIP is
with
going
the op
before anyone else.
across the middle of the map. And a light buy for Furia.
Couple of rifles still. They held on.
Shot.
Two nice shot
Nice
from
shot.
Yeah, very nice. And Knife's going to get a fair amount of info. Demon One's in a cheeky little spot. 5-0 for the controller so far.
Okay, drone over
If you look at
towards B,
Prize's
doesn't
kit,
see
he's the silver
anyone,
there.
might be able
There's
to
nothing
rotate it.
clear out Demon One
Still
right
got the
now.
wall for middle, yeah, they're going to have to
There's
hold
nothing
mid and B with
beast.
one.
But there's no cross with him. I mean, if he flashes, he's kind of by himself.
Oh god.
Yeah.
The
I thought-
paranoia near sight.
It
I thought
does
maybe
feel
somebody would help swing off of from main as well.
No, he had KO spotting the cross.
No, he had
with
he had
paranoia
KO
in
spotting,
hand,
but
and
it
I
can
just-
get a little bit
what a
weird
play
from
from
like
Prize.
Yeah, very
the
well
angle
done.
he's holding. It doesn't give Demon One
Rossi's
much
gonna
time
try
to
to
flash.
Save this a little bit with King perched up in heaven. The op.
Like
ringing
if you
true.
want to do it,
Another
like
round
you would
for
do
Lev.
like jump spot, right? Because you want to
Seems like
be
they're gonna be able to
like the
save
problem with
off. They're gonna
holding
next.
a line from
Yeah, very
I
well
guess
done.
anywhere in this box
that'll be
is
nice for Leviathan.
they're so
Also,
close that
not
your
really
instant
showing
reaction is to
very
once you get
active
Omen
looks
flash
with the way
W
they
forward.
are either, just that
Yeah.
deep
And then
hold
take
into
the
mid.
jaw.
Now King maybe wants to play a little bit more aggressive into the mains.
You gotta spot
Now
it like
we've
this
seen
angle, or you got to
Furia
jump spot
falter on a
it.
much slower round where they get punished going for the late rotate with some mid control, then try to run this quicker split here, but with the lower guns, that not paying off either, and very hard to scale past that op.
I will say I like the pairing of Rossi and Demon One at main right now. Immediately push back.
Yeah, I like this from Furia
So
though.
it's an attack smoke in
Actually,
main.
just interstaking A main. The problem is
The
they've
orb
never
likely go
really
to the
pushed over
door.
towards B main, other than
Think.
the
Yeah, they pulled the knife out of
Was it the
Rossi
bonus
as
round?
well, so the stall potential on Lev's A side a lot weaker than it would be.
lose
especially
A
with
main
Fly's set up over towards B.
into the drone towards mids. Wait, what is
Rapid
this?
aggression here. What a read from Lev.
They've got to know mid is a bit weak because they saw so much put into A main early.
Okay,
Now they
this
see
is
the
nice
scouting
from
on the
Furia
B
though.
side. They're gonna see
They're
that
creating
he's
so
the guy
much
to pick
pressure
folks.
over
They know there were
towards
just two
B,
players over in B
and then
main.
they could
Now there's a
honestly
chance
pop
for
over
Rossi to get
towards
that
A right
walkout on
now.
the Cat. At the same time, the reclear comes in B main. This is beautiful. Now they can shift back over into the A site. If Furia
See,
don't
Demon
go
One's flash
immediately,
hits,
they're gonna be able
doesn't
to
hit
fight
the
this.
Yoru.
Beautifully painted
Ooh,
picture. Demon
nice
One
shot
on
though.
the site getting the best of Havoc. And again, the delay utility becomes a problem. You've got the mollies, you've got the missiles, but Khalil slipped the net. Able to take care of some of that defensive fortification, and now the site is open. Prize with 10 HP, Khalil much healthier. But an attempt to try to keep this back. When you're
goodness,
outnumbered
King.
and you're outgunned like that, it does not add up.
Wait, that was a 6 stun
The
though.
Waylay comes out, gets that space. Oh,
Dude,
that's
it feels so
frustrating.
weird to watch Furia at the moment.
time.
It feels
That
like
was just a great macro
they-
round from Lev, I think. Rossi, right? He's
Yeah.
calling
do
today.
everything,
He's the one that
like,
is
pretty good
counting
for the
numbers
first,
of
like,
players
40
across the map, getting
seconds,
this walkout into Cat.
and then they need to
Not
do
just
like
the
the
fact he
last
gets the
step,
kill, but
but then they do the
knowing
wrong
that
step.
That shift is coming over into
It's
A,
happened
he's able to
twice
flood
now.
out, get the kill,
Dude, this stun
and then
is
even just
nuts.
up one number,
Actually
let
hit it.
trade each other out
Dude, wait,
very
the
nicely
timing was
coming through from
incredible.
Evan.
Yeah, I really like. We haven't got to really talk about the comp change too much here. I think this comp suits Lev a little better, right? Rossi can micro a little bit with Demon One in A main. You have Calm and King, heavy vocal players on the other side of the map.
I think
floating around.
2021
And you're kind
Sen
of
beats
spacing out
Furia.
the big comps
I think
with, no pun intended.
2021
The
Sen beats anyone
communicators
these
in the
days,
game
mate.
are spread across the map, whereas the double Senti comp, it's very static. It's not nearly as fluid, and we didn't see them on this defensive half, to be fair. But I do like the proactivity I'm seeing across the map from Lev.
I think also just more proactive or like obvious fighting tools as well, right? So when they want to set up, you know, some aggressive looks for themselves, whether it's on the defensive side or even on the attacking side too, it can be a little bit simpler to plan. We've heard teams talking about running the double Senti, and it requires a lot slower rounds, especially on the attacking side, where if your lurkers aren't finding
It depends.
picks or
Like, are
finding
they
good
still
information,
are they
like,
pracking
those
for
rounds
all the
can just
years, or you're
crunch
literally
to a
just
halt.
telling me the
Yes,
level of
and
the
this
2021 Sentinels. Like, you telling me that the same level that they played, how they played Valorant back then, Furia would literally beat them 13-4.
And they might be a little shocked at what they're seeing
I
here.
strongly believe that.
I mean, this isn't a small change either. It's not like you're swapping.
You know
device from
how
Cypher or
shit
something
everyone
like
played
that
in
where
2021?
The recipe
It's
is
so
the same.
crazy to watch the stuff back then.
Well, we're
We're
gonna have a
all
tiles push.
headless
We're gonna get the
chickens. No one knows what they're
standard
doing.
hold down A. We're pushing
Sentinels
tiles.
won
Oh,
everything because they
Paranoid
were
through,
better aimers.
Flash from the KO
That's
through
it.
the window.
That's literally
maybe?
Oh, crunch.
No.
Kamsa has his ult too.
This is going to be insane. They're all outside B.
This could be a mess.
The Waylay's coming tiles.
Should do a VOD review? Bro, it's embarrassing the stuff that went down.
You got the recall set up, the dash over the top, the hinder to connect, someone playing tiles. It's not there, it is. Rafa falls.
Dude,
That was a bit botched.
Yeah, they didn't fully invest like
it
I
was,
thought they would.
I mean, it's just the fact it's against the low buy. It's the only reason I don't like it, but I get the idea. It's like they call a timeout, you go aggro. It's the
Now they're
classic.
going to speed up out towards B. Demon 1 close by. Calm not too far off. That ult's going to buy a little bit of time, but it's Texer by himself in a 1v2 with Op.
With the op is so tough. The stinger by his feet too. He's gonna try and find the pick first on the shot. Great work out of him.
Drops the shoulder, upgrades the weapon to something more formidable. In a 1v1, a tap of the spike, not fully committing onto it yet. His prize is trying to find his right window, but connects the shots onto Tex. It's a thrifty round win for Furia.
That is a much needed round win.
Yeah, I think they kind of messed up a little bit, but the idea makes sense, right?
We were complimenting it. They might have bit off more
That's
than
the
they could do
content,
right
watching the evolution of Valorant.
I'm trying to figure out what
I
happened.
mean, everyone was just trying to work out what the hell's going on in this game.
Because King jumps over and didn't initially clear the player under him, he spent extra time whipping around to get this, then he gets swung. He needs to have 2 kills there minimum.
Tom, I don't really know. I'm hearing like mixed things about
every single Fury guy is turning to hard hold that B main.
Right.
That's a crazy lineup though.
That is sweet.
Yeah, that was nerdy.
The hinder onto tiles like that. It did feel like it was missing something.
Right back into the action we go.
Okay, there was just Havoc through a fake TP bottom mid right now. Rossi should have been in range to here. That's why King's rotating to play mid 3 at the moment. Lev might be thinking that this is more of a B split look.
Look at
that teleport.
Yeah, look at the turtle setup right now. They're anticipating a B hit, potentially with a Vice ult, and they're just gonna chill back here.
Surely they've got like shorties to play with backside.
You guys say they're fine. The TP through. Bolstering that a little bit.
Bit early on the flash from the Vice.
They're kind of stalling out here. I thought
It's a weird round. Wait, they could.
Maybe patience is what pays off.
Wow.
Oh god.
Every angle. I mean, Prize gets 2 kills.
Oh my goodness, this is kind of nice from here.
This round's just cooked.
Yeah, it didn't look like Lev was fully ready for some of those fights, but great patience from Furia.
Yeah,
They
dude,
waited out the
3
Vice.
pass and tussling at the back against the Teo.
And they were just super ready for all of these fights. I mean, none of the Lev.
I was going to say they could pivot over towards A, especially as they got this kill, and obviously they got the confirmation of the Omen ult, right? That's normally like
into the site because
all
of the
that
Thorns
people would
delaying
make.
out. King's thinking he can find a kill, but there were 3 players just hard holding this line against him.
It's one of those rounds where it felt like the macro was there for Lev, but the micro was off, and Furia capitalized on it.
Yeah, even nice paranoia there. Double holding the backside swing. Good work.
The money's now weird for the next round too. You know, they've been investing that up. They can't afford to buy it here because of how costly it's been in the last couple of rounds, and now they're in this weird like
what is this buy?
and light armor mess.
Okay, they force into it.
Pretty heavy ultimates towards
It's a really important round.
So not so dire, but this is going to be a big swing round depending on how many of these ults they want to commit in. If Lev lose this, the next one's looking dire.
Okay, at least Demon 1 isn't anchoring with the solo Sheriff. It's not too bad. In terms of how they're playing, it's not too bad, right? He can probably get this gun, get TP, get this gun fit. When they decide to call to get aggro, and it's going to be stun close into Omen Flash? No?
I don't know that King does. Dude, oh, you've spotted him.
Good gate crash out of here.
That doesn't seem like the Havoc way, does it? Overstays his welcome. Bites off a bit more than he could chew. And Heat trying to speed up.
It's a nice reclear from Lev. They just looked really unaware that someone could be close in that corner.
But have been working these last couple of rounds. This time, though, Rafa is going to be moving late into mid. Lev saw this a few rounds ago, and he went top mid and got punished. This time, he needs his main players to activate before he goes for the look.
I was going to say, if you're Lev here, you're much more willing to invest some of these ults. King is going to try to get away.
Here he is.
Trades.
Perfect pinch timing on the market push.
Now, no, Tex and Rossi, all three of them have their ults if they need to invest them, but they're just going to frag their way through. It was a lighter buy, but you mentioned there was enough behind this for it to be a problem. Ender, you were right.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised Rafa goes for the spawn walk there. If he plays into B, he's got a pinch, he can trade out his teammate, then it's a one-on-one. Furia kind of chose to play for their individual fights and ended up getting punished for it because of the King just ratting out sort of on site there.
You know, I think that was one of the critiques that I had of Furia, especially towards the beginning of the year, that I'm not seeing having been fixed, is that a lot of times when I watch them play, they play as if though they're better shooters than they are. And they play for their own individual fights a lot. And it doesn't usually work out for them.
Oh, speaking of fights. They're ready to brawl B main.
This didn't work out last time. But second time's the charm, or so they say. Demon 1 dead.
Where is
Wonder if Rafa's
what was this used? Was that used on the push
initially?
initially?
The drone this time, but he's been taking space off that pretty
They
consistently.
just didn't have a second layer if they were fighting.
Is there a follow-up behind it? He's going to try to hunt him
Oh
down.
my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Lighting up B main, but falling for it.
Oh my god, Calm's stuck on this side of the wall too. That is brutal.
What a mess. And now they can speed up behind this. Rossi's going to be here. He's got full bag of utility. Including the ult, but you can't imagine he uses it here. Tex has to find value.
2 on 5. I almost think LEV should save. Nothing's given to them.
Yeah.
I don't think Khalil spotted him on that little jiggle.
The money is not good. Oh.
Oh dear.
You're going forward. Okay. Yeah.
I just wanted like a second.
Round from Furia to get them to
I wanted a
3.
second LEV.
Sean,
These Omen,
I want to ask
Flash,
you a question now.
salvos,
on the mud
and the
scale,
damage
How
all to
muddy
take.
is this
It's not too
match?
much.
We
That
are
if someone's in
covered.
front of the smoke, they got
We
no
are
extra
covered.
We are
layer.
lathered up.
They definitely don't
Yes,
need all of
indeed.
that util.
Oh man. I'm shocked King just went for a solo ult play like that. I mean, it was a good ult. He could have
Well, so the ult
capitalized,
players,
but
I
there
meant,
was
so.
nothing helping him.
I wonder if he
Nothing.
thought, because there was the drone.
Honestly,
going
you know what
big,
I was saying
he might have
about
thought there were more
2021
players going behind
Sentinels?
that, so it's
I'll give them a couple of more rounds
That's
for what
I
I've
was
seen.
trying to give the benefit of the doubt. That's what I'm trying to come up
I was
with,
too
but
harsh. I said
it
4.
was
I would
very
give them like a
ambitious.
7. Maybe an 8.
Here's that smoke. Again, front A main. They disrespect the one-way very quickly. Teo drone going up cat from tiles. This guy's got range.
Doesn't really find too much of anything, but
Well, I think the passive info, though, is valuable.
yeah, knowing that LEV aren't going for the active walk down we saw a few times in those early rounds.
Havoc sent the gate crash in, and I don't think anyone can capitalize on the TP if he does take it.
Rossi's suppression came in, so
Missed
Furia
their
kind of called
forms.
off that quick hit.
There's no way they missed their
Well, he
forms.
does
It
tag
landed
one.
on top of
So
this.
comms drone from mid.
That's
did
impressive
just
to do. It's
tag
hard to do
Heat,
that
as you see
lineup.
on your screen, but Rafa was posted up behind the box.
So that's all back B. Just a dry all
Are we
back B.
scared?
Just an ult back B after the pressure over towards A.
Or are
with
they
a
doing-
gun?
This is so awkward now.
I mean,
I mean,
it's
it's
on
into
the
an
rounds.
eco. But the whole
The only
map,
person
the
in
whole
good
round
position
has been
is
thrown
Demon
away.
1 with the
There's a
classic.
lurk tree. There's still
Stun
two players
enable.
on B.
This is crazy.
Demon 1's in a decent spot to make a play.
Ooh,
A little
Dude, they're
damaged out,
everywhere.
but he had no health. He had a classic.
that should do it.
How are Furia lurking up 3 lanes right now while they're Omen sitting
Against
in
an
back?
eco.
That was wild.
But I do think for as much as this round is going to likely convert for Furia, I'm tempted to say the only reason this works is because there were no guns on the side of LEV.
I would love a
If they try to
timeout
do
for
that in a
left, to be
rifle
honest.
round,
Yeah,
I don't think that works.
I think
I
they
feel like they're showing us how we can make
still a
ult
little
plays
bit
in
more
ranked
thought
games.
into some of
Yeah,
these rounds than they
And
did
a
the
solo
last 2.
queue. This is kind of crazy. We're seeing like solo ult plays. I mean, that's just an individual player. The Omen, he reads that there's a high likelihood no one's back there because of the presence
Victor
on A.
signed with M80
It's
confirmed.
very risky to
Did
stick
the
that in that
Victor
scenario.
Victor chat combo.
And someone could
The
literally
redemption
be in
arc.
sight
For sure.
listening and then swing once you stick it.
Let's hope they got the.
Leviathan now gonna be the
Let's
ones
hope
to
they're
call
out there
a timeout.
grinding.
One thing that, again, to go back to this comp change from theirs, right, is previously they had been playing the double
Tier
senti,
two's,
which, you know, sometimes that means you're just
Tier
like
two can be
stacking
rough,
hard util, like on the sites themselves, but you also have like deadlock walls
But
shutting
it's definitely
down
the,
lanes
it's definitely
for
the right way
lurks,
to go. They
cycle
gotta
trips
they gotta
sometimes
prove
looking
themselves
into,
again.
like,
They're
cat
back
or
at that
mid.
point.
So, I mean, Furia now a few times have taken advantage, like really blowing up the
Right
center of the
FPS with
map.
the tier
Lev might
1.
wanna
Thank you
think
the
about
3
that.
months. Thank you,
Yeah, I
thank you.
think Furia have actually done a really good job in the early rounds right now. and this is probably why LEV is going to
Hello,
take this
teams,
time out.
mate.
You know, they're losing A
Any
main
game
consistently.
you should be looking
they're
at.
losing B main fairly consistently, and if Havoc took
What have
that
we seen
TP
recently?
out, that round would have felt very different.
Yeah.
They won the
Pacific
util
was
battle
rough.
in B main, the way they took it, the way they drew out the retake. And yours
The
value
fracture
is you draw that
from-
retake, you have the other team waste their util, and you're outie, you're gone.
Fracture from Talon's not
Coming
too
into round
bad.
11 though, King will have money for
Talon
the operator.
Ascent.
He's going to be posting up.
C9 Ascent. I think
it
we
looks
already gave him that
but
one.
It's really hard to play mains, I think, with the op against the Yoral. So often that just turns into a very simple side exec where you're getting hard.
You have the
cleared,
C9
so.
Ascent, right, Deeds?
And maybe if King was TPing from a little
I
bit
think I
further
gave you that
back,
last
and he
week.
could take that aggro line and get back to safety if he feels some of the pressure.
I love King's line.
Honestly, I think anything else you're probably forcing it too
He's
much.
actually aggressing.
But he crossed. Does he know?
He definitely
MK
knows
Slap,
it's
thank you so
possible.
much. Thank you, thank you.
He
This
can't-
isn't favorable for King if it's peaked right.
I don't know. He can't get out of this. Oh,
Nice shot.
yep.
Nice shot.
Very nicely done.
Is it
Snappy reaction
unfavorable?
from the duelist.
He's
Say-
like,
okay, I was about to say,
angle's kind of close.
Now Havoc accelerating a little bit with his ult. He's going to get a ton of info.
Guess if he wide
Realizing
swings,
that
this
B's
is
a
what he's
little
talking
bit
about.
softer, it's going to be a full retake from Lev.
Rafa plays so fearless, man. Bro just ran all the way
Yeah,
up
they
to
got
Devin
great
even before the
retake
Yoral
ults
came
though.
on
Should
in.
be using the Visor
good
like a
post-plant
Killjoy
set for
ult, and
Furia
we can
already.
see if the
Yeah,
bust
Lev
is
have
like
a
ready
couple
to
key
go.
ults here, though.
I would
And
love
that's one
Furia
of them.
to
The null command from Rossi. Tex has
be
his
ready
ult
to
too.
pop close door.
you
Yeah,
can
this
see
is
how
the right play
aggressive
from
they're
them.
playing with the Vice ult online, and
Uh-oh.
oh,
That shouldn't
Yeah,
have
they
happened.
might
it's
have
not
owned
going too
this.
bad right now for Furia.
No. Still a numbers
Vice
advantage for the
or
defense
Omen
zone.
Flash.
Now
Do
the
they
second
get the
ult
res?
pops.
Keep an eye on the two guys under
Havoc has to clear out
heaven.
a lot of space. He's going to hit a late
Oh, they
lurk
didn't
all
get
the
too
way
much
through
space with their ult. It's
spawn.
actually pretty doable. Dude, he's going all the way around
If
from
it
mid.
pays off. Do
Wait,
they
this is
know?
nuts.
I don't think they hear any of it. No.
Attack smooth.
Time is the issue, though.
Oh my
The
god.
spike's been going on for a little bit, and so
Okay,
maybe
well,
as
that's
everyone else
unlucky. They had
crumbles
to,
around
like,
him, he's
at
gonna
least
show
kill
up, but it
one.
might be too little too late.
Oh,
I didn't mind the idea from Furia in the 4v5. I thought it was
respect
pretty
the
nice
idea to
from
have the
them.
attack smoke. That was
They knew
their
what was going
smoke in
on. They
hell.
saw the Vice
The problem
ult.
is when you normally see
Everyone's
that
gonna do
the
it from the
smoke should be,
Killjoy
like,
pulse.
crowded
They
out
went
a little bit
aggro.
more. It didn't give them much room, and it
Is this
gave
the
all
KO
of the space
buff
to Lev
patch?
to get
So
the
they're playing it
spam
in
yeah.
Pacific?
You
I
actually
think
see
they're
G2
playing it in
do that quite a
Americas.
bit.
I'm
Valen
not.
does
I
that
think
at
that's
Cloud
right.
Hell Smoke a lot.
I think I saw the
And
flash
I like the
yesterday.
idea they're trying to buy time for this flank, and man, time was expensive. They couldn't afford it.
For sure.
They are? Yeah.
If that smoke
I
is
thought I saw the
bloomed out a
weird
little bit
wall
more,
flash.
that actually gives you the walkout from rafters too,
Yes.
so you're not getting sniped off that angle immediately. Got to deal with other ones, but a little bit easier.
Last round of the half, off still in the hands of King.
It's 4 enough.
Interesting
Their
that
comp's pretty
Furia
nice
just
on
playing
defense.
Out of range of any early knives.
It
or
might
anything
be.
Like this.
The Annihilation play.
I think if they win pistol for
Hinder
sure
lineup?
because they
Is that what's
can
going on? Hinder Annihilation
they
play?
can
That would go
do
insane.
the thing where Yoro just plays wine all the time.
Sean, you're such a nerd.
Thank you.
Bro. I say that
I think
as
Vice will
lovingly
be
as
played
possible.
less
The fact
now?
that you're thinking that far
Not
ahead
really.
is just,
I think Vice is still great.
it's a treat to watch. We'll see if that is part of the plan, though, or what they try to do. And
The
execute
problem is the
around
Fawns
it.
are still
Missiles and
insanely
the way
strong.
he's scouting up and back is
Like
so
Fawns
sick.
on
That was
pistol
awesome.
just
Wow. Thank goodness.
one
for
of the
cat
best bits of
smoke.
Uto we've
So
seen.
now what? They speed up towards B?
Yeah, but you can't really with the double thorns.
Yeah.
Rafa's in danger here.
Yeah, I don't know that he's a little behind the pack. He might not get across. Oh, he's
Oh, he
tucking.
wants to lurk, Doug. This is all this guy does. Little fake A, but the missiles give up his position. There's no way he survives this.
Big
Yeah,
swing
Dima
from-
one's close by, and
big
for some
swing- wait.
reason that fails. Kama's a little bit further back. Rafa, you
Yeah,
gotta
look at-
clear those angles, big guy.
Omen ult goes back a sight. We've
Can't
seen
have
this
the
one
same
again.
thing happen. That's
Vice
gonna hit all
ult
three.
not in
Look
the
at
corner, so it
Annihilation
doesn't
in main,
reach
too.
the back.
Forces
Will
the
give them a
Vice out.
gap.
Heat needs to get in front of this, find some kind of a pick.
Again, the timing is awkward. The spacing is uncomfortable, and Kam getting the best of Heat in a situation he probably shouldn't have. They're gonna try to walk into B main, and it does not pay off. An 8-4 half for Lev.
Well,
Oh, that's Lev adjusting to that Teo lurk.
Yep.
And it's not a great idea. The salvos give away the
I mean,
position.
yeah.
You saw it right
the
there.
thing that just doesn't make sense here is
pretty much
it's
all
just
Teo's
like
kit does.
if you're gonna Vice ult,
Have you seen someone
you
do
do
that
it in the
before?
corner with a Killjoy,
like,
right?
Peek through
And
a
the-
smoke like that. Yeah.
Or
I
you- just-
back. I like that.
and then you should probably
think
have
if the
double,
you can have
or what I would do is
conversations.
like you do it
Oh.
next to the box, and then you would
That
double
was a- that
salvo
was a
the
bad word. We're
corner.
gonna throw it to a quick break. When we return, the
So they
second
have to
half
go
of
into the
Ascent.
damage.
We'll see you
If
guys
you time
shortly.
it right, they have to choose. This was a scrappy map at the moment.
Stuck paying
I'm not
for that
gonna
old
lie.
phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon,
It's all
we'll pay off
disjointed.
your phone.
Yeah, there's a lot.
And
There's a
you'll
lot
get
of
iPhone
disjointed stuff.
16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Will the stage change back for playoffs, mate? It changes back for next week. It's just this 1 week. Just this weekend, that's it. Bobby, good. Yeah, not too bad. Calling Waylay overrated is kinda... I mean, it's still very early for Waylay. And this is the thing. I do think that Waylay's a weird one. And like, just new agents are weird in general because it takes people... When a new agent comes out, you got like two things. You got teams playing it badly, but you also have like a grace period where teams don't know how to play against it. So the teams that like really work it out, it looks incredible. But the teams that have no idea what they're doing, it looks awful. Like if you would just watch kickoff, bar maybe like 2 teams, you would probably think that the tail ort's not one of the best in the game. But now we kind of actually see teams use it right. Like we can tell that it's
here
one of the
after
best.
one half of Ascent. Furia thought they could, we thought they had some cool ideas. They won 4 out of 5 in the middle of the half, but again, it really felt
I don't want to judge too much with the Waylay, but the stuff I see is rough apart from G2.
Was Tech just petting his monitor? Like, what was that?
You don't.
Speaking of G2, let's see if LEV do a lot of what G2 do.
I mean, he lives in his monitor.
You would imagine they do.
Very close to
Might even still set
It's a close relationship, that's for sure.
Retrieving thorn trap.
But now Furia down 4 here. Need to come up with something. And Lev's comp not going to have the same attack issues that they had with the double senti.
Frenzy close. Little trap play in B main.
They're playing so far off A.
Heretics had some decent
I like the
set strats. Yeah, they had like 4 nice rounds.
Like it's real almost for the flash.
That's a really good flash to swing off of.
Yeah, it
Okay,
is.
we might
No smokes
see
to block
what I was
this one.
talking about in
That's the
terms of the
nice thing about
Thorns
Vice.
being
You mentioned it
incredible on
yesterday.
pistol rounds. Can
But
they
if that
shoot
flash
it
doesn't get
though?
a ton of value,
I
he's
think
gonna
the
get
Thorn should probably
overwhelmed.
be a little bit
Rises
back,
goes
no?
by, Dart just went out. They
Oh
froze
no,
moving
okay,
on
he
to
might
the
have
side.
just
This wall's gonna
absolutely
keep him
owned it.
back.
But I
Rossi
mean, you
King's
just have to
so
literally
screwed.
freeze in the
Beautiful.
pistol,
Well
unless you're going to
played.
run through it and
Try
accept
swinging
that you're
out of
10
cat as
HP or
well.
dead.
Tex finding this pick in mid gives Lev some options, but wait, the spike is boosted up there.
Wait, this spy. Excuse me?
What? Okay, he grabs it, he's fine, but like...
Oh, that's robbery. Quite literally, that's crazy. They get a kill out of that.
And they got to kill it,
Tex in
and
great
with
position
insta
right now, but at the same
re-clearing.
time, Prize out in mid.
Oh, that's questionable from Rafa.
Oh, it's really
Numbers
questionable,
down in
man.
Lev's favor.
It wasn't even like
How
5
is
seconds of
Prize
silence.
Just walked completely
30
around
seconds left.
Tex. Left this A site open.
And this guy already had
I think the one
space.
benefit though is that
It's like they all went searching at the same time, and then they're shocked that they find someone.
Safe, you're not fully convinced.
Exactly.
And so because of that, they can't contact out. They have to invest.
Honestly,
into
from
this
what
huge
I'm seeing, I
turret.
think
You're
I'll
not gonna
give
have the plus plan,
2021
at least the missiles.
Sentinels double
10 seconds
digits.
left.
But they are going to land here. Khalil, flash, 2 smokes.
Especially as this
Rise
map
has
was
to drop
around
back
then.
up, but he's so weak, 5 HP. Door's going to buy a little bit of time. Paranoia out. Sunuck committing to the inner door.
Like, they'd
down.
still
Now
lose,
falls,
but you'd be
Price
like,
joins it.
hold up.
Khalil
You'd be
in a
worried for a little
1v3.
bit.
All 3 lit up. You're outgunned.
Wow, that was a round that Furia really should have taken, and one that
I think we were just spoiled a
gets
little bit
Lev
yesterday with some of the
9 and
games.
gets them super
I think we were
close
just
to running
spoiled a
away with
little
this
bit.
game.
I mean, that opening, right, between the flash combo with the Thorns, that guy's full flash stuck in front of the wall, no teammates to help him out. And I think that re-clear into main kind of pokes Furia out of it.
Always good to check in with watch parties happening around the globe. Leviathan, we mentioned it. They haven't given their fans very many reasons to celebrate.
But
so
the
far
one
this
is
year,
balloons.
Yeah, but you know what? Yeah, you're right.
You can't get wins, you can at least
Nil on
have
the
some balloons.
Pistols.
Well, it does seem like they're on the way. They're getting a map win here. Fury have a lot of things to solve and not a lot of time to solve it.
Rossi grabbing mid control really quickly here. Deep mid-3 smoke. A lot of pressure in mid. You can see how passive they are in the extremities. I like this look from Lev.
I feel like Rafa's just playing on his own this entire game. In the mid space too, now doing the same on the defense.
Oh, nice shot.
Unbelievable shot.
Is that the spike? That was? I did not realize they had that up there.
I mean, you're gonna
He
need
left it.
You're gonna need 4 more of those. 3. Oh dear.
Hold on, now there's a push out of B main as well. Wall triggered though, and now Leviathan starting to equalize.
It's the mud again. It's messy again.
Still gotta get the spike and
It is a little messy.
get past Havoc Sheriff.
He's not wrong.
That pixel angle. almost getting a little bit more damage done. 35 seconds left.
Ooh,
They
I like
managed to
this
get
goal.
the spike
Dude, these
down.
rounds are crazy. There's no way we're walking into the enemy spawn.
No, it's not the worst thing ever if he had a proper
A
swing.
1v1, of course. This is how everybody thought this round was going to end up.
Calm's having a great game. 1v1. This is his wheelhouse.
What about Fnatic 2023? The thing is, Fnatic 2023 actually played like really good Valorant.
But you know, honestly though, this is the conversation we had at the beginning of the round, and this is the spot that we're in. So
Like the difference between 2023
Conventional wisdom
Fnatic
out
and
the window.
2021 Sentinels is crazy.
Heat waiting on the other side of the wall, gonna break it, flashing, swinging. Oh, yeah, and
very
it wasn't even
nice.
close, right?
Look at the X's on the minimap. That is LEV in an anti-eco, and the positions they're dying. What?
I mean, I like the idea that they had for mid control. I like the
Tokyo
extremity
Fnatic
holds.
with a
I
month
did not realize the
prep
spike
takes
was
G2.
making its
No,
way to
I'm gonna
market.
get
Because
wrecked.
that's the real problem, right? The spike goes down here, then it's a Marshall on its own trying to recover the spike and get away
Guys, you
from
got
just
you gotta just
closing
accept
in from
that
every
over the
angle.
years,
That's why it
the
turns
whole
into a
level of the
mess.
game just increases. I do think it does this though, right? It's like we always get the peak at champs, but then like stuff happens, we get resets, we get roster changes. It does just do this like year after year, and then we kind of
They've
peak
got
at
mud
champs.
bats. They don't have Mayo bats, as far as I
Like,
know.
I'm sure
2023 Fnatic, you had like 5 teams that really understood the game.
Okay,
And
continuing
then
on with that.
2024 champs, you probably had
Tech's
like
expecting a little bit of aggression towards B, or making sure that's not the case.
7,
Meanwhile,
8
Kills
teams.
traded MA. A lot of utilities still gonna have to work through.
Yeah, around 8 teams.
Hitting here is not going to be so easy,
And then
especially if
you're
not
expecting
any
around
longer.
like 12, 10.
It's not terrible to lose the Yoru to the KO right there. It's going to make the hit, like you said, it's going to be pretty difficult.
Yeah, sucks to not have the clone to at least pre-break this Vise wall, though.
Let's see how they use the Waylay.
Like I'm expecting champs to be crazy stacked.
Something you haven't really had to do yet.
Teleport primed on the Waylay. Here we go.
The Thorns have already been procced.
Oh my
Nice entry.
Yeah, very well
Nice
done.
shots.
You went into the door smoke, got the fight on the rotate?
I didn't see. I know he threw out the hinder. I didn't see where it landed.
I didn't either, yeah.
But I know we've seen Waylays try and toss it into smokes they dash towards.
I'm pretty sure he threw it over in the smoke.
Hopefully we catch it on the replay. 3v2 here. Prize and Khalil have a fighting chance at this.
Ooh.
Well, they had a
Damn,
fighting
nice
chance
round from
at
King though.
it. It's now 1v3.
Yeah, and then
quickly
double
turned
up on
into
the
1v2.
heaven.
You still don't understand.
Very
Oh,
strong.
player in hell.
Okay, it's
And
gonna
again,
be
safe and secure
gonna
in
be
the
a
hands of
short
Lev.
one.
Yeah, and that's the bonus going Lev's way, and oh man, the hope is dwindling here.
Yeah, so tough that Furia picked this map, seeing the weaknesses, and yeah, the
It was
hinder
a-
was thrown in here. That's awesome. Never jump while hindered. You're done.
Guys, I have a confession. There's nothing
Confess.
more that I love.
This guy. I'm better than this guy.
I agree.
Oh man, he is 17-6.
Hard to
I
argue
mean,
with that.
Yeah.
Sean, what
It's
do
hard
you
to
think?
argue when
Don't
he's
you
got
hang
this
out?
score.
Fighting support players for the
Yeah, they stole the G2. They stole the
Like the way he
G2. They got
dove
the
into
same
smoke, the
ult
way they're
strats.
diving into market
That's
on the
funny.
B hits.
Especially because on this map, you always have someone in like on an A hit playing inside the tree smoke, trying to jump through when you hit
Wait,
in.
that's
Same thing for the market smokes on a B hit.
That's not gonna feel good. It's gonna flood him back into B main or into back site. Prize at a distance with a stinger. I mean, he's the only one who can make a play, and they're trying to rotate back to help him out, but they've got the crosses covered.
It's just a shellacking right now from Lev.
Yeah.
I'm really pleasantly surprised with King's
Okay,
Waylay.
they're gonna
Like,
save
this
this
has been a, like,
ult.
permanent Yoru duty
Okay.
for Leviathan.
What's
just
actually
about.
going to happen
Well, I
this
mean, and
next
I
round
understand
is
why.
Lev's
It's
going to
such
do
a
the
strong
same
agent right
thing.
now. It feels like if
Doing
you aren't leaning into
4-1.
the Yoru, some of the
He's going to
strengths
get
he
into the
offers, you're
corner. He's going
behind.
to ult,
But, like,
and
the
they're going
fact
to
that he's
send it.
got all the hinder lineups ready, he's dashing in, finding a ton of entries. Like
It's
really
100%
solid
a
so far.
4-1.
Yeah, that's the impressive
him
part
going
is
here and
all
ulting.
of the plays he has,
Yeah.
right? It's not
Timeout?
so
Oh,
much the
dude, the
on-the-fly
timeout might ruin
playmaking.
it.
He's probably not at that point yet on Waylay.
Nah, surely
But
they play
clearly
it.
put
Unless
a
the coaches
lot of
watched
work
it.
into setting him up in the set plays.
And remember, a week
Okay,
ago,
come on, dudes.
their comp
This
was
is your
entirely
chance.
different.
Yes.
I mean, the glow up.
Go
that they've
close
had
mid
in,
with a
what,
judge
6
or something.
days? 5
Bucky,
days
I don't know what
has
your
been
money's
insane.
like.
Yes. And I mean,
Someone close right.
There's been a lot of
He
questions
just dry
in the community about,
dashes.
like, why is King IGL, or why is King, who was an IGL, you know, flex player last year, and one of the best players in our region, why is this guy our duelist when we have Demon 1, we have Tex?
Yeah, right.
He's our duelist. And we heard from Tex in an interview, actually, that the reason for that is they really trust this guy's mechanics.
Good 1K.
And
Okay, they get a full
Tex
buy then.
and the team are really behind it. They say he's putting in work, and in scrims, Demon 1 and King are frying. And it just hasn't fully translated. I mean, I will say, Tex, a little bit shady.
Butter Buns with the Prime.
It's getting better.
Thank you so much for the 5 months.
Thank you. Is how he worded it. I mean,
little subtle. You're still not as good as I am. But,
I'm worried about the timeout. They might change their strat, but I think they just keep it simple. I think they still go for the full one, I believe.
I mean, he was a chamber abuser.
Dude, I would be happy to see Tex back in the chamber.
That would be crazy.
Why way are they looking at me?
So aggro.
We are seeing a bit of a resurgence of chamber in the conversation. Maybe on Pearl. I mean, it's not unthinkable.
Oh, you're not going mid?
But
Devastating.
we still need to close up Ascent. We need to close up the mess and the slaughter that has been this first map. The timeline tells the tale even in the second half. The pistol, anti-eco, the bonus, everything going their way. Furia now in a position to maybe strike back. You've got rifles, heavy armor on a couple of members, but...
Oh, Furia running a Yoru play out of A main. And that's actually going to put Lev in a tough spot.
Yeah, as you speed this one up, the drone hits you, Omen flash. Oh, he's back inside. Oh, he missed it.
Oh.
He went back into the middle.
That's
now we
funny,
moved into
man.
backside. Leviathan
The
are still making
TV
this
back
work.
into
They're
the
doubling,
salvos.
tripling down on it, and it might just work out. You're absolutely right. A 3v3, you've got the Visult that throws things into disarray for just a moment. Advantage now the way of the defense.
Spike still made it to sight, though.
Somehow.
Last player standing.
Yeah, that's the last thing standing.
Well.
Com's gonna have to 1v3 this. If he can pull it off, he's gonna get his fights are all bunched up, not giving him any room to
Oh,
breathe.
Jesus.
He's
Oh,
got
dig
four.
off.
Make that all
Oh,
three.
God.
The Red Bull clutch for Lev in map 1. He said it.
He said
He's
it.
better.
Well.
Damn, that boy was right.
Dude, look at Rossi. Rossi can't even believe it.
That's
That was just an
insanity,
insane
bro.
map out of Com. Not just
Dude, he had
that
like
last
21
round,
kills?
the entire way
21 to
through.
7?
This guy's been unreal.
The Ascent GOAT? He's back.
One bullet,
He's
last
so
bullet.
back. On the last bullet, too. Clean.
What a map I
Dude, this was really rough to watch from Furia's
Heartbreaking that that's
POV.
Furia's map pick.
That was their map
Yeah,
pick?
Com closed it out with 3-1 KD,
God.
21-7, over 300 ACS, monster.
Yeah, and I don't know that it gets much better map 2, given that it's Leviathan's map pick, and again, neither team has had a ton of map
it's
wins
worse than
this
I
year,
thought.
but with how clean Lev look and how prepared they looked on Ascent, it's hard to think they're not going to be equally, or if not more prepared on their map pick.
Yeah, and the thing about Pearl is it operates a little bit like Ascent. I think
Yeah, it does.
it's a bit of an aimer map. You get some range fights, and you don't get bogged down by so much utility. So I think Lev are looking great here.
We'll see if that is the case. Pearl on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Why is it always Furia? Yeah, this was a really rough one, man. Okay, be back in a little bit. Chat, we've got Paul coming up. Okay, back in a little bit, chat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Super easy, yo estoy super easy, pa' ti no estoy busy, bebé como tú y sí. Super easy, yo estoy super easy, esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale. Zumba, zumba, vamos a portarnos mal. Que esta noche te da para darnos. Sé que tú quieres jugar. Tócame, tú tienes la llave para descubrirme y a ver qué te sale.
Pra cima dele, o Rafão vai na caça. Bora, Rafão! Pela no capita. Rafão!
la primera de Leviatán. Here with Ito Pata from Leviathan, a dominant map from Leviathan. You came in here, you were celebrating, a map win, we did it. I want to talk to you about the new comp we see on Ascent. Talk to me, what was the reasoning for it? Was it scrims? Was it a team discussion? Talk to me.
Well, it's mostly how the meta on this map evolved. So before you had the Jet KO comp, right? Which kind of lost out to the double Sentinel comp. But this new comp, it feels like the Jet KO comp on steroids. So it just has a lot more versatility. You can deal with the double Sentinel as well a lot better. So that's why we decided to give it a try.
Give it a try and you win. Best of luck on map 2.
Welcome back, folks, to the lounge after this first map of the series in which Leviathan display a brand of dominance that we've been kind of looking for, and some of the individuals on this team really able to stand up, especially a couple of former world champions coming to the fore, guys. Great to see Demon 1 and Com link up here and make some moments happen over the course of the series.
Yeah, there was so much criticism on Demon 1 on that Omen, especially after week 1, right?
Yeah.
And week 2, he was looking way better. Week 3, he came ready to play. I mean, he was at the top of the scoreboard for quite some time alongside Com, who, I mean, you know when Com is feeling it, they're going to win the game.
Com top fragged the whole game,
right?
by the way.
Yeah.
Whole game.
And Demon 1 was just behind. So what I also liked about this is that they were both controlling their own areas. Com was playing towards this B site, doing whatever he needed to do with the Salos, getting kills out of it, defending the site very, very well. While Demon 1, I mean, it's a boring job from time to time as an Omen. You got a one-way smoke, but you got to delay as much as you could when the hits are coming towards B. But he's done his job. Yeah, and when he needed to push and get those picks towards A main, he still did.
I mean, Furia seemed low, Dre, slow rather, as it was, and it just got worse here with a lot of this util being put in their face. It's so hard for them to get past D1 that, we have them running out of time in quite a few of those early attack rounds.
Oh my goodness. I mean, look at these stats on the screen right now. 32% headshot, 42 for Demon 1, of course, but I mean, it was just domination from start to finish.
And what you were just mentioning before about Furia, like I said, they were basically a team that wants to prep for map 1 and try to ante as much as possible. Look at them play against C9 last week for Leviathan. They got smashed. There's a reason why they picked Ascent, but I don't think they were prepared to play this new composition from Leviathan. I think they prepared for what they came up last week against, and it was such a stick in the wheel in terms of how they could get things rolling here for Furia's side.
And maybe that's why they stuck to the Sova, because I think G2 have created this meta on Ascent with the KO Teho, and I mean, we even saw Leviathan just copying them, so it's like,
make it work.
So yeah, I think you're right. I think they expected the double Senti again. Maybe they thought that Leviathan were gonna it was a throwaway game. We just didn't play how we were supposed to. But
why is this the Jet KO comp on steroids, as Ito Pata put it? Like, what is it about that takes that kind of comp style to another level?
Go ahead.
So you have Teo and you have KO. And these characters allow you to play Waylay in a way that just honestly makes even King look good on it. You know what I mean? I'm not, no.
Oh my,
no BM.
Sorry, King, I'm not associated to this King Jr. guy.
No BM. The main point is that Waylay, when you play a Waylay, you need the supporting cast around the character. I mean, we've talked a lot about it. The Jet has smokes for herself or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Teo, Waylay doesn't have much to work with. So you kind of have to create a composition around it, right? This is why it's so viable on Ascent now. So all this exec heavy utility makes it so easy for you to get the entries.
Yeah. The biggest example you can look at that is the util of the smoke towards that cruncher during towards B main. Look at how they use that and then her own stun going into the tiles to get those hits.
Okay, so obviously great start here on this map of Ascent. We're obviously pretty curious to hear what Coach Peu had to say ahead of map 2 and how he's going to get Furia back in this game.
Here's the coach of Furia. A very simple question. What is the plan for Pearl so we can bring this to a map 3?
A Pearl, a gente tá com uma mudança de composição agora, estamos com uma composição um pouco mais atualizada e a gente está tentando fazer coisas diferentes do que a última Pearl da última semana. E é isso, a gente precisa acertar nosso plano de jogo e tentar executar melhor as situações que a gente treinou para o Ralph sair melhor.
Yeah, we have a different composition for Pearl from last week, and that's it. I mean, a new composition. We just need to get our game playing straight to try to get to the third map.
All right, best of luck on map 2.
Okay, here we go. So we've added a couple. Yeah, I think Doug said fragging twice in that game.
Hey, what is
That's
this?
not the worst here.
And then you said top fragging as well.
Yeah, do I count?
Yes, you count.
Yeah, I think it's all of
Why
us.
you
Yes,
not
everybody.
allowed
I'm
to
not
say
doing the
fragging?
push-up, so I don't give a...
He is. All three of us. Come on.
I'm just going to start
Why
sabotaging
is it
him
just
throwing.
me?
Bro, the deal is the deal, bro. You can't go changing the deal now, bro.
I mean, yeah, you kind of
No
said it
deal.
first.
No.
What is it? All right, so you got something for us here. We've got a couple of rounds that you kind of want to delve into a little bit on the Furia side of things, where they were actually able to get some leverage
What do you
against
think
this
the
Leviathan
reasoning
comp
behind the
at
Estrella
points.
pickup with the
Here's my
DRX? I
copium
honestly
around
have no
Furia,
idea,
at
mate.
least, to have a chance for them on Pearl, especially
What are you standing
after
up for?
I don't know. But especially after the interview that they had with Elizabeth mentioning, hey, we have a brand new
Damn, look at this
composition coming out for
technology.
Pearl. Hopefully it's going to be a little bit with more vice, but it's also to highlight this round number 6. Let's get things off here. It's basically 2 rounds after the timeout came through, and then you're trying to play against the push and the crunch from Leviathan. And it's just to highlight here the vice wall that was used towards his B main. Right over here from Heat. This in itself, we talked about the crunch that you have coming through from the Waylay, the smoke and the refract, but because of this wall, it actually
Echo's
splits
second
up
Jules.
their opponents, where you only have a KO moving alone and the other one is stuck towards that back. So it was
What
actually
about that
really well
one?
played from the side here of Furia, just to make sure that they could isolate and split players through and eliminate him right away. This was a thrifty round for Furia that allowed for them to get these 2 picks on the side and then go for a 3 versus 2 on this B site, who then became, of course, a 1v1. That was one where Tex, unfortunately, couldn't close that through. So this is just a quick play that they had at the
It's
beginning of the
obviously I'm
round
being
for
sarcastic,
Furia,
mate. Come on.
anticipating that push. But the other one is round number 9. I know I should have had a clock, but this time it's just like, we're on the fly, you know, we're on the
Yeah,
fly.
all good, all
but
good,
this
all good,
round
all
number 5 is actually a more heads-up play coming out from Heat. So let's look at it from the perspective here now as we get into this replay. You start the round with a push coming in from B main with Demon 1. He gets picked off in the very beginning, but there's still great action coming through and good holds and delays out on the side of Leviathan. But what happens right after? Pay attention to that minimap. It's actually a vice wall being thrown on the attack side for Heat. And they anticipated that there was going to be a drone coming in from Calm with the salvos, and then the whole ult coming out from King over towards that B main.
This
So
whole
that
round is a
isolates Calm
disaster
right
from
into the
Lev,
front. They
start to
hunt this
finish.
Fury, they take him down, and now it's a
No
5
matter what
versus
went
2
on.
to overtake this B site. So again, now you have great planification coming in from Furia on pre-game rounds, and then great heads to play, cerebral plays from players like Heat, who's been experienced playing this game year after year. So if this continues up, and hopefully they're able to frag on top of that, this should be a better Pearl game.
I mean, despite the... fair.
What did I say? That's how you're feeling, huh?
Thank you.
That's how you're feeling, huh?
Chat,
Okay.
it's fragging, not frag.
Any iteration counts,
Tomato,
brother.
tomato, potato, potato.
Scrabble rules, I'll allow
Okay,
it.
fine.
Okay,
fine.
so a couple of these rounds.
What the hell just happened?
Bro, that's crazy. That was an ender, bro. Bro, that is not stable. Doug almost knocked that over.
Are we playing Valorant or are we playing baseball? That was a fastball behind my head.
Are you okay?
I'm
Are
good.
you okay?
I have a thick head.
Okay, so not quite a water bottle at least. Let's have a look ahead in this series, because a couple rounds there, at least of Furia, they're able to exploit these aggressive defense side pops from Leviathan, but overall, like, the map is still pretty lackluster. Now we're moving on to Pearl, and I think it was Sean saying he felt like the map was kind of similar in a lot of ways. For me, the Taeho util being used on Ascent B main is kind of like what we see on A main here on Pearl. Anything that you can take away from what we like from Furia that you want to see them apply on Leviathan's map pick.
Get it.
You
like
have
for
to
Lev.
close out more rounds on the attacking side. They kind of got a little bit of momentum on that Ascent attack, and for a second, I know like some
The
of the players on
production change
Leviathan
up,
were like,
considering
hold on,
this is
these
like
guys
a
actually stringing some
backup
rounds
thing,
together.
it's
And
pretty
it wasn't through
good.
individual mechanics, like you said, it was
I
playing
almost
as a
prefer
team.
the stage.
So
Obviously,
we
you
need to
don't
see
have
more
a
team play
crowd,
from
but
Furia,
I do think
more,
like a
more comprehensive, you know, game
it might
plans
be,
going
especially if
into
it's like a
the
close
attacking side.
game.
But it's the defense
Like standing
that
up,
lacks the most
standing
for
up
this
and
Furia
giving it
roster.
is
It's almost like
kinda
I'm watching
nice.
like an EG, like the Brazilian.
Do we need to check in with
version
Havoc
of
again,
EG.
guys? Like, what's the wellness check looking like on our Furia duelist?
I don't even
Chill
think it
vibes.
should be focused
Yeah,
mainly on Havoc.
it is pretty
he
chill.
is supposed to be a main, you know.
I do think when obviously when
a
you
mainstay.
A main
like I would say that
Tip
it'd
of the
be
spear?
okay to
Yeah.
do
He's
like
supposed to be the tip of the spear for this
for like
for this
the
Furia
stages
roster.
and then
He was
change it for
struggling a
playoffs,
lot,
but
man. I mean,
I think
there's
when
that
you're
round in
making so many
market where he,
people
like,
move
pops out of the smoke comments
where
and
they're
chill out, he
living,
whips like a whole clip.
you
Or
gotta
the A
you
side
gotta
when
have
he's
a
out in the
crowd
open
there.
and there's two players right here, and you just thought it was a little bit difficult for him to get those
Yeah.
vandal shots to try to control the spray. But it's not just on him, right? It's we mentioned it before in the pregame. If he's going to drop first,
Do you think
he
some of the
needs the rest
steps
of
the
the team,
Paperex are
some
taking
star
to get
power
ready
coming
for
out of that.
stage
You
2?
need Heat probably to step
Yeah, I
up to
still
the plate as
think
well to help out because he's played dual
they
roles,
are
so you need
improving.
goals. It is still a
They just
fragging,
need like 2 months,
yeah.
man. That's the
It is
issue. They
still
just
a
need some time.
high-firing power
I still
team
kind of
around
think
this
from what I'm
roster for
seeing,
Furia.
they might.
Ritual push-ups, not mine, baby. Okay,
They
Furia,
might,
can they get back on the board? Excuse me, or can
They might
this
make,
couple of
like,
world
playoffs,
champions in
but
the
fourth,
engine room for
and then
Leviathan propel
instantly
them
lose
to an
their first
important
game,
series
but-
victory? We'll find out in a moment. Pearl's coming up after the short break.
I was about to mute it. Yeah. Top 4 EMEA, is that what I said? I'm in top 4 playoffs. Dude, I keep messing up my words these days. This is what happens when you get older. Warned me about it. Can GE make playoffs? It's looking kind of unlikely. We'll see. We'll see what this game looks like tomorrow. How's the match looking so far? It's a little bit rough at the moment. I wouldn't recommend going to rewatch it. They've had some good stuff, but most of it was G2s. To be fair. FNS 30 against Verno. Wait, it's MIBR NRG next week, right? Oh my god, that's gonna be sick. I think I'd be more hyped for it if NRG put up more of a fight against G2.
Well, boys, in the midst of that really provocative and insightful last map, we got into some serious conversations around different condiments and baths and things like that. And so it only felt appropriate to...
Dude, what are you doing with that?
Challenge you guys with a bottle of mayo. And, you know, I think I'm just going to let it organically happen.
What do you mean challenge?
What?
They'll figure it out. We have the second map up for grabs. Pearl, there was a lot of conversation around potentially changing the comps and kind of what that looks like. Are you guys expecting something different here?
I mean, both of these teams are running, the G2 comp. So I think they're literally probably mimicking a little bit of what they're doing. G2 has so much success on this map. And yeah, I trust the solo Yoru. I think the solo Yoru is a really good play here.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoru is just so effective in terms of dealing with Vise. The ultimate is incredibly powerful. The quick rotates. I don't know. To me, Sean, is Yoru as busted as Teho?
I mean, Yoru's pretty busted.
But Teho busted?
Not Teho busted.
He's not Teho
definitely
busted,
not Teho
but
busted, but he's
strong.
definitely one of the stronger duelists. His kit is ridiculous, even with the price of the clone increasing.
Yeah, you see the
I
same
still
comp.
think this
Dude,
is the
people
go-to
are
comp
leaning
right now.
into the...
It is going to be a
It's
bit
so
of a
funny. You can
mirror
see when
comp,
like
a couple
someone
changes on
when
both
someone
sides.
does
We
something in
talked about maybe
practice
hopefully seeing a chamber, not gonna
and
be the
like you get
case.
wrecked by it,
think
and
for
maybe
Furia
people don't
here,
have the best power, you get to see everyone
there
flooding
are a couple
towards
things
the
we're gonna have
comp.
to solve on the fly.
Get to see
if they want to
the
extend this to a map 3.
Teva Salvo combos, seen some good stuff with the Astra Suck.
I'm going to be paying attention to, you know, Sean,
Seen
you were
some lovely
comparing
stuff
some of the
from
similarities between Pearl and
Foot
Ascent, but like the thing that really stuck out in my mind on Ascent was
Sentinels with this
how
comp.
often Rafa was just like solo lurking into mid on their attacking side. And I'm wondering if that's going to be a similar vibe with him coming in here on Pearl.
Yeah, that was one of the things I really didn't like as well. I mean, it's one thing to lurk as the IGL. You can get a lot of info, you can hear the rotations, but doing it on specific roles,
your result
like
and
the
team play is
Teo,
crazy strong.
Which, you know, you want to be closer to teammates for the drone unless you're kind of droning out the opposite side of a hit. Think like, I mean, he could drone through street technically as the team's hitting B or some vice versa. I just don't like it though because the salvos give away location, as does the drone.
Yeah, we even saw that the one round he was in mid trying to sell an A fake, but people saw where the missiles are coming from.
Yeah,
so
the Furia can get off to a good start because otherwise I'm pretty worried for them.
Looks like on this
It's a really rough showing on their map pick.
Entirely towards this A side of the map.
Got LEV on defense, we've got Furia in attack.
Players over here super quickly to contest if Furia try to push on through.
Didn't C9 have a good pole? C9 has a great pole.
You feeling confident
It
about
probably won't
Furia's
work
chances?
as well second time round.
Speaking hypothetically.
What is this?
I'm just curious.
They had a really nice
I'll
pole,
take the
to
bet
be
on
honest.
Furia. What do you get?
You'll take the bet on Furia?
Sean, you're a good man. Way to put the show ahead of everything else. The pistol erupting towards A. The spike has not fully made it out of A main. Some of the defenses here are keeping the line. There's no way for them to flood through. And now Rafa's locked in a 1v3.
Yeah, the fade I just absolutely wrecked them.
He gets
Okay,
his
nicely
one.
done from Com with the trade of 5 HP as well. The G2 was good here as well.
Sean can't take it back, and
No.
you've already
Yeah, they
agreed
just kinda
to it.
forced
So now
it.
Doug can set whatever rules he wants, and you've already agreed.
Yeah.
Production,
so
delete the VOD.
I think
It's already out there.
I think that
yes,
if Furia wins, Christy. Yeah, you're looking at the Mayo. You know exactly where I'm going.
Well, I don't know if it's going on my head or...
Oh, no, because then makeup and then production gets mad and hair and all that stuff. That's a little too messy. You have to drink the mayonnaise.
Drink
it?
Wait, are you drinking or are you eating it?
And if, you know, that's
philosophical.
Yeah, that's a
It
fair
says
question,
drink
right?
the mayonnaise.
Socrates was busy with that one back in the day.
If you drink mayonnaise in the woods, does anyone hear it? That's how the saying goes.
Something like that.
I think someone hears you throwing up, that's for sure.
Is this do we agree to this? Is this
how much?
What do you mean? How much are they doing?
And then if Lev wins, then Sean, you're the Mayo drinker.
Yeah, if Lev wins, you have to drink mayo. That's so unfair.
Wait.
Are you willing? Do you believe in Furia that much?
Did you just like tails I win, heads you lose me? I'm actually confused.
Here's the thing. I would not wish it on my worst enemy to drink mayo. That is appalling.
It is horrible.
What I think you have to do like a mayo face wash.
That's almost worse.
Do you
Surely
hate me?
that's worse. Right?
I think it's funnier.
It's for the content. It's for the content. Well, folks, you heard it here first. If Furia win, Ender's drinking mayonnaise.
I'm not drinking
If Lev win, Sean
Dude, why does he
drinking
keep saying
mayonnaise.
drinking?
We're gonna make sure
Dude,
we
he
get
can't
that
drink it.
on broadcast. Lev up 2-0. Sean, not looking great here.
Let's rein it in
Too
for
thick to
this
drink,
one.
no?
It is Leviathan with a pretty solid buy.
Wait, how much does he have to drink as well? Isn't mayo
Yeah,
like
Sean, that must be
pretty?
tough, huh?
Isn't mayo like crazy high in
Furia
calories?
to win this game is questionable.
You water it down? Oh, that
I love
sounds
how we actually
grim,
have no
bro.
horse in the race, but now you've just made me and Sean both biased.
I've got such a horse right. Yes! Nice opener, Havoc.
Dude, I can taste the mayo in the back of my throat already.
What?
Oh, man. I love my job. Heavy towards A. The spike making its way out.
Ooh, that's an aggro
Ooh,
fight.
nice
Yes,
shot
I
from
want to
Tex
do
though.
it.
What the
Let's
hell
go,
was
Lev.
that?
Yes, it is. That flash. Very effective.
It's too free.
Dude, Sean is.
Khalil and Heat have a shot to get this thing back, though. The spike was planted.
Sean's got a rough
That's
end of the
big
deal
kill
here,
on the
man.
Demon 1. Gravity
Gravel.
well, yeah, pulling him off just a little bit. A minor pause and around the flash through the
Ooh.
smoke. Snappy out from Heat.
Great kill. His blind is going to come back online now. 1v1 for Heat.
Time.
Spike has been taking for a little bit. Comet, so much to do here.
Whoa, he's
I can't believe he
confident.
faced him. He gets the kill anyway.
Lev should be happy with
and
the
the round
damage.
goes the way of Furia. Okay.
Easy, easy.
Exactly as the round was supposed to go. It was a bonus for Leviathan. They're in a fine position. Actually, think about the damage they just did. 4 guns out of the hands of Furia. I feel like you're really caught up on this round, Sean, but really it's about the next 3 rounds.
Yes. He's just a player, by the way, this year. I've seen a lot of message about Heat on the forums. You know, they're not liking
Everything
the
is
Senti
drinkable.
role. I actually think this is a good change for
Everything
Heat
is
long
drinkable
term.
if
and
you're
it's just
about it.
the
What the
learning curve
hell?
is a little bit steep right now for him. Last year we
That
saw him on
can't be right.
Initiator, just owning, right? Everyone wants to see him on that again. But in this role, I feel like, man, these star players with crazy mechanics, they can take over games.
I feel like agents like Vi sort of suit that too. Giving you
Oh my
goodness.
goodness. Nice fade eye behind on this one in reaction through the window.
Back to the line, calling in reinforcements with Rossi on the
Oh
swing.
my.
So, I mean,
Oh,
this
this
is
is
beautiful.
okay.
Wow. What a round
That
from
looked
Lev.
nice though. That looked real nice. Big punish. That's
Rossi was really animated there.
that Outlaw
That was
shot is
filthy.
wild.
And the fill-in behind him,
Now they
I
got
mean,
eco.
obviously King getting that no-scope is a lot of fun to watch, and that's what's going to be on Reddit. But the fill-in from Demon 1 was perfect. Look at that.
I can't believe King stuck around and went for the 2 shots before Gate crashing out.
Yep, same.
Giga Chad. Actually crazy play from King.
He's gone for the Outlaw too against 5 light armors. Doesn't matter. He hits
Yeah,
a
this
headshot
might get
anyway.
really rough, Jam. Not gonna lie to you.
Just shares for Furia. Gravity well, and the salvo's on top to make sure no one's pushing towards A main early on. Nothing found.
Okay, but he gets the orb like he wants to use the orb.
Doesn't find anything
Surely
on the
they
initial
don't
hit.
ult into the eco. Oh god, they're ulting into the
Walk up
eco.
here. Second Prowler spots it as Furia used the ultimate on the
Pushes
eco.
him forward.
No, no,
Ah,
no,
God,
no,
it's
no,
a
no,
nightmare.
no.
Wow, what a step forward right there. That was sick.
Yeah.
Where was the flash though? They were missing one piece
No,
of
I mean,
util.
they,
forced
Sean,
the
come
fight
on.
forward.
This was awful.
But it's like they weren't expecting it.
Sorry, are you talking about Furia?
Yeah.
Only missing one piece of util. We're also missing 5 guns. I mean,
I mean,
feel like
the tail, the annihilation and dugout to push the fight forward. Honestly,
Sure.
they were cooking with how they filtered the fight.
2021 Sen, no, honestly, I watched this round and I was thinking, man,
Sure.
2021 Sen might have
Device
this.
flash, a Yorn flash, anything.
Good
They
news for
actually
Furia
might
this
have
round.
him.
They've got the Yor ult looking for another A exec.
What meta are they
He's not
playing?
gonna try
They're
and
playing
get up into
2021
A main,
meta or 2025?
Usually have a good
I might need
pop
to hear the
this
rules
pretty early
because
and
I think it
flush
would be
that
close
away.
from what I'm
Decides
seeing.
not to, using the TP out as a matter of fact.
Who's next?
Okay, dimensional drift now clearing art. It's looking like an A split.
Yeah, they have a lot of A main presence here.
They're playing 2021
At least that's
meta.
info
So you
on
get,
art.
you get
Oh,
Jet with
I'm really surprised.
3
he took
smoke
that.
Jet, double
No
up draft,
flash, only
insta
using
dash
half the
on
duration, So it
10s.
doesn't even scout the site. This round is miserable for Furia. I don't think
How long were the smokes? 8
8
seconds?
Unless they just start hard facing and
Oof.
winning fights.
That is the only
maybe.
way they've really found success, and they've gotten a couple.
It's a very good Vice ult.
Demon 1 feeling a lot of the pressure, being triple faced.
Player standing.
Palm arriving right on time. Now Texas left in 1v2.
You are divided.
You're up
Sweep.
against a Vice ult.
The Cosmic Divide will set them apart.
You have 4,950.
He has
and
no
you
idea
don't
what's happening
buy
on
a
the other side.
secondary
Here's one drop
gun.
in dugout. His timing might work out. If he swings this. Patience, though. Not
He
fully,
tried the knife.
Yeah, not fully committing onto it. And now as the wall goes down, you see the rotations from the members of Furia.
He could win this. He
They
could
try to
easily win
reposition.
this.
He's gotten it down to a 1v1, hasn't he? Heat is weak. Tex, worse for wear. Spike ticking away.
Oh, what a
Close,
shot
though.
from Heat.
That was three. What?
It's
Three
just
on the
another
round for
round
him?
that they
That's a
win
big
though with one
round.
person surviving. Might get reset
Honestly,
again.
just so impressive they got into the site, because once you
Yeah, me
lose
too.
the Yoru, no flashes to actually bust out if you're, oh, it's a spam kill that started it.
This game has
Deflating
more
off
red
the
cards than every
upshot.
single game combined this season.
A couple of good shots
It's
scaling, trading at your teammates.
it really is up
Shovel's a
there. You're
clean
not
shot
wong.
Out from Heat.
Yeah, I like how he's stepping
Platch
up
out,
and
yeah,
just
Platch out's tomorrow.
challenging in these one-on-ones. He's
Hopefully we don't
not
have to talk
playing the
about this
spike,
game.
He's not playing time. He's very confident in the one-on-ones.
Betrayed them.
4 ults online for Lev. The buy is here. Econ still pretty strong for Lev.
Tex isn't too far off of his ult either.
Okay, let's
very
try
important if you're stringing this
to stay
together. If you look, their
positive.
econ
We got
will be
insta drone.
shattered if
We
they
got
lose this.
sorry, insta prowler, insta drone. They clear over towards all A. A lot of B pressure. Question marks created. Heavy rotate. With the question mark, Furia decide to go back and push over towards A, knowing that they can't clear this for a little bit.
The problem is Kings pushed up in B main with the op.
And they felt safe rotating back
Yeah,
towards B
honestly,
off of
the-
some of that noise because
I'm not
they
that
had
mad
A
at
main
Furia.
control.
Like this is a
He
positive
doesn't
that's
have a
rarely
TP to
used.
get out, but
Like,
Yeah, the
if
guy's
this
not
was against
missing much.
C9, maybe I'd be mad
Not
after
needed.
the demo, but I like this round from Lev.
And that Teo drone typically would be clearing out this A main. So now the Fade has to stay, use Prowlers. Here they are. And I don't know if these Prowlers going to
Nice
force
shot.
King off, but Heat again.
Oh, that is a
That
rough
should have been
one.
a kill right there.
Yeah, that's a
You're
big miss,
absolutely
dude.
right.
He dodged all the Fade util, but couldn't hit the shot.
Keeping an eye on Heat. Looks like he's going for a play.
A little speed up
No?
on A off the ult.
What?
Wait,
And
what?
he paid the price.
Traded
Heat
back
again.
though. 8 and 4 for
Wait,
him.
how does Heat win that?
3v3 on the round. His Havoc skills up. Gets 2. Almost gets the last. Again, Tex in a 1vx. And again, these post plants are so much harder. It's not just the 1v2. It's the spike ticking away. You
Shot.
have to solve for that as well. But Heat.
Visor becomes super
Yeah, end up a
tempting.
little bit
Oh
too
boy,
far.
well, Visor was used on this one.
Up too
And I
far
can't
there.
really blame him
I'm
that
telling you,
he
they're
thinks that he's going to be
challenging
playing
they're challenging hard in these
Suck.
late rounds.
How annoyed are you if you're Tex, by the way? Because you keep winning the fight, and then you're
Yeah.
expecting like, oh, the other guy's gonna try and play time, right?
Right.
Yeah,
just
he's
getting
going to play
hard
Astra
swamped.
Suck.
I mean, that's a high percentage play, right? Is to play time. They're just playing it at a different pace. They're playing it at a different speed.
What a shot. Tex completely unaware of someone taking that fight. Like, I mean, yeah, it's catching them off, and you can see the frustration coming out.
Am I going to be in plat chat for all
Now that
segments?
money
Actually, I
finally
don't think I'm
broke
on
left.
America's,
Still
so
on to 4 ultimates from that last round.
that actually works out pretty well.
Tex the only one that popped his.
Unfortunate for him, too. He didn't even finish the voice line.
We're up in trouble.
Good night. Is he ever?
His
He's been
shots.
falling a lot in these
Instant
last couple
reaction
rounds
after
early.
a push over towards middle is...
And with Heat going down too, you have to wonder where are the kills going to come from now. Lurks activate on both sides.
Yeah, it's like a desperation station for Furia.
Pretty
Just
good
start
timing
walking
there.
places,
They
see if
spot
you
him
can find
anyway.
anything.
They spot
I don't think of that drone
one
spotted
over
Price.
towards A, and they think that that's
He
the
goes up to
reaction,
spot
so they
anyways,
just
the
group as
Prowler
5.
around the
But
orb.
again, they don't really have the guns, so they can
Trying
definitely
to
do
open
it.
things up
Ults
with this Astra
become...
on the B side.
I mean,
He's
I
making
say,
as much
I was going to
presence
say
as
tempting,
possible.
but
I
you,
like how
you
Leva
use
played it
ults
too,
into
though.
this.
Like they've given up B side almost entirely, playing heavy numbers back in their spawn, just going to react off of audio of the spike going down eventually, and
So what
play to
now?
trade each other out if the lurk does eventually make it to their spawn.
Which has to be their win con right now because, yes, they're up in numbers, but they don't have the guns.
Flash just got the ping on B, and
Yeah.
the player lurked.
Lever very
Okay, so
confused
they
on
know
that.
there's a
Only
luck,
two
and they
could
know there's 2
possibly
over
on A.
towards
That
side.
flash
You're
connected on
ult,
the
and
B
they can
player, so they're gonna speed
fast
up.
overwhelm the 2.
One.
Still haven't spotted the other guy.
Yeah, he's going to get out.
Teo ult, well,
drew
that
that
gets
ult out
absolutely
too.
nothing.
2 ults gone, now
Astra.
3 ults gone for Lep.
Oh, dude, imagine
so
they lose this
far.
round.
Not a bad
Astra
setup for
Suck's on the
Furia at all.
spike. There's no one here to hear it if
That
they
wall
tap
is gonna
though.
pose serious
Astra Suck
problems.
goes early. Nice shot.
Guys is just going to push his way forward. The timing on this for Khalil is going to be key, too. His Demon Run has already gotten it to half. He's going to stick the whole way. There's nothing to stop him on the other side. He sticks it.
God, that could have been.
Oh dear.
That could have been
Mayo in the wound.
incredibly bad for Lev.
Dude, that's got a sting.
They do win the round. They
Mayo
use
in the
4
wound
ults,
does
right?
sting, actually.
All 4 of them.
Oh no. I do love like Leviathan. I mean, they find these 2 openers, some tough shots not quite connecting, but then putting every ult they had into securing this, holding right flush against the wall. So I think, not Rossi, was that Roth on the other side, was trying to swing through the wall, but he's running his shoulder into the guy, so he can't actually get the guy off the plant.
Yeah, they kind of just took a gamble that he stopped
Lev
defusing.
needed that though. Using
Yeah, they did.
Oh yeah, I mean they
quad
used
ults
so
that
many
round.
ults.
If they-
I feel like
that would've
Furia.
blocked, Holy, we would be
Like they
singing a different tune.
might be
I wanna see
alright with
Furia
how
be
it
in
went.
full control
Obviously
of
they
the
didn't
game.
get the win.
Yeah,
and they
could
kind
you
of got
imagine? They
ecos,
flopped
but
that
they
round. They
didn't,
invested all those ults. The money's
didn't
not
lose
great.
anyone.
Yeah.
They got
I mean, they're
4
fully
ults for 1
behind,
round.
and all of a sudden we're
Like
talking
if they
about
can
Furia
actually
likely
win
winning
this
the half.
round, they're in a pretty good
and
spot.
I think this is a good spot for Furia, actually. They
Yeah, I
could,
agree.
I love the timeout right here. This is
Yeah.
a super important round. The ults are very low for Lev, and the econ isn't quite there yet. This is a moment for Furia in this game to take control.
Yeah, options for Furia. Hit a site with the Your ult. In a post plant, if they're farming orbs, they're going to have either a Vise or an Astra coming in as well. See how they gear up for it. They played a lot of these rounds opening pretty strong into A main. Last time was the first time they really tempted into the mid space, and they got completely punished. So I could see a world where they go back towards A, maybe use the Your ult again to clear into mid to make sure there's no aggro piece coming their way.
Minor gripe of mine, by the way, that your ult
Hit me.
started from top mid on that last time. It got no street control. I think
was
this
rough.
time I think we're gonna get a reverse clear of mid. He's gonna go through street with the your ult back around to art.
Yeah, hopefully he sets up his TP for a mid ult TP as well. Last time he didn't quite
Oh,
do
we
that.
just
He said
faced
he's
without
actually
the ult,
taking
Sean.
open fight.
How do you feel about
He's
this?
gonna kill everyone.
And he's A main. He's already used both of his teleports, all of his utility.
A TP back, too. But he's gone scouting.
Well, that's one guy. That's the Vice util.
That's not a ton of info found. He clears one of the Vice.
He's in the same place as last time.
Yeah.
Except
And
this time waiting for his teammates.
I don't know that he gained a ton
I
more.
mean, they get out towards side though.
They've got the utility to
Oh
double
my
down
goodness.
on this.
There's no
attacks
util, guys. What are you all
backside.
doing?
Almost single-handedly stuffing this push. 3 on the round for the Sentinel. Make that 4. And now the ace on the cards. It's so far away. It's still back in main.
I just don't see the vision trying to find a back sight there with
Sean, you gotta
flashes.
flame him
I
here.
don't either,
Come
but
on.
you let the dog off the leash
Don't let me do
here,
it.
surely. Yeah, you see Rossi baiting for him. 6 bullets left, looking for the last. Position now found on the swing. Heat's there, 3 for him.
Oh, this may be a bit
Wait.
silly. 1 on 2.
Maybe a little too silly. He can
Oh my
isolate these into
goodness,
ones.
dude.
But Demon 1 stops him. Lev gets to 6. Whew.
Oh, man. I actually think that, you know, the fight back site was probably initiated by the Teo drone tagging
Yeah,
tags.
I think so, because there was a dog back there, too. There was a
Yeah.
fade dog.
Yeah.
But
It's
Tom's
like
haunt right here.
space-
Dude,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
haunt is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe,
The
okay.
haunt's crazy. I
If Sean's
just-
doing his best me
I don't know,
impression.
maybe it's the timing of the swing is coming back as well.
He's not there.
It doesn't make sense from Furia though to use all the util from the Yoru here without using ult and then going in and then like that's your that's your main flash for taking back a site as well. And then with the Yoru ult, you're just only tunnel visioning on one. And we don't have anything to combo it other than taking a bit of space. And then we got literally no util to pop into the crossfire. Like he forced them back into the crossfire.
Turn around.
And then you got nothing for it.
Poor Rossi. Yeah, poor guy, bro.
Just sold out.
I'm gonna go back to that other language. No.
All good news. He's dead. It's so easy to IGL when you're dead. You know, you don't have to focus on.
And so what? Off of this, they speed up towards B. Is the B orb still up?
I'm gonna
No. But Heat has his ult, and he's been insane.
Look,
for
your
them
ult's
so
been a
far.
bit of a problem.
Well, I
He
mean,
doesn't
Furia gonna try this
actually
2-2-B
scout for info. He
split,
just
but
sees one
get
guy in
King's
tunnel
angle,
visions on them.
hack
That
it
is.
center.
I think you're right. I think I
Don't love their
remember him doing
odds.
this in the past
Yeah,
as well
or
for
the
other
Vice
games.
on the run out.
King's got to hold the line here, waiting for the second. And he's right.
Fakes the clone to run down street. Does Rafa bite?
He's been so aggro in his swings. He's been so aggro in his fights, and he's just going to waltz into his death if he pushes through double doors.
Rafa's a little hungry. He wants it.
No.
No! He's so aware.
Patience pays
1-2.
off.
Annihilation online.
Finally,
Oh,
he's getting it
guys.
up. It's going to have to be that.
He's got a lot of delay here. They got to tap
Wait, but
early.
he gets
Does
pushed
Tex
now.
walk
He's not gonna
push?
get a shot at it.
We run
Tex knows where
pushes?
he's coming from. He's going to try to hunt him down.
Ah,
He gets
guys,
the kill.
go
He
on.
gets the wall.
Let's be on the same
The
page
kill
here,
on
I
to
beg.
Tex, and then the missiles onto Demon 1. The Red Bull clutch for Furia.
Dude, Rafa,
It's
I mean,
such
he
a-
needed that.
It's such a rough
Been having
game,
a tough
man.
game, but to get the 2 kills there, get the clutch, even with his position revealed, right? Like, he throws the missiles from over in the corner and still wins the 1v1.
Oh, the greed for the half.
It's because there's still the Armageddon, and he thinks he probably thinks he has time to get out. I don't know.
Wow.
Brother, he is going through it.
Yeah. Which stage do you think he's in?
Grief.
Yeah.
The Lev coach, man. He is
That might be you here. in a little bit,
really
Andrew. I
going
wouldn't-
through it. And I can't blame him.
I wouldn't go too
They're
far
up
into
by
that.
2. It's fine.
I hate this jinx you just laid out. I don't like that at all.
No,
actually.
no,
Spada doesn't deserve this.
Trust.
Keep it coming.
As a Harbinger
You
of
know-
Chaos, I cannot curse.
You know, the thing is, I know for a fact King doesn't kill 3 with his Guardian this round.
You think we?
I know for a fact.
Do you think we'd lose this?
That's insane.
Leave, I
just
think you
can't
might.
do it.
I think you
That's
might
insane
full
work.
be
He
He
5.
doesn't have it in him.
Both teams, from what I'm seeing.
No.
I mean, calm Sheriff.
There's no way the Shroom gets any scans.
I don't know who has
Wow,
to
you're
sit on
so
the bench
smart,
though.
Sean. This guy's just a knower.
There's a lot of mid presence here from Furia. That's B is really soft here.
Yeah. The thing is, Furia would always clear Calm out along.
Always.
There's no way this guy goes uncleared.
7-7-7 on Calm. He's so lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, they won't clear it.
Oh, no. Yes. They invest in the ult back
2021 Liquid beat these teams.
Invest in the ult back site. They're going to push out ahead of the smoke.
Champs
Calm's gonna get
version.
this, isn't he? They do
Champs
clear
version
him
would be
out.
close against Furia. We played,
Havoc
or
snuffs
like
out
we
the
played.
trap.
Well, our Valorant was pretty
Furia
bad back
in a
then.
really nice spot here to get to 5. I spoke too soon, didn't I? Yeah, I might have.
Wait.
Heat's weak. A 3v2.
Biased? I mean, we did
flash
beat
on the other side of the
Sentinels
smoke, 6 HP.
before you do that one.
What a play from Tex. He just ran and killed Planner.
Keeping things competitive. Couple of missiles will buy a little bit of time. The spike tapped, but not being stuck yet. Delay, delay, delay on the swing. King not connecting. Rossi's gonna have to figure it out on his own. He's getting it down to 1v1. He's gonna get them both. Rossi with 4 in the
Big round
defuse
from
for
Rossi.
Lev.
So I was right, it wasn't King's Guardian.
Yeah, you were
getting
right.
3. It was Rossi with a Vandal getting 4.
Wow.
He was playing a game of escalation there. Started with the Stinger, upgraded to a Guardian, then a Vandal.
I've been slowly increasing the chances of 2021
They
Sen.
left their teammate
Dude,
who planned to die in the site like that.
but I will say,
and
like,
the
Lev,
whole round just got so
Lev's
chaotic
mistakes
right
are
there
like
for Furia.
not that
See,
often.
they
Like
had
one
no
in
more
well,
stall for the
I want
plant,
to say
so
1
they
in
have
3,
to
but it's
double
kind of like 1 in 2.
God, bro.
But some of the stuff Fury is doing, it's like every round.
And so, you know, we talked so much about how they like to swing into the 1v1s and just to aggro take those fights. That's the 3rd time they're in a post plant where they should be waiting for a tap or something. They take the fight anyway.
Everyone
It
beat the
finally
Sentinels
bites
that
them.
we beat.
This is going to be a quick
I
round
don't
though
think
from
so,
Furia.
right?
That Yorl, the
Let's
3rd
win
one
Zom's
this
quick.
half. Quick to find the wall, but the team isn't really scaling behind it.
Yeah, no clone for the
Yeah,
wall
no clone
either.
to-
What did
yeah,
Zoms
that's
carry
what
on
I'm
playing
most
then?
surprised about. What's the
I thought he quit after Champs.
what's the idea here?
I'm going to be honest, I have not loved the Yorl this half.
No. No, I think that sentiment is shared.
Okay. Beidou hits them
everyone
really
except
far
Havoc
away, so
probably.
they know they can get a good plan.
This mad lad. How does
It
he get
is,
away?
no, I mean the
Meanwhile,
Fatal.
where's
He's pushing.
Look at Heat.
Oh, he has to push.
He's still across the other side of the map. They're gonna play. Is this even? It is playing.
I mean, they got a good plan.
Heat's
They actually
timing,
should
he's gonna
for
hear
sure
him.
win this
Ooh,
round.
Don't make any noise. True. Oh, he gets a kill on the King. Meanwhile, rest of the
Insta
fight
tap.
happening on B main. They've got to
No.
understand some of the pressure's coming from, but can you even
Ooh,
calm
nice shot.
that in the midst of all this chaos? He's gonna show up late with an op.
Oh
In a
god, not the
1v3.
Astro.
And walled off.
Brother.
Oh,
Mate,
that's
at least
brutal.
go for it.
It's over.
Yeah, he's just gonna stick the
Yeah.
defuse. There's nothing that they can really do here.
We can take that off in the next half, no?
That's how that works,
No,
right?
denied it, unfortunately. That is just exactly map 1 story. 8-4 first half. Leviathan, there was a moment right in the middle there. Furia strung some rounds together, but actually since Furia's timeout, Lev just kind of smoked him.
Oh. Yeah.
I love Rossi's reacts. They're so good.
And the truth, he's asked a couple of times, what are they doing? I'm thinking the same thing. Hopefully, we'll see something better on the second half. We'll be right back.
This is one of the games, yeah. It's definitely one of the games. Definitely a game of Valorant.
Red Bull
Sen
gives you
2021? No, I think I'd
wings.
take it back. Honestly, with how Fury are playing, they would beat them. Like, it's gone from 4 rounds to the maybe even a 2-0 at this point. I can't believe some of the stuff they're doing. Crazy. Like, so much stuff makes no sense. Sean, no, dude, I thought Sean was gonna like go in, but he's been pretty well behaved. If this was like if this was like a steal or something, he'd be going crazy right now. Sassy, does he like support the Brazilian teams as well? He must be going mentor. But wasn't it like this last week with Furia? Were they the ones that had the fracture that made no sense?
for half for Leviathan. There were lots of questions around the Havoc ults and a lot of value left on the table. Hope
they are, bro.
is unfortunately dwindling. Sean is sweating a little bit more than he normally
these
would
guys,
be,
the map
given the
pool is-
circumstances. Meanwhile, Ender, you're
The
feeling
map was
good.
horrendous,
Yeah, I mean,
man.
no
They're
mayonnaise
good at
in
Lotus,
forecast
though.
for you.
I remember that.
Let's
They
not
got a
go
nice
there just
Lotus.
yet. We still have to get through a pistol round for
Bro.
Leviathan, but I'm feeling comfortable.
I don't know that I could jinx
Problem
this
is it's
situation. I
just
really
an
think
easy
it's
ban, and
beyond
then you're
jinxing.
done.
It would be an
The
impressive
Jackman
one, that's for
12, thank you
sure.
for the prime. Appreciate the 17
There's
months.
no way Furia win this pistol.
They are
It's
good at
so
Lotus. Yeah,
easier.
we gotta give them their Lotus.
And what do they have? They have a frenzy for prize.
Yeah, that's a normal pistol buy.
I mean, I'm just looking through
What do they have,
kind
a
of what's
classic on heat?
available.
You mean this guy bought
Okay,
utility?
chat, let's reset.
Looking at
I'm
what's
resetting.
available. I got a couple of ghosts to share for Havoc.
Salvos are late.
Okay, they
Yeah,
force
they
them deep towards back of
But look at
sight.
the rotate
I'm
forward
gonna
here for
ignore the
Furia.
I mean,
defense util.
almost all of them are here.
It's a fast blood.
Rafa's already dead. Continuing to swing into his death. This pistol is not going the way of Furia at all. As I say that, though, they're able to get a couple of kills. Havoc left in a 1v3. The smoke goes down. The kill goes through. Lev, get another.
Man,
It's just-
Furia, again, it's the same situation, actually.
No, we
8-4
reset. We
half
reset.
into
It's so
a
good.
lost Pistol.
It's
Yeah,
chat, is it not
And
4-0
it's
with
just-
pistols?
These deficits are so hard to come back from in this game.
Yeah, that ended up turning into a
Why don't they
lost round.
like
14,
do
lost,
s- when they
anti-bonus
do
as
stuff
well,
with their
right?
util
Following.
though?
It really went off the rails when that took place. You're right.
This is like a full save from Furia, though. They spent 200 credits on some buys util.
Shazam had
Making
2021
sure they have
Sentinels and he's
heavy
here,
overgrown
man,
to the next, they
thinking,
don't
come
get
on,
outlaw
bro.
abused.
We would too know these.
They're guys on the right side.
We would absolutely smash these.
A little push towards mid from Art.
Yeah, Furia just playing like the current
Dak with the tier 1,
1-2
thank you
angle
so
and
much, bro. I
Art
appreciate
with,
that. Thank you,
Price's
thank you.
face in the wall to swing off of the contact of the aura.
My question is, how much do Lev know of what's on the other side of this? 2 spotted.
Ooh, that's a really good stealth drone.
Yeah, it is, but they spam on the other side of it and Havoc gets a kill.
Okay,
Juggle
there's a
those
chance.
out there,
There's a
yep.
chance
Get
they
'em
get the
going.
gun down. They
On
had the
the
early
when
stack.
Rossi
They
has
know
no
that they had
utility,
multiple
missiles
numbers
will
here,
come
so they
back
go
online,
for a heavy
The
rotate.
bait is
But I
very
think they need to
important in this
like
comp.
Not having
push
the
somewhere instead of
haunt
the
to clear on
gamble
backside,
stack.
for example, get the spam going down. The
But
prowlers.
they
if
did
you ever
kill the
wanna run some
fade.
kind of
Maybe
a
honestly,
split
maybe he
play
can
too.
just gamble stack.
Although luckily
They're gonna
for
gamble
Leviathan,
wrong, but actually the
they've,
idea's not bad.
Just decided to re-hit heavy through Art, and Fury have vacated the site.
They're starting to put the smoke, or the stars, excuse me, down towards A. Utility dumped, and the site should be theirs for the taking. I mean, maybe Rafa takes an aggro fight. He's never really been known to do that. That's a delay.
All he's been doing is fighting this series.
That was the joke, Ender. It was a funny.
Yeah, I mean when I lie on the internet for money.
Salvos do a bit of damage to King.
Yeah, it did some. I don't know how they frag their way through this. They don't really have the utility. They've got the cross. They have Art.
Yeah, I mean, it's
controlled by the
guns, right?
Atandu and main.
This gambled wrong, don't have guns.
Yeah, this is tough. This is really tough. I mean, either you have to have utility that's going to dissuade the flood out from Art and main, or you just take the fight to them. And I don't know that they really have either right now.
Yeah, this run's definitely over. Yeah. Rafa just looks to die to the spike here. No more orbs.
Barely, too.
Okay, let's see what Lev bring into this bonus.
Lev have been going for some pretty heavy bonus rounds. Maybe not like Vandals and stuff necessarily, but they're almost always getting like an Outlaw, a few Guardians into the mix. Now they actually are buying
Come
up
on,
on a couple
Furia.
of players.
Show me the
1,000
something.
kills on Tex.
Yo! Do you know why he's not the IGL for the team? And
Show me
and
anything.
it's Rossi?
There's no way the
You
guy
got,
has hit a career
what did they get?
milestone in
13
your
2 on this map last
Rossi
week, so they had to have
calls,
practiced
There's
map.
no way, bro.
Well,
This is your big buy round.
he doesn't like to call, he likes to text.
Oh, no, dude. There's...
Do you want a prize for that?
Brother, you might have
Okay, Prowler that clears all of the fake info. Drone to see where they're actually pushing. Spot numbers. Instant reactor fall back, but they got the crossfire.
Yo, Sean's the king of dad jokes. Don't
They
give
went
him
to
shit.
here instead of Sean.
You're a demon.
I'm one.
Okay.
It's just havoc out here.
Right, the bonus round.
I think I'm 2A main.
Wow.
He's already dead.
Look, I'm just trying to bring some levity, man. Some levity.
My vice has to do so
A
much.
little shot
dude.
of winning from here.
Doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, get Rafa. Go on. Rafa your way through that. Right.
Oi, shot though.
No.
Super.
There's no coming back.
Dude, these guys are
I mean,
gone,
Levna
man.
wanted the bonus,
They're
man.
actually gone.
It's cooked.
Ah.
I mean, this map has been a gem.
Are they?
A
They're
pearl.
they're saving at this point. Furia saving their 3 guns.
I think we broke Doug. I've never seen him like this. This guy's so serious. You'd be lucky to get him to crack a smile. Watching like penguins slide down, you know, a ski slope. No.
Leviathan will get to 11. Furia will carry 3 rifles into the next round. The bonus was a disaster.
I'm gonna go hide in the bathroom.
Yeah, I don't really want to show my face after this one. Oh, good, we've got a timeout.
Oh, okay. Right. So.
Yeah, get us back on track, Doug. Come on.
So as Furia's biggest fan, Sean.
Yes.
How do they get back into this?
Holy.
Set the scene for me.
I mean, they haven't really had a true chance at a gun round. This round, they gave that first split up on a jiggle peak. We haven't really seen what they even have to offer on this defensive half, which is honestly part of the problem we've seen is even when they look good, they overextend. Think back to the Ascent defense pistol, right?
Right.
I think they need to play way closer together. They're making way too many individual plays. Havoc on the Yorwaltz, coming out all by himself, not clearing all the angles, not cloning the walls. There's a lot
I'm
of
resetting.
these minor
Dude, I think my brain's in
details that they're
C9
missing.
MIBR.
So it's hard to
I'm already
pinpoint
on the next
one
map.
specific thing right now for Furia, if I'm being honest. They're not getting
I'm
a lot
30
of ult
minutes in the
value, and
future.
truthfully, a lot of their rounds are grinds, like really grinded out rounds where they're winning clutches. So
Got non-verbal. It's like, I don't even know
telling
what
me is
to say, to be honest.
There's no hope.
I think they need to counter-aggress after the initial A main take, after the initial B take, wherever the initial take is. If they fight it early, they're going to run into like a fade haunt in that corner combined with missiles. So they have to wait that out and then aggress. If they play back, it doesn't seem like they have the rotational reads right now to play back.
But if they go for that aggress, I want to see them fight together.
10th reset of the
It's
game.
like one guy
They just
stepping
called a
back into the
timeout.
space or re-clearing, and maybe it's a 1-for-1, but it's only ever going to be that at
Okay.
best. That is
They get information that they've for sure taken over towards
might
aiming.
be all the utility.
Do they want to re-clear anything, or are they just fine to chill?
That was
Honestly,
Prize, just taking that angle, spam
nothing's
through
really been working, so I'm fine for them to chill. Got a bit of damage to the spam, or maybe it's Salvador's.
You were looking for some of that re-aggress in fighting for the neutral space, and that's not the case this round.
Yeah, Furia have eaten up some of their fighting tools too.
Okay, the
Havoc
fade
throughout
gets
Flash
close.
only has the one more to go
Prowlers
fight.
from back
Fade
here.
Prowler into A-main sees
What are you
nothing,
trying to
didn't
clear
scout
from
too
back
much of
here,
anything.
bro? We cleared
So here
one
that
corner of a
A-main
Prowler.
Re-step up comes, but might come a little bit too late to get the rotates into B side.
Come on, man.
A lot of info right there
Oh,
on that
for
jump spot.
God's
Oh
sake.
no, the flash doesn't bleed through. Insta-collect.
Oh, so Havoc was able to step up into A main, and the rotates from Leviathan are coming in this fight in street. Oh, good shot from Tex. There's Yorl going back B.
Tex has been so good this map.
Yeah, and the ones that Furia were winning, that were keeping things close, I feel like I haven't seen them win one of those in a little while.
King spotted so much.
Havoc has to stay alive in main.
He's gonna get crunched.
Great timing from Heat right there.
He's gonna get a shot, another Havoc falls. But again, keep a close eye on Heat. Sean, you were just mentioning him. He's gonna face into 2, swings out, gets 1, traded back though.
Good jump peek from Khan to set up Rossi for the fight.
The problem is that the Teo and Asher are alive post-plant gods right now.
Yeah, bro, forget it. There's the first set. They're gonna try to fight into this main. Demon 1 has been cleared, so is King. Rossi, 1v2, now 1v1. He's weak, Prize is going to buy a little bit of time, but a tap, a dare, a beckon into the fight.
Okay,
and
a
Prize
little
wins it out.
2v3. Dude, the round that I reset, I see a Prowler from back here to reclear over towards main, even though there's been no pressure. For some reason, they're so scared to just actually like hold the smoke. And then we go to the guy back at B, and he pops a flash, but doesn't right click, so it doesn't go through the
He
wall.
took down, I think it was Rossi, got super chunked
Like, how am I?
initially. And it's again one of these late
How-
round post plants that
how are
comes
we
down, so,
expecting to
Furia
win
either
any-
down in numbers and individuals
any
clutching
games
up. So like,
doing this?
when individuals are put in some of these spots, they are able to win the rounds.
Oh, the problem is they're not. So at best, you got like a 50-50, maybe 60-40 chance to win those. When you're down as many rounds as you are, you can't lean on that.
I think the bigger problem is the econ, right? They're winning the ones.
Yeah.
So not many, not much is getting carried over.
Okay, no one shot the
And you're
fade eye,
put
so they know they
against
got it
the
for
wall.
free.
You must string
Question mark
together
clearly
rounds in
again.
these scenarios, which is where Furia has struggled.
I mean, even this situation now, they just won that round, but they have light armor.
Ult's gonna go here. Guys, oh my goodness. Oh dear God.
What? The missiles were just a little past
Just
it.
finish it, man.
blocking off
Just
their
please
exit.
finish this game.
Wow. The double suppress, the Yoru can't get out. They jump through the art smoke. Maybe an overextension. Furia back in the round.
Heat has ult too. Popped, but Khalil dead. Heat's been good. 1v3
Reset
good.
again.
I don't know.
Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more reset.
Taking a step back.
We got to
Again,
reset.
The
You're
economy
right.
becomes a part of the
Let's do one more
conversation
reset.
here.
There's probably only one more round. We can do a reset.
I don't know that he really has another play.
Wow, that is crazy.
That was a really cool way that Rossi used his ult, but
Yes.
it was the missiles on the other
Dog,
side
man,
that were
stop.
most impressive for me. You often
The most
have
common
those
tail at the
not
moment.
necessarily in
You
tandem,
salvo
but the way he pointed the
here.
ult
Sorry,
to
you
go
ult here. You
towards
do
dugout,
double
and then
salvo.
missiles in
Everyone
the
does
origin
it.
spot in case anyone was flushing out of there was really well done.
Yeah, and I like the fact that the ult came in, right?
Mhm.
Instead of giving the space of the site, when you suppress players like this, they have such a low likelihood of making it out.
Yeah.
That's a very heads-up play from Rossi.
Just brutal. And we were talking about the econ and how
You're
you
doing a
string
great
rounds
job
together.
not flaming.
Okay,
I'll
sure,
give
Heat
him that.
survives.
Really good
He's
job.
able to still buy a rifle to drop over to Prize, I think, on the other side. The rest of the team's got nothing. And I'm
Okay,
honestly
we
shocked that
reset
it's
though.
Prize that's being given the
Furia.
rifle here.
Let's see what they got for this one. They're up
Instead of
against a
that, like, Havoc, I
Fatal.
guess Havoc, if
They're
he
one
can get the
away
orb, he's got the ultimate,
from
but-
an Astral.
But a Sheriff and a
So
Bucky
they might
for
be able to
Rafa.
hold over towards A main to stop
Yeah,
them
the
from
Sheriff
getting
isn't
that.
even what you want in a Euro. The
Yeah,
time
you
is
want
With the
very
Bucky
slow. You
close
want-
with the bait.
You want a quick
No,
equip gun.
we
I
got
feel like they really messed up the
the
econ here.
Sheriff, but then we don't
don't
have
think it
the
was ever
Bucky.
right
Where's
to
the
be fixed in
Bucky?
the first
The Bucky solo A main.
I mean, give him the Bucky
Job.
if you want to make that play. Give him a Phantom if you want him to take fights. I don't know.
Questions continue to abound for Furia. I don't know that they're going to be answered today.
Pressing into the setup. Oh, blinds his teammate and
That was their
extends
gun!
out.
And meanwhile, Calm was playing anti the whole time. The flash landed on 2, but Calm was waiting for it. Swings out from mid and is able to isolate those fights cleanly.
There's no way for...
Lev have played such a better game today than we've seen them play in many of the past
Sean,
weeks.
please, man.
Goes-
Sean, you got
goes
to
back
say
what
something
Ender was saying at the
negative.
beginning of the broadcast, right? Like the previous weeks has been against some of the best that America's has to offer.
G2, MIBR, C9. The only
Yeah.
team they've beaten is
Reset,
Furia.
mate. I've done 20 resets. They do
like we're
something
gonna have
so
their number
shit
again.
every single round. Like, there's not. No one's mental is this strong.
Okay.
Apart from Sean, apparently.
Heat.
Got the strongest mental I've ever seen.
Oh, what?
Never had a shot at it. I mean, Leviathan destroyed Furia.
And that is a feel-good win for Lev.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
desperately
goodness.
needed one too.
After last week on that loss to Cloud9, the CEO of Lev tweeted, you know,
Oh, I saw it.
yeah,
Unacceptable.
unacceptable. You know, and when you see the owner of your org tweeting unacceptable, man,
We're
that
free.
has to light a
We're
fire
free.
under you.
It's how we made
What a
it.
performance today.
We're free.
Love to see this from Lev. The comp adjustments,
Oh,
everything
man.
looked so much more.
Show me, and I
together
gotta
and
see
focused.
some
The game
improvement.
plans were there.
The big bright spots for me.
Okay, I
across the
watch every
series
game,
came
and
from
I
this
don't
map is
mind
playing
watching
super
like
well.
the
last map
teams that are
introducing the
between
Waylay,
like
all those
8th and
set
12th.
ideas with the
I
Hinder
don't mind
exec
watching them
pieces
because
that he was
week
doing
by
with the
week
team,
I can see
especially
the
on attack,
improvement.
was great. Also,
from week to week.
There's no
Yes.
improvement
yeah, exactly.
here.
Yeah, less than 7 days.
Like, what
to
have you
make
done
that,
with your week?
Agent be implemented into the comp.
It's
At the
so
same time,
frustrating.
remember how insanely good he was on the first map. Like, those are the performances that we need to see from this guy more often than not, because it's been a little bit of a dry spell for him, and it's really nice to see him back out there leading on top.
Now, a question I am going to pose you guys is, if you're a fan of Leviathan, if you're thinking about what the rest of the year may look like, does this really instill a lot of confidence? Is there an asterisk
I
here?
feel like they're
given
getting
that it was
worse and
Furia?
worse
How
every
do you
week.
interpret this?
Oh, I'm currently salivating right now about the prospect of a LEV NRG
Mayonnaise.
matchup.
Oh.
No. Dear God, no. The LEV NRG last match to end this split is going to be a banger. It is shaping up
Oh
to be a
yeah,
banger.
dude, it might actually
You know,
matter
LEV
lows, right?
is on this trajectory where it looks like you would favor them in that matchup, which is shocking to say based on where probably the community perspective was about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, last week.
Last
I mean,
week
even just
yeah.
last week, yeah.
But that matchup is going to be who's making it to playoffs, and that's fun. If everything goes as we're kind of expecting it to.
Right. There's also something we're expecting here on the broadcast.
Dude, this is brutal. I can't believe
What even has
literally
happened
we have
here?
a prompter and it says mayo eating.
Eating, yeah.
No, it actually does.
Now,
89 mayo eating.
Do you want me to do the honors? Is this all?
What do you mean do the honors?
In your mouth. In
big
your
dog.
mouth.
Dude, you're just gonna literally pour it in my mouth?
Yep.
That's crazy.
That's grim, bro.
crazy.
I mean, you can do it yourself if you like.
No, I'll let you do it.
You could do it like birds.
Oh, God, what the
Right. Let's break. We'll be right back.
Jesus. He's got the strongest mentor in the world though, so he'll be fine after this. Give him 1 minute to recover, it'll be alright. God, that was a mental game, bro. I can't believe we witnessed this. Lock in? Bro, I tried to lock in, mate. I was trying to not lock in because I was getting too annoyed when I locked in. And every time I locked in and reset, I got annoyed again. There was no locking in for this? Yeah. It just wasn't worth it. This next game, though, should be an absolute banger. Okay, I'll be back in a little bit.
Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview, and I have managed to have a prince here. It is from Leviathan. It is Rossi. Now, Rossi, I told you I'm going to ask this question straight up. Clear-cut answer for the audience. Who is IGLing on Leviathan?
Me.
Look at that. Simple, easy, we love it. Talk to me about your style of IGLing, because we've heard certain things are more of kind of like a micro, you tell exactly where people where to go. Talk to me, how do you lead this team?
I'll just break it down like this. So the first week, I was the IGL, and basically after the loss, we made some changes, but we made a change in the IGL for the second week, but we quickly realized that was not the issue. I am like a more micro caller, but I believe the biggest issue, and we realized that the biggest issue was that our overall macro and the read on the meta was very wrong. So after the first 2 weeks, I just said, hey guys, listen, just trust me. I know what needs to be done. They put their full faith and trust into me. And then, as you see, the result is much better today. So I'm very happy with that. But yeah, I am a micro IGL.
Well, talk to me about that sort of like, guys, put your faith in me. I know what to do. What did you want to do? What did you want to change? Or keep going, rather?
I mean, there was a lot of things that I wanted to change. Like our whole style, our whole identity as a team was very, very bad. We were lost. We were very just old and old-minded, like, you know, like stuck in the past when it comes to certain ideas. So I just wanted to evolve us and just really adapt to the meta, because the game is much different now from last year to now and all these things. And I have different ideas from a lot of NA players because I played in APAC for a year. So I just wanted to do my own thing, and I said, hey guys, trust me. Like, listen, we're 0-2. We gotta make a change, and like this is what needs to be done, and they trusted me, and as you see, the result's good.
Well, I also talked, last question for you is kind of your emotional leadership. We see you in the player reactions. You know, you're talking to your team, you're hyping them up. I saw you stand up and say, that's the world champ on Calm, got that clutch in the first map. What is that emotional leadership like? Or dare I say, what's that vibe merchanting like?
I mean, I try my best, truthfully. I'm not really great at the emotional leader stuff. As you guys see, I do try my best to be it, but I'm not really the best with it. So I keep trying to do that every day. I know certain players need more hype than the others, so I just cater to what my players need. Because at the end of the day, as much as they need me, and as much as trust they put in me, I have to put the same trust in them. And I think that's a really big thing that I learned over the time in my life. And yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you so much, Rossi. And we're going to send to a break, but don't go away because we have C9 versus MIBR.
Daddy ass fest. Hey, it's always gonna be fun. I beat him my first time ever. I think it was my first regular season match.
18-16, Oxy and Aspas dropping 35 kills each.
Eu tô bem animado pra jogar contra a Cloud9. Vai ser bem divertido jogar contra o Oxy de novo. Eu acho que vai ser a nossa terceira vez jogando contra. E todas as vezes que a gente jogou contra, acabou sendo divertido.
Obviously, it's gonna be fun playing against Aspas again. Lost them in kickoff.
Artezinho na curta, de buck, o primeiro, o segundo, vai Artezinho!
That shouldn't have happened, but it's okay. This time around, this year, I don't know what it is, everything's smooth sailing, feeling confident as hell. It's always fun against him, and I think we'll beat him easily.
Oh, God help me. What are they doing behind the pillow? We'll never know. Welcome back to VCT America's, folks. Our final match of the week's just around the corner. We're going out on a high. We've already gotten ourselves started. C9 versus MIBR coming up next. Uber here with Baby Ventily and Key. Welcome,
hey,
bro.
My brother. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Bro, you just missed the mayo, but we can bring it back if you're keen.
Yeah, do you want some? Actually, you saw that from the sidelines.
No, I saw that. I'm like, thank God that's on me.
Hey, man, obviously, great showing for you guys. You look like you're settling in pretty well in that duelist role. Again, we're going to see some waylay from you. So how are the vibes coming out of that game? An important one to win as well.
Yeah, I mean, feel pretty good, honestly. Whoa.
Yo, what's up, Max? Welcome. What's the occasion, bro? Like, is there something special? Yo, Tex. Get in here, bro. Get in here, bro. Just come hang out,
grab
man.
Grab this one.
We got the whole squad in here right now, yo.
Yo, what up, gang?
Yo, Ian, grab the mayo, bro.
Hold on to
you want the mayo, Ian?
Who is this?
Wait, who's that?
Who is this? Is this Mimi?
Is that Mimi?
Yeah, it's Mimi, yeah.
Is that you?
What do you think?
Oh, that's what are y'all making there, right?
Why does that
That's what we had this
exist?
morning.
What are y'all making?
I forgot that
I
question.
don't even know. It doesn't matter. Vibing, bro.
Believe it or not, we're supposed to talk about the next game. We'll talk about your game real quick, though, as well. Because you guys, obviously, really big win, important win as well. So everyone was so confused about who's doing what in your team, but you guys look like you know the plan. You're very well drilled. How are we feeling?
Good. Amazing.
Very good, honestly.
This is where our season starts? Yeah, this is the first match of the season, right?
Match, yeah.
Yeah.
That's literally giving diet. That gives diet starts tomorrow vibes, guys. But I'll let you have it.
We're 1-0. We're 1-0.
Yeah, but okay, but you guys have to play against G2 next. It's like you get this win finally, and then you got to go against like the world beaters.
It's like you go from the lowest to the highest.
I know. It's like what? Oh.
Wait, who said that?
Damn.
Wait, what happened?
I said that.
I didn't say that.
Damn.
Now,
What did you say?
last week, obviously, we were like wondering where you guys are at here. You guys are still in for playoffs, right? That's like a possibility. Obviously, that G2 game is coming up here. Like, honestly, like, how are you sort of feeling about that? And are you guys happy with where you are now after a couple of weeks of just trying to mix things up and put something together?
I mean, honestly, the first 2 matches we're just playing. He can, no? Can you hear me?
Move your mic closer.
Oh, we'll play with that. Keep talking.
Oh, we'll play with the dial.
I got you. I'll be that guy.
bro.
Yeah, so the first 2 matches we were just playing very bad. Like, we even say like we were talking about the second game and we said, bro, it's not even because we felt like we were on different pages, you know, like some players and like coaching staff and everything. But we got to a point like we even said, bro, it's not even we're in a different page. It's like we're in a different book.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Max said
Yo,
it, you know?
I said like after our loss, I was like, yo, we're reading 2 different books.
Yeah,
let's come up together. Let's find the same book and let's read from that book.
Because the problem is like we were.
I can't even read.
We were so off on everything. Honestly, so off on everything. And for this match, we just had like a full week of frag, like basically like a full reset. Like we full reset the things we were doing, and it felt way better this match.
Good timing, Rossi. We were just gonna start mentioning you.
I'm not gonna lie, we were talking hella smack about.
Hey, I was too. I wasn't even playing the game.
So we were kind of ready for your revenge match last week against C9. That was kind of everyone's hyping up the storyline a little bit.
Yeah.
Didn't quite go that way. C9.
Hey, listen, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. You know what I mean? So let's get there first.
Yo, come on, bro. What is this? hey, who did that?
We have to show this, guys.
Who did that, bro? This is unnecessary. Y'all know what happened. This is very unnecessary.
Hey, I almost. Yeah, hey, they lucky. Hey, yo, why is Mitch baiting that hard? I should have won that one before. What's going on here?
Maybe next year, bro.
Maybe
next stage.
Yeah, maybe next stage.
Maybe next stage.
Yeah, maybe.
Obviously, no, you guys don't want to dwell on this, right? But we're kind of paid to talk about this next match.
Hey.
Talk about the C9 team.
It's all hype and shit.
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, we were terrible. I can't lie. Like that's just the facts, as you can see. You know what I mean? We were terrible. So look, they deserve. If they didn't win, God help them.
So, okay, going forward to this game, we're gonna quickly dive in and get some thoughts from the players. We'll talk about this more after this, but first let's hear from Vic, who had an incredible match last week. What's he got to say?
Let's see this. Let's see what Vic's got to say. Can I get some sound?
Vic, you are having some insane standout moments on a team, some already pretty insane fraggers. What is the secret to your success?
I have 2 answers. One is the C9 staff, coaching, the managers. They do a great job. They provide everything I need to perform at my best. And the second reason is because Mata taught me everything I know.
Best of luck today.
That's cute. I like that.
Mata taught him everything he knows. How PR trained is this guy, by the way?
So you guys lost to Wait, you got to play against NRG last match. It's probably going to be like playoff.
Oh, we get to play against NRG?
Yeah.
You didn't even know.
I don't need, that's how much I care.
We're in scrims, and this guy says, wait, we have a match tomorrow?
Okay. All I'm saying is, if Mata taught everything Vic knows, and Vic destroyed you guys.
Come on, bro.
Did Mata teach you guys everything you know now?
I think Vic taught me everything I know. I think Vic taught me everything I know.
His stat line was pretty ridiculous. Obviously, Vic had most of the kills and assists. We can bring that up and remind the guys.
I mean, I would hope so. They're playing against some bots.
What is this?
Honestly, are we serious?
Where did I sit down at?
When did this happen?
Wait, we're getting rage baited.
What is this?
What is this?
Yo, is this about us or is it about
bro.
C9?
Yeah, you're insane, bro.
I will be honest though. He had his breakout game against you guys. Like this was the best game he's had.
Yeah, like in the last year.
Keep it going.
Hey, wait, listen. Look, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I have nothing.
Piss me off.
I have nothing against the C9 guys. Truthfully, I don't. I just wish he did this when I was playing with him. You know what I mean? Like, I wish he was. I mean, but listen, we weren't playing. I mean, it was different. You know what I mean? It was all my fault.
5.8 KDA against Leviathan Vic. What allows Vic to have so much success?
All right, I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened. So basically, after the first week, we lost all mental composure. We fully panicked.
I don't even want to focus on you guys. What does Vic do as?
Okay.
Him?
So first of all, main thing. He's from New Jersey. So that's and I'm from New Jersey. So that's a big thing. Mata's big deal. As you see, he acknowledges that. And I would say 3, he's just in the presence of Imi, who has a bald head, and that's just really strong. You know what I mean? As you see, when when Max was at the top of the game, he had a bald head.
That's true. Yeah, we got somebody else with a bald head in the back over there, bro. He's also the goat at what he does. So.
Like the day, he's like, who's that?
Not you.
Sideshow.
Wait, what's going on?
I mean,
we need a couple bald
It's
heads.
been flaming for a long time. Do they got a lot of them on?
You want to go back to that? No, okay.
If you do it, I'll do it though. All right.
Listen, hey,
We're
listen.
already talking about doing it, bro. Don't bait people into this, man.
The only person I'll deal with is King.
Oh, would you?
All right, then we'll all do it.
If King does it, I'll do it.
I won't be able to tell you two apart anymore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you both go bald, no one knows who you are.
We've never aligned in haircuts. I always said, yo, get a fade already, bro. Anyway.
All right,
So can we cut back to C9 more highlights? Let's kick that back again.
Throw it up. You heard the man. Here's some Oxy.
Look at this Oxy entry. Woo! What the Yo, Max, hello? What is my team doing?
How are they so fast to like?
I fried him. Wait.
The guy in the back was his finger was on the button.
They're so fast. It's like, Luke, hold there, keep destroying Lev. Just
Look
keep
at this.
destroying this.
Yeah, dynamic duo. Yeah, you're insane.
Wait, can we watch? I kill him here. Wait, I kill him. Wait.
Yeah, we're off the heavens.
Where's my kill?
Yeah, we're backside beads getting slammed.
No, but be honest. What do you think of Zeppa's like performance?
Listen, I always.
He is insane.
No. Listen. Hey, Eric's nice, bro. I always thought Eric's a good player. You know what I mean? Look, I told you I wish nothing for the best for them, and my wishes are working. They're doing great right now, so I just hope they keep it up. Let's just hopefully, they finish strong. Only thing I really didn't like though is that, bro, you can't be talking smack when you win after you win the game. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can't be doing that. Listen, we were being all cool. I know you guys snaked me and all those things, right? I was being all cool with you guys and stuff like that. I still keep it cool. I don't believe in revenge. You know what I mean? I'm a man of God, but. Let's not do the smack talk after we win. You know what I mean? So
they hit the better IGL.
Better. I wasn't even IGLing.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah,
it is what it is.
Hey.
Like there's a subtweet and stuff.
Hey, no, we.
I called him out, man.
Hey, listen. We can work it out. You know what I mean? We can see it. How about we have? We can see it in game and out of game. I guarantee you, it won't work. It won't have it twice. We'll see.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter because there's a guy in my own org tweeting our mistakes.
Yeah, but actually, we have a guy on our own org. We're so bad.
What was that?
We're so bad that our own org is flaming us on Twitter. Made a YouTube video. They said green light.
Honestly, that's also the 100 Thieves social media strategy. So it's not just you guys. And today, though, Cloud9 are gonna have to go up against a very strong MIBR who fell to G2 at a very close match in week number 2. Okay.
Finally.
MIBR bring Verno into the team, guys. What's your take on this? See him coming to this team. They're looking pretty nice. These young.
Hey, Verno's the GOAT. Honestly, the one thing I really like about Verno is that his communication is so good. Not gonna lie, I really like his communication, his mid-rounding, and I think, I think all those things are really good.
Is he like as chill like in games? Because in real life he's like mega nonchalant guy. Like he's just
he's a vibes merchant. He's like the Zelsis of this MIBR team.
I've never seen him talk.
I'm getting mixed messages.
I've never seen him say a word, so I don't know.
Look, he's smiling. You know what I mean? When have you seen Aspen smile? I've never seen that guy smile. Not when he was on LEV last year with you.
You smiling with me?
That's you, only you. Anyways, Verno's the GOAT. C9's the GOAT. Everyone's the GOAT. Zeppa's the GOAT.
All right.
And yeah, they got it. No, but seriously, MIBR, this is one thing I'll say about MIBR, truthfully. I think they, in the short amount of time they have together as 5, the way they play together is how fast their synergy is really good.
That is true.
Do you think that this is like a honeymoon phase though that they're going through? Like, be honest. Do you think they can maintain?
That happens a lot, but I feel like that's only more of like an American culture, I would say. Because when I played in T1, honeymoon is not a thing in like Eastern culture or anything like that.
When's your honeymoon happening?
Huh? We didn't have one.
Oh my goodness.
That's how I know we're gonna be good. Because we came out, we started off trash, and we started off garbage, pure trash.
We're playing scrims. We're gonna fry. We're just getting dominated. We're like, what happened?
So listen, you guys got the opportunity to play against both these teams.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think is gonna come out strong today?
Okay, now there's a lot of factors to play in this, right? You have C9 regular season, insane. They're insane in the regular season.
What about the playoffs?
Right? I mean, hey, listen, I'm just that.
We're talking about right now. We're talking about
right now. They're gonna win because if
C9,
they should go 5-0 this regular season. Whoever they play, they will beat. Doesn't matter if Jesus Christ came back to walk down on water. They will win this game. They are winning this game.
First kill Jesus Christ.
Listen. They are not losing. They are not losing.
What do you think, Max?
I think it might be MIBR. I think MIBR got it. They got 5 shooters on the team, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
Damn.
They got 5 shooters on the team.
What about these young rookies on this team, right? I mean, they got like Cortesia as well, Zenom.
They be shooting, bro.
I'm gonna lie, they don't even play like rookies.
No, they don't.
That's
you guys
true.
are holding heaven wraps late, and like, how do they even know to do that?
No, they play really
They're
good.
hella
How
good,
do they
bro.
even
They're
know?
hella good.
They're actually insane, genuinely.
They're insane.
Yeah, they're very good players.
Yeah, they're all,
honestly.
I mean, honestly, all 10
Do they
players in
even
the server,
know
I
to
think are
do
really,
that?
really good, truthfully.
Okay.
So it's gonna be, it's gonna be, it's gonna be a good. Huh?
You weren't saying that yesterday in scrims. There was one particular remember last scrim yesterday.
Oh, who? Who did I say?
You want me to say it?
Yes.
No,
Bitch.
Oh yeah, I mean yeah.
Oh,
I mean, bro. Wait, hold on. Bro, this guy doesn't even. This guy's ascended 2 in ranked, and he doesn't even, and he's beating me. That's how bad we are.
The guy like warming up like
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I see that guy play. That's not an impressive player to me, bro.
All right, fair enough. Listen, now,
hey, his IGLing is clearly good. Yeah. His IGLing is good. Listen, he out IGL'd me. You know what I mean? So hey, he's insane.
or at least that was the narrative. Another IGL that we're going to talk about. Arzine had this to say to Elizabeth ahead of their
Don't get me started on Arzine.
Chaos.
Now, Artazine, you put up a strong fight against
Absolute
G2 last week.
chaos.
This week you'll be facing Cloud9, who are looking a lot stronger than the last time you faced them during kickoff. Are you anxious today at all?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good game. I think Cloud9 is a good team, but we prepared ourselves to this match, so best of luck for them.
Simple. Best of luck today, too.
I mean, Arzine, really respectful guy, especially
So
when he's
annoying,
shooting
bro.
you in the face with a judge. Isn't that
So
right,
annoying.
Tex?
So annoying. So annoying.
But it's been impressive though, because he was playing duelist on this roster. Now he's IGLing. It's something that I tried to do. I completely failed miserably at. I mean, it's very, very difficult.
And I would say also
and he stepped up to the plate.
I would say also in the current meta is definitely like the game switched so much. Like the game has been very similar. Like the basic core fundamentals have been the same for like 3-4 years. But
Yeah.
this year everything has swapped. I feel like with the new Teo breach and everything. You know what I mean? The whole game has evolved. Everyone's evolved. Mechanics have evolved. So I think it's very impressive. This guy is fearless, dog. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I know they got Cortezia, who's a devout Christian. This guy plays like he's Jesus because he's untouchable. This guy is not stopping the W. The W is in there and it's not, and he's going in. He's IGLing. He's first entry, and this is crazy. I can't lie. I respect it.
I mean, see, I had an off day against G2, but you know he did mention like he was pretty unwell at the time, right?
Yeah,
but we did have like Valen come in yesterday. He ranked his like top 5 IGLs.
Rossi, man, he's really going for it,
That's
dude.
another story. But he
I wouldn't put us either. I wouldn't put us in the top 12. We'd be 13th.
How many teams we got? No, never mind. Yeah. Again, but it wasn't, you know, he was a bit unwell. He tweets it out. Individually speaking, I wasn't in great health to play it. I'll sort of do my best. But again, having a guy, what is this second year, right, in VCTs, right? Stepping in now, obviously do the calling with like some, you know, veterans on your team. How does it feel like? Does it ever feel weird if you were ever IGL on a team, Rossi, where you've got like, you know, these pretty storied
Rossi,
players
yeah,
that
dude,
have
he's
been around for a while? Does it ever
The
intimidate? Like,
Plachat trial, he's nailed it.
I'm not gonna lie.
He'll be on
For
next
me, no.
week.
Truthfully, for me, no, I really don't care. It's just about if you're good, and if you're not good, you're not good. You know what I mean? I haven't dealt with the best player in the world, Aspas, so maybe that'd be a little different story. But hey, kudos to him. He looks like he's got it. You know what I mean? He got a good head on his shoulders. He's a smart guy. I talked to him a little bit. He's a smart guy. He's a good leader, as you can see. So, listen, regardless, the main issue that I have with him, honestly, is can we talk about his Twitter photo with him trying to be all stylish, like the phone acting like that? Like, bro, I didn't know you were trying to be a pretty boy like that. I didn't, like, you know what I mean? I didn't want my IGL to talk backwards.
Why is he firing shots at everyone?
You got some swag now. When you were on my team, bro, you were.
Yeah, I was looking like a dumpling.
Hey, you can tell for a fact. Hey, no matter how scrims are going, I'm having fun, bro. You can tell that for a fact.
Yeah, I mean, again, you're like mega animated, right? So the comms like a lot heavier now. Like
This
with you
guy
guys,
never
like,
stops talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tell. We can tell.
we were
Somebody kick it. Yo, get out of here, bro.
He plays the game for us.
Hey, it's not the first time Andre kicked me from something, bro.
Actually, perfect, bro. Yeah, just go, bro.
Did you really kick him?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He said, yeah.
Yeah, I cut him straight up. I cut him.
Oh,
At least you're honest.
Hey, my man took it like a champ. Came back. He's like, look
Face
at me
up.
now. Look at me
Face
now,
up.
baby babe. I'm playing with the better version of you.
Now, let's talk about the rookies again at MIBR, right? Cortezia and Shenum as well. First year on stage. Aspas, like the story is that Aspas kind of handpicks these guys. And last year, like everyone is saying, there's no depth in the Brazilian region. Like they've got no opportunity to scrim against these teams in America. Everyone's like, where is the next wave of players going to come from in Brazil? Looks like we found him. I feel like there's a lot more there as well after seeing like, you know, Luxo and like what we saw at Ascension.
Oh, man.
These guys, cracks, man.
Be nice,
and like you
they're
said, they've already put that in there. Like,
these two are actually beasts.
Text quote.
Yep. They're playing nicely, I can't lie.
Hey, I mean,
honestly,
listen,
they play like they have a lot of experience, and I respect it, because once you're on the stage, like in scrims, it's one thing, but playing like you're experienced instantly on the stage is impressive, I can't lie.
I'm pretty sure they did a role swap because Cortezia, I'm pretty sure he was a smoke player before like in tier 2. So I'm also surprised he's doing very good on the Sentinel.
Oh, that's true. That is true. He was a smokes player, I remember.
So you got to play with Ospas. Are you surprised that he's kind of like in the backpack now a little bit, like in some of these scenarios? Because when everyone thinks of Ospas on a team, it's like, especially when he was on your team, oh, like it's just him 1v5ing in some of these games.
What do you mean by that?
In the presence of two of his foes. No, but seriously, that's the stigma behind Ospas is that he's the hard carry, and now when we're seeing these rookies step up, it's like it's crazy.
Truthfully, I would say real fast. Truthfully, I mean their team is really well rounded. I just think the duelists that he's picking right now are super off meta. He's still trying to play Jet and like Raze and some of these agents. Like he's getting punished. It's so easy to play against a Jet right now because there's so much util. He's gonna get stuffed every time. You know what I mean? So I would like to see him switch up his agent pool, and I think he's still. I mean, regardless, he's still gonna fry whatever agent he plays. But I think he'll play even better if he switches duelist pool.
Yo, Zeppa.
It's really valid.
Good luck today, bro. Sorry.
My bad. Bro's just trying to walk through a doorway, bro. Here you are. Yeah, we've got C9 obviously getting ready at the moment. Let's have a look at the standings and see where things are at. This is going to be your guys' favorite part of the show. Leviathan have hoisted themselves up the bottom of Team Omega.
Wow. Wait, we have a chance to make playoffs?
Yes, you're still in with the chance.
I thought it was all.
We're talking about the NRG match.
I thought it was all over.
Who are you playing next week?
No idea.
G2.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Thoughts?
You playing next week?
Thoughts?
No idea.
Head empty, revert to monkey.
Don't really care. Hey, listen, you know what I mean? Like, hey, whatever God happens, fate is. I told you, I'm a man of God. The fate is already decided. We're gonna work hard. We're gonna do our best to improve and keep improving and give us our best chance against G2. So yeah, that's really what it is. You know, they're a strong team. Obviously, every team here is a strong team. If you're in tier 1, you're a strong team. So everyone's good, regardless of what I say. It's all jokes, but everyone's a really good team. So we're gonna be doing our best, and yeah, let's hope for the best. You know what I mean? I put my faith in God, and I know he's going to lead me to great things because he already has.
Let's have a look at the predictions and see who didn't pick Leviathan to win that first game.
Yeah, let's do that.
Here we go. There's our talent predictions. Oh, we're pretty split.
That many people went for Furia?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, bro. I'm surprised Sideshow.
Are you looking at this guy right here? Look at.
No, that's not me.
I'm surprised. Wait, Sideshow's here? I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Sideshow, get in the shop,
man. It's like, what the hell?
Yo, this guy never says anything nice about me.
Give him the mic. Give him the mic.
What's the allegation?
Whoa, I got proof. I got receipts. I got receipts. Hey, I got receipts. Listen, look, hey, listen. I know it's nothing personal, but I'm like, damn, bro. I was like, I'm not that bad. This guy's talking to me like I'm a bum. I'm like, bro, I was in Pacific last year frying, went to Shanghai fried, and this guy's talking to me like I'm some tier 2 player.
Look, he's got that recency bias, man.
I'm like, damn. I'm like, god damn, this guy even watching the games?
What a ride, man.
Cloud9's Mitch and Oxy can read the competition. Depends who you ask, actually. But
at least wait. Who's the what? That Wyatt? I think his name's Wyatt. Is that Wyatt right there?
He doesn't even know Brent's name.
Give him the mic now, Brent.
Yo, run up the things again. I want to see who voted against us. Run those up one more time.
Do not get me started, young man, bro. This disrespect has gone way too far. Brothers throwing out all sorts because you don't have
Hey, truthfully, I'm sorry for missaying your name. It ain't personal, but so anyways, not at least when he says anything about it, like at least you don't pretend to know stuff. You know what I mean? Like,
are you talking about Josh? Still?
No, I'm talking about you. So at least when he doesn't know anything, he goes, guys, what do you think? You know what I mean? He learns from other people. You know what I mean? So I respect you. I respect you. I respect you for not claiming to know everything.
I can't wait for him to cast your next game, buddy.
Oh, dude.
You're done for.
It's a war zone back here, bro. It's a war zone back
here.
No,
it's chaos.
I'm
chilling,
you suck,
Mitch and Oxy. Can they read each other?
Mitch and Oxy again?
Hey guys, it's Mitch from Cloud9 here with Oxy, and today we're going to be playing Where's the Lie?
God, that's so funny, bro. It's actually pure chaos.
First one, my favorite animal is a lion.
Keep going.
My hidden talent is pogo sticking.
Pogo sticking.
Third one, I've owned koi fish.
Alright, so how long have you been pogo sticking for?
Not very long.
Yeah.
I've only done it for a couple of years.
How much was it? Like, what if I want
Bren
to
was
get
about
into
to
it?
go in. No, Bren was ready.
It's very niche. Very niche.
Dude, Rossi's just
so,
taken over,
honestly,
dude.
You would have to
That's actually
buy
the
a
Rossi
pogo
show.
stick first.
Yeah, no, how much is a pogo
How much is
stick?
it? Honestly, I have no clue. One of my family members got it for me.
Yeah. Why do you like lions so much? Your favorite lion? You don't know?
I have no clue. I won't lie. My favorite animal is a lion.
Okay. And koi fish. What? How old were you when you had koi fish?
I'd maybe like 11, 10.
Okay. Alright. No, I like that. That was
At least you don't. Yeah, at least you don't pretend to know stuff. That's a crazy line. Dude, Sideshow got so, he got so many strays during it
I'm
as
gonna
well.
say the pogo sticking is the lie.
Yeah, that's pogo sticking.
That's crazy.
That's such a like.
Pogo sticking.
That's such a random.
I used to play.
Dude, I love that it was so much chaos that they're like, we gotta show some B-roll, man. We gotta show something.
Oh yeah.
Rossi's out of control.
I have a cat named after a Harry Potter character, and I have a degree in cybersecurity.
So tell me more about this disco whatever golf thing. Huh?
Frisbee golf.
Frisbee golf.
Yeah,
Rossi's here now.
Yeah. So I got into it. In
Just keep it real.
And,
I mean, that's
I
fair,
played,
dude.
like, a lot with my
That's hard to
friends.
argue against.
You know, like 10th grade, 11th grade.
Where at? Where would you
In
play?
Florida.
In Florida?
Yeah.
Missed a big portion of it. Yeah, I came in too late, dude.
Inside? Is it like?
No, it's an outside.
Outside?
Yeah, it's like yards. It's like a an actual like golf. Like.
Why is it, dude, Rossi's taking over the broadcast? It's gonna take over the stream, man.
Okay. So tell me what.
He's unescapable. He's everywhere.
Haggard.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard.
Yep.
Haggard, huh?
Yeah, Haggard.
Wow, why did you name it that?
He's a big like black long-haired cat.
Okay. It's cybersecurity, huh?
Yeah, cybersecurity.
I think I already know what it is.
All right.
The line is is Haggard.
Nope.
Is it Haggard?
No. I never played frisbee golf.
Oh, this liar. Are we serious?
Yeah, I actually do have a cat named Haggard.
Oh my.
Bro, I thought I told you.
No, I know you had a cat. And then I was like, cybersecurity, I didn't know you had that.
Yeah.
But I was like, the first one, that's why I was asking so many questions.
Yeah. That's it for us. We're able to spot the lie. Thanks for watching.
Are they going to ads? Hey, Biducky, thank you with the 100 bits. Imagine a tri-cast with Rossi, Tex, and Ardis. It would be pure chaos. I mean, dude, that would just ask Ardis to do it. He would do it. They'll Festo with the Prime. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. Appreciate that. How long is this? 1 minute? Dude, are they just gonna go straight into casters? Pure chaos straight into the casters that were getting flamed. Dude, Sideshow and Bren actually got annihilated. At least this guy doesn't pretend to know what he's talking about is probably my favorite line. He actually got both of them with one line. Is that Wyatt? That's probably, maybe that's the best line, to be honest. Saturdays with the tier 1. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the support. Sideshow and Bren on Plaid chat. I think Sideshow is. I'm not sure Bren is. I'm not 100% sure. God, that was so funny, bro.
They forget about the ults. They're just gonna frag their way through this.
La MGG as well with the Prime. Thank you for the support as well, mate. Appreciate the 6 months. We got Raoul Prosh as well with the Prime. Thank you also, dude. I appreciate that as well. And you got JD Chill with the tier 1 with the 33 months, mate. That's crazy. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, we're going to have a bit of calm, honestly. Deep breaths, the naughty step for Leviathan, because they were getting out of hand. Yeah, we're going to get them to settle down as well and gear up for this game, which is going to be a good one. Cloud9, MIBR. Really looking forward to this one, to be honest. End of the week, and we've saved the best for last, to be honest.
Yeah, and Wyatt, I'm just so excited
Got
to
herself in my favorite cars to Wyatt.
Yeah, it should be a good one, though. I mean, we have Oxy against Aspas here in what is this pretty important match? C9, a chance to, after being really underrated, they win here, and they're our second team
that
qualified to
segment
the
was
playoffs.
stacked, bro.
I might have a bit of a mad take here, but
Okay.
I feel like from what we've seen of these two teams so far, these might be two of our top 3 teams alongside G2, all of which are in Group
Two of
Omega.
our top 3 teams.
Yeah.
That's not crazy.
I feel like the quality that we've seen from both of these squads has been really good. Obviously, one of the teams has got to win, and one of the teams has got to lose coming out at the end of the day, but it feels like this group is a bit more stacked than the
V-Foul
other
play
ones
with the
so
Prime.
far.
Thank you for the
Like
2
early
months.
days, early doors in stage 1.
Yeah, I think all the different looks
Thank
that
you,
we've
thank
seen
you. That's
MIBR
what I'm appreciate
experimenting a little
support,
bit,
so.
adding twists in terms of their compositions.
Crew.
Cloud9 as well have some
Ooh, that's
really
true.
strong looks on
Think,
certain maps. Ascent, which
Crew looking nice, map-wise as well.
Yeah, we might get to see it as well in this series if we're lucky.
I think they've had like the best Ascent we've seen worldwide thus far, and it looks like we're not going to have a chance to see it today. Instead, starting off on Pearl, Lotus, then heading to Haven as the decider. I think Pearl should be an interesting one. We saw this one earlier from Cloud9. They were playing this double duelist comp with Oxy locking in the
Lotus
Jet
Haven.
alongside
Wait a
Yoru.
second. Pearl?
Interested to see if they're
Lotus and
sticking
Haven.
to that one there
This
on
is nice
MIBR's
C9
map choice, where
maps.
they just took down G2 here, showing
They get
Aspas'
rid of
first debut on the
Ascent?
Waylay.
C9 getting rid of
Interesting.
Ascent at the end
They had a
there
pick of
in order to
Ascent
go to
and Haven. They got rid of Ascent.
Incredible surprise considering
but
how well C9
maybe
have
they would
played,
have to
just
play
recently on that
on
map. I thought
attack
that
and
might
they don't
even be
want
a
to play
map
on
pick
attack.
coming out here. But looking like they're trying to
Or maybe they
attack
thought that they were
the
going to spend
weak
so
side of
long on
MIBR's
Ascent
map
that they don't want to do
potentially,
Ascent
rather
again.
than maps that they themselves are feeling super confident on.
The other issue
MIBR
with
would
a
be
map
picking
like
the
Ascent,
defense off,
it's
yeah,
so
for sure.
defense-sided. Picking it, you're almost always going to be forced into starting attack. But here's your agent.
Okay, both of these
for
teams look
Pearl.
nice on this
No
map.
changes from either team. MIBR going back to this Waylay comp.
But both teams playing really unusual compositions. I don't think either of these teams, you could really call these comps the meta right now. No solo Yoru. Even the team that's running the Tejo is not comboing
Hopefully
that
a banger
with
match.
another
It
agent
has a
that's
lot of
like
potential.
super meta. The Tejo KO is not being played too much.
I think it is a little bit more on the nose of the meta over on the side of MIBR, bringing out the Vikes, who has looked really strong on this map, and I think a super comfortable role for their rookie.
So I can't get
Potential.
over that segment,
But
man.
over for C9, it's been a bit since we've actually
hard to
seen
get
them
over.
play into this comp. Little bit similar to what T1 showed, but you lose out on some of the tools you get with something like the Neon, not having the stun.
Refreshed
Instead,
our
it's gonna
brains
be a
now.
lot
That was
more
actually the
reliant on
mental reset that I
Oxy's
needed.
individualism and what he can do with the AWP on defense.
And I think it's the perfect map to start this series off and just be focused on Oxy versus Aspas. Oxy was top of the scoreboard as far as I can remember last time they played this composition
Pretty
on
much always
Pearl.
is.
Yeah, sure. And Aspas, he's
Beginning
the
was
player to
great
watch
too, yeah,
when
I
you're
should probably
looking
go
at their
back and watch
attack
it at one
side,
point.
which is where MIBR
Okay,
are gonna be
C9
starting.
on defense,
Double dashes
MIBR on
into
attack.
backholes on
We
B,
got
double
the
dashes into
Aspas
secret on A.
raid
Aspas has
boss.
played
Let me
10
turn the
maps
cluster
of
down in my
Jet,
head.
only 2 on other agents. This will be his third
Aspas
now.
raid boss
Interesting to see him
and
off it, and Oxy still locking that agent.
they saw both. Okay, that's good info. They want to do some kind of punish over towards here. They can take a lot of space. There was a recon, so they know that they're taking A main control.
And look how quickly C9 have got that as a heavy read. They started rotating players B almost instantly.
But Vic is still posted up in A main. His
They
position will
wanted
be
to
really
check
strong
the
here,
trip to
especially
see if they
if
could
he can win
jump up on
1v1 against
the
Furno.
It's going to be the
step.
playmaker in this particular spot, MIBR.
Big
But
jeweler,
access now to the
amen.
side itself, but dominating this
Oh,
angle
Vic,
right
really?
here, Verno wins
I mean,
out.
he's getting
Vitally
crunched.
important one,
Getting
so
crunched, he
Amen
goes
no
for the
longer a
1v1.
worry.
This one not
MIBR
bad.
can settle in a little bit here, and they're digging deep into the extremities of the site. It's going to be a very difficult retake to try and attempt if you are Cloud9.
They've got so much post-plant utility for this. Fragment grenade, salvos coming through, pull on the post-plant as well. Looks almost impossible for Cloud9.
It's a nade flash in your face if you add sin, but you just want to be buying time, staying alive for as long as humanly possible. Cloud9 able to dissect various portions of it,
nice
as you said, the
shots, man.
post-plant util.
Didn't even have to use the Astra Suck as well. Okay, this was nice from MIBR.
In that spot.
This is good as well. It's good reaction from the drone that went in. I love that they were calm with the trip as well. They wanted to see if they could actually try and get over it. They dealt with A main good as well because they got the plant and then they decided to pinch, right? You've seen these two goers, they had the plant with the double smoke. They handled this really, really well.
Against Mitch, getting that pick, and they're always a team who's going to be kind of testing you,
Second
taking
shot's
as
lovely.
much space as they can in these rounds.
Nice! Let's go.
It's a 3K from Aspas as well to get that pistol.
I do want to pay a little bit of attention, though, to that Verno drone that you saw at the start of the round. It went over towards B with the pullback smoke.
Okay, they're allowed 2 deaths.
Normally, that's the drone is going to be where MIBR actually finish.
You see,
the
C9
knife
fighting
hits
heavy
3.
over this area, but I think MIBR are just
The
gonna
knife
spot
hits
this
3 and they heard the
basically.
dash. So if the comms are good fast, they know where 4 are.
Against C9 with this kind of comp is going to be to find out
Now
where
they
the
know what
duelists
all
are and
5 are.
back away from them. You certainly don't want to be taking close range fights against anyone like Net with a classic in his hand either.
Rotation
Still
here
checking
by
corners,
Cloud9.
maybe because Yori.
So them already following up a lot of the sound cues.
Mitch is already outside.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, leading the way in, just trying to weave in and out behind the pillar as well. Flash up and over, and a decent peek as well
Nice
coming
little
through. That's
flash, though.
Zeppa following up. Nice little two-piece on top of it. Classics in hand.
Okay,
Only so
any
much
extra
you can
def
do.
is the one.
Not been able to do a decent amount of damage
Okay,
here.
no
but
extra def.
all wrapped up
Garcia.
here for MIBR. Second round on the
Picks up the
board. Be able to
gun.
reclaim some of those guns.
Yeah, and it's not too bad at all, actually.
Javi, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Appreciate the 5
guns
months.
into the round, and they come away with 3 players alive, so they're still going to have a pretty excellent
You
bonus.
pretend to
And this
know
is where we
things
can
in
start to see
Blood
some ideas.
I mean,
Aspas is 5
I like to
0 already.
I like to
Getting
feel
started like this,
I know
and if he has a
stuff,
big
but
bonus here, he might even have
you
some
never
kind of
know.
like post-plant ult to be able to work with on the waylay. So my eyes are on him. Where's he looking
God,
to
I-
path? Like I said, last time MIBR were on the attack side,
Sideshow got
double
fried,
dashes into
man.
back holes, double dashes into secret,
was
but
so
this time
sick.
maybe exploring mid.
With this comp, Aspas has a lot of
Dude,
tools to
everyone
help
was
set him
getting
up,
it.
be it the
It was
drone
incredible.
or Astra utility coming in to
No
assist
one was
him, and
safe.
I think it's such a perfect agent for him to play. You heard, I believe it was Oxy who said that he expected all the best Jets to be playing Waylay. Well, this map he's not, but Aspas locking that down.
My humble king doesn't consider himself one of the best Jets, apparently. That's
Yeah.
a big kill to find onto
Good
Net.
amount
So
of
this
pressure
one,
over
it
towards her
feels
as
like
well
a
as
full
question
B
mark,
push
question
from
mark.
MIBR. They do all of their same protocols, but then they double swing
My
through
pick'em
double
says
doors.
otherwise.
So they're
In
adding
Pacific
layers
for
onto
sure.
what they showed
Actually, I
last
have
time.
no idea
Remember,
what I'm
last
doing
time
in
was only the
Pacific.
first time that MIBR had showcased this Waylay comp, so you know that C9 are going to have looked at those VODs. You know that they're going to be expecting certain things, and MIBR's coaching staff are adding twists onto what they showed previously, like this one, a fake full B hit into a double lurk through double door.
And going into Yoru comps, these long pauses in the mid round are so strong. Being able
Yes,
to
what the
time
hell?
out that gate
That would get
crash.
you banned normally.
And as it fades, they'll
I'll be
slowly
typing that.
start to walk up towards B. Only 2 defenders here for C9.
Big knife against the back wall here. Mitch is under a lot of pressure.
Whoa.
Heat's being turned up against him,
That
flash
was
in your face
nice,
as well.
though.
Needs a bit of help and a bailout potentially. Run and gun is ordered up here
Whoa,
from
where's the bullets
Artisan.
going?
Reset of the aim, rifle in hand, Zeppa. Delivering death from above.
Exec was
He's
kind
into
of
that
sick though,
2v2.
right? Util?
Oxy creeping, crawling
my
up onto
goodness,
the angle.
this guy's a beast.
Cortesia, sharp, precise. Watchful eye onto it, defends it, gets the plant down now. Leaves Vic in a very awkward spot. Has to isolate these fights
Dude, this guy's
nicely and just
aim
weaving in and out.
is crazy on this. This was a lovely little exec. The Utah was honestly
And it's
awesome.
the 2 rookie players for MIBR coming in.
I like
Very
Fraud's
much
doing
excited
so
prospects,
much
but from
work
2
with this
very
team.
different regions. I don't think anyone thought
made
Cortesia
some
from Brazil
insane
and
shots into
Verno
this round.
from NA Challengers would be on a team whatsoever this year. But despite all odds, despite all expectations, those 2
Just
and the rest of the
headshot
team
after headshot.
have managed to gel very well, integrating them into this roster and winning a key bonus round there.
Imi doesn't look very impressed
Whoa,
about that
early
one.
timeout?
We're not going into a tactical pause here. This is a tech
Oh, okay.
pause.
I was gonna say it's very
A
early.
mouse issue, we're being told, but it looks like more of a strategic problem to me from the outside. Not
What's
to,
the
not to
potato head
downplay any
law because of his
potential
headshot
tech issue that we might be having, though
percent?
It looks like it's on the side of
Nah.
MIBR. We're not even seen
Didn't someone
that
do
yet,
it just
so
because he looks a little
no
like that?
excuses
He's got
whatsoever.
the same moustache, right?
But I think MIBR have done a
I don't
great
say
job
anyone looks
here
like
of
the
just
potato guy,
taking
but
what they know
definitely
Cloud9
the
are
same
gonna be
moustache.
expecting and adding twists and turns into it. And I like, Mimi, that you pointed out the rookie players, because Cortesia, the way that he's taking those fights towards the end, you wouldn't think that he's a rookie in
No.
spots like that. He's super confident just to re-swing back in and take a fight.
And it's almost the exact same thing with Verno, who, after how poorly things went to start this year with
Who
NRG,
called him a
with
potato
being
head?
dropped by that
It was
roster,
like a big
it was
meme
very
in
big
Brazil,
risk
right?
taken
There's
by
a
Fraud to
picture
pick him up.
somewhere.
Thus far, it seemed to only work out for MIBR.
Now, just while we've got the take pause, the casters before us, they were doing
The
the bit
MIBR
where if they
vibe.
said certain
Yeah,
words,
that's
they
it.
put the thing
The
in the jar.
MIBR
One of the words
org
that they were
tweeted
not
him.
allowed to say was fraud.
Uh-huh.
That's
Now
right.
you're saying
This is the
fraud,
law. There you
but
go.
with an
Despa's
L.
got it.
Right, with an L.
Should I get it up?
Right.
I'll
Is
get
it
it
kind
up.
The coach of
Yeah, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
Well, who do you think is fraudulent on this team?
No, I wasn't saying that. No,
What's the
actually,
implication?
Does that count as a chip in the box? You said the word.
I'm just saying.
asking a question.
Fraud's doing a great job on this squad, and Mimi's accent's making him sound like a fraud.
My accent. I don't have an accent. You do, buddy.
Right. Okay.
They brought me in to balance out the British on this cast.
America moment. Yeah, very America moment.
Yep.
both of the coaching staffs for this team, we don't talk about them very much. And I think that's a bit of a failure on us sometimes too, but often there's not
okay, great start from MIBR. Again, I really like this B-pop that they did. The util was super nice. And then, honestly, C9 maybe just didn't play together.
Some of them certainly have been, yeah.
And they could have been a little bit better.
At least in the short term.
But like, isn't everyone good at all of these maps? It should be a banger.
Sort of slow to begin with here. Tiptoeing around through mid, but it just
the
cannot
recovery
root out
is.
Cortesia.
Josh, you're still on the money with calling out Cortesia, because he just has such unbridled confidence, moving all the way from Brazil, playing on a bigger stage.
Yeah, he loves an angel.
It has not seemed to skip a beat outside of his very first match in this league.
Now that is one of those spots where if he goes down and they end up picking up a rifle off the back of that, we're like, oh, Cortesia, you got caught out in the open there. Maybe a little overconfident from you, hey, buddy? But he takes down both Oxy and Mitch on the anti-eco, and it does work out.
And that's been part of the beauty of MIBR for me in stage 1, that
can't stop thinking about.
Basic, boring comps,
At least he doesn't pretend to know what he's talking about.
Incredible individual
it's actually just living in my
but
head.
Now, like you said at the beginning of the cast, they're starting to pick up more interesting comps. They're starting to play more on meta, and I think we're seeing more strategic depth and interesting stuff alongside just the great team play and individual confidence that these kind of strong Brazilian teams have always been known for.
I'm so jealous, man. It's the most. You're right. It is the most perfect double
flame.
flame.
They really needed to work on was at the time they weren't sure what direction.
I'm jealous I didn't come up with it.
And so they didn't want to put their eggs in one basket too early on. And after Bangkok, I think it was. Listen, there were different ideas about where the meta was going, whether it was double duelist or whether it was Super Tejo focus. But when you pick up somebody like Verno and your roster doesn't necessarily flex super comfortably into double
Okay, where are they
duelist
at ult-wise? Who wants to get the kills? Verno 1 away, Cortesia 2 away, Artsin 2 away, Aspas 1 away now.
It's going to be a quick clean up towards the end of
that's
this
an ult.
round. Cloud9 just tempting to see if they can get any cheeky pickoffs. So they're going to be going down to the
They're in an incredible spot. Does Imi call a timeout?
An important game overall for them, to be honest. We haven't really set up the
Relatively rough to deal with at the moment.
With a win, Cloud9 would make top 4, no matter what, for stage 1. So they'd make it into playoffs. Exactly. And for MIBR themselves as well, bit of a tougher task ahead, because they're 1-1 currently. So this is a very important match for them to try and seal up.
Yeah, sometimes you look back at the end of a round robin, and these are the kind of games in the middle of the stage where you're like, damn, this was actually mega important.
This is the focus of the comp for C9, though. They don't pick the Neon, they lock this Jet, and a lot of that is to get Oxy time with the operator. Instead, it's going to be over towards A, though, and another one of these thralls.
Yeah, going for the clash here. MIBR biding their time. You can see Util is primed, waiting. Artisan is holding it.
They didn't fire a bullet. Did they pre-shock the knife?
Goes pound for pound, though. A lot of Util just trying disjointing all of this, and somehow Artisan's the one who's taking contact, taking point. And this is MIBR being dismantled in the process, just trying to play and weave in and out here.
But nice little anti.
Verno's got nowhere to run. Left up to
chat, they shocked the knife, right? This was sick.
See if they can pick up the pieces and make something of the rest of this round.
They're so far out of this play, though. Oxy's got an operator on the other side of the map. They have to retrieve the spike in A main. C9 with a triple lock have just destroyed that A main hold that MIBR were trying to take. They needed to get Aspas into position so that he could ult and exec into the site.
Oxy chill now.
They're spotting these players
they gotta
out as
try
well.
save. They could just try keep it clean.
Hoping he can take the op out of Oxy's hands. Oxy realizes it. Want to be trying to hold on to this one. For MIBR, it's going to be meandering around the map at this point.
And what Oxy's op brings to the defensive side is not just his skill with the weapon,
C9
but
will
take
this though. Nice little strat from them to fight aggro over towards A. 3k for everyone. Only one armory buy because they got the regen. It's like the most perfect round that they needed to get back into this.
And their Yoru, who are going to be a lot stronger at going for the fights there.
It was nice that they were one away from Verno's ult, right? So it makes sense to fight heavy over towards A main.
Him holding on to it into another round, even if it didn't find
Maybe
a
you
kill
could
here.
argue that MIBR should have used their ult, but they probably have like a set plan with the ult. Feels like this is like a team that has a lot of set.
They know that Aspas has a massive ult that he can just use to obliterate the A site. With the Waylay ult, he can ult towards Secret, double dash into Secret, and basically any spot on site is either getting highlighted by a Tejo drone or cooked by the Waylay. Now, the problem with that is he can just do it again. And so what you're just gonna fight A main every single round until he gives up and goes somewhere else? Maybe.
Okay, double kill trip.
But look, MIBR are just back to the
I say double kill
like,
trip,
okay,
info
C9 are probably
trip,
not
kill
gonna
trip.
fight A main with 3 players again, so we can just set up for the
So they
exact
change
same
it up. This is nice from MIBR. They realize that their knife is getting shot, so they change up into an insta flash.
For that one, so MIBR
Insta flash with salvos
access to the
close.
front of A here.
Okay, well, in theory, this site hit should be impossible, right? You would just have ult into ult.
I know it's
Like,
coming.
you can actually fill up the whole of the site, and then you just need smoke.
Drone clearing out.
Yeah.
Looks towards Secret. Spots that Secret's completely clear. Now
Do they use double ult or do they use one? They use no ults.
In the midst of all of that as well. And here it is,
Oh,
convergent pass
they have
in
the
through
pressure of the ult. No, they play off site. Wait, oh my god, this was genius.
into position, trying to escape to the side.
It's such a shame that he messed up his ult slightly. He kind of got greedy with it.
Now making their ways forwards. It's a no command, let rip, but as it emanates out, it just points the perfect direction for Zephyr to spam through the wall and off onto the flank. Oxy, bide your time, wait it out. You've been handed a freebie. He's going to claim it. It's left now just to Shayna.
It's a shame. I think Founder messed up his ult, in my opinion.
In this spot to tap it despite the force out that pull, almost ISOing these fights from an attempt of it still through the cloud burst.
Dude, I love the idea from MIBR though. They know that they get A main, and they know that like C9 are a smart team, so they're gonna play offsite because the ult, like I was saying, right, the ult is just gonna fill up all of this. So then they take the space for free, they ult, and then they try to do an ult combo. It's just like Verno's trying to do an ult for both of these, and I think he just needs to pick one lane.
I'm not sure whether there was a mistake in where the Tejo ult was
Yeah,
put,
I think there
or
was a
whether that's
mistake.
just
I think it's too greedy.
the kind of way that it tessellates onto the
Like,
map.
if he had just gone for just this, it would have been insane. But he ended up just giving him a little gap.
It's a fantastic ult combo.
It's a sick idea from MIBR though. It's like when people used to do pressure of the Killjoy ult, and so they just walk onto site contact.
And now grouped all the way
Similar
up
thought
towards B,
process.
but this is where both Oxy and Zephyr are looking to fight with a bit of a bait and switch setup.
Already crossed though behind the box. Oxy has to account for multiple angles here. Snapshot broken as well, so
What teams aren't smart?
able to double up.
Why are you asking me
Not
that?
being forced off this angle. There it is. Wide
We definitely
base
just
in
witnessed
the
a
end.
game
That's
where
Zephyr with a
people
bit of spam
tanked
to
the
force
most
him out
common
wide into
ult.
the open. There's plenty more targets, so
I'll
where
give you
that
that
came
much, that's it.
from, and Oxy quick to capitalize. This guy is tearing them asunder. And dash back and active. So we fading down. Doubled up discipline on show here by Cloud9.
Yeah, and do they really stabilize though? Really stabilize. It was like nice run from C9 into small MIBR mistake. I say, well, it is small. It's just ult
a lot more to do where that
placement.
came from for MIBR.
And then now their money's so good.
Vic's already in their spawn. They're fully
And
in
that
circle
big lead
here.
that they had is just
That's
fully
what
gone.
Oxy did in the previous round too. So C9 super happy to push out behind and either trap them in or flank them as soon as the Vice dies.
Vic should just be able to seal up this round, although it's being cleared to some degree, but Addison just not quite ready for it. Onto that angle, 28 seconds left. Now, Shannon gets himself a pick. But in terms of an open side, it's a different ask, isn't it?
The rest of C9, though, they are actually starting to book it over to A. They think there's
C9
enough
are
time.
buying half shields.
for Xenom to
They're
be
the
running in that
most
direction.
common users of the
Xenom
regen
is,
shields. Like if you actually look at all most of their demos, like I do think they're a team that people should probably stop buying Outlaw against, even when they have like full money. They've been doing it non-stop this whole year. I'm actually surprised teams haven't punished
You
it
might look
yet.
at the VOD later and think, damn, I kind of missed an opportunity there.
That is exactly the round you're looking for with this C9 double duelist comp. A bait and switch setup. Oxy going crazy with the operator and completely locking down space towards B long.
But I mean, it's smart from C9. They don't need to. They don't need to do it until someone starts punishing them.
If that stealth drone is being broken,
Look, they're
Oxy's
saving
almost always
that.
gonna
They're
find
saving a
some
little bit of
path to
money
weasel his
for it
way
each
through
time.
and get at least one shot across.
Yeah, it's basically just all on the drone. And the bait and switch setups like that, even if they work really well, even if the drone works really well, it's almost always only going to stop one person from being in position.
And at the same time, both of those agents have a get out of jail free card. If it doesn't work out, they're still in a pretty solid position.
Yeah, unless you get hit by the suppress, of course.
Just got to be faster.
Not enough Phantoms to punch at the moment. That's also true.
Yeah, it is.
There's the most Phantoms in America.
C9 have now won every single
still,
round
like,
since
low.
Oxy got an operator online, by the way.
Yeah.
So that is making a
I'm sure if someone will
massive
play an
difference to
outlaw
the way
against them on
that
those rounds,
C9's
that they'll
defense
change
works,
that for
whether
sure.
or
Yeah.
not he's able to get the kills.
MIBR now have a couple ults online, have the Vice ultimate as well as an Astra wall. I think they're going to want to try and find some kind of solve over towards B. Dealing with Oxy's operator is the biggest problem when you face up against the C9 team.
And I said early on in this game that MIBR are going to look to go away from Oxy and where Oxy and Zephyr are going to be playing. But when he is solo holding one of the lanes of the map with an op, if you go away from him, you're going into the stack. You're going into the strong site. So that's where it becomes less tempting of an option to just do the avoid Oxy strategy. Now, in this round, he's looking to work a pick through mid.
Okay, huge
so C9
ults.
varying up their defensive setup
Huge ults at the moment. Huge ults, and all the teams
and actually, MIBR
have a lot of money.
very much defaulting at all when they played
So
against
it's a
G2.
buy v buy, but it's not
They were
like
mostly just
it's
grouping
not
and
like the
going
most
A or going
important
B.
one ever.
Sometimes they worked some A splits, but this round definitely feels like they're just walking straight into Oxy.
There's a lot to consider. What a snap! Straight up,
Whoa.
Aspas removed, taken out
great
of the
shot.
fight. It's a duelist head-to-head that we were
A hard
setting
one
up,
to
teeing
hit.
up, talking about.
A very nice reposition out of the timeout, expecting the mid play. Oxy ready for it. Now C9 get to play from a clean advantage here.
I have lost mid-control, though. There's going to be a lot of unknowns swirling around Cloud9's head, I think, in terms of, oh, we've lost connector.
Zeppa has the position to punish the solo player coming down long, and that's the spike.
Knife thrown, and oh my god, stomping up through B long. That's a
That
critical
was
kill
the
at
duel.
that. Zeppa taking out Steel Garden.
Okay, knife hits him, so they know for sure he's back at Ascent. That's a nice
two
though.
players waiting it out. MIBR in a very good spot. Cosmic Divide.
Dude, I love that. The MIBR util
This
on
one
B
up
looks
as well
really
as
good.
Blind fires from the Shockeys, an attempt to try and dismiss most of this one, and the adjustments of Oxy just not quite on target. And
Might
at
have
this
to be
point,
might have to be another save.
I'm going to be considering different course
Might
of
actually
action.
just get
They
one of those
pick up
games
that
where
operator.
everyone's just
They don't
saving,
even
so
wanna
we
play
just
into
get all the buy v buys.
Yeah, especially with Vic being
We
able
don't
to
get many
retrieve the op. This
ecos.
is definitely a save call here.
Because when they're winning
the
rounds as
whole
well,
round
like EVA
essentially
teams,
comes
there's
down
just
to Zephyr,
so many people
the
alive.
exact spot that you called out, Mimi. He's got the gate crash to try to escape. I wasn't sure exactly what the
We don't
timing
really see
of
games
that
like
was going to
these.
look like, but I think that was his second one in the round. So he should have still had like another 10, 20 seconds.
I think MIBR
So
will
that's
probly
not
take
even
this as
going
well.
one for
I
one
think
and dropping the
in the
spike.
G2 game, if you
straight up
look at the
getting yourself
head-to-head
into a
in
player
terms of buy
advantage, spike
rounds,
completely lost and getting
MIBR
out
came out on
to help
top.
the site anchor. I probably should have just
They're,
been the
they're
round
pretty,
right there.
they're pretty legit on their buy rounds. This is a
Especially with
nuts
how it
shot.
started. Oxy getting a beautiful kill onto Aspas. And that's all it takes for it to fall apart.
Am I sleepy? No, I had a good nap earlier. Felt
Wrestle
pretty,
back some
felt pretty
control
good.
here. Thankfully for C9, that save means they keep their key weapon online. Oxy's still going to have the operator, and this time he's considering joining up with his team on this A main fight that they showed quite a few rounds.
Which implies that they're just going to leave him
They
posted
did
over
get the
there.
ult out of them, so big
MIBR
ult advantage for
super
C9.
heavily focused towards it. You can see
Definitely
that Aspas
should be good to
and
take
the rest
this
of the
one.
team looking like they
Want to go
wanna take a bit
aggro
more
over
mid-control rather than focus on
toward.
fighting A early.
Dude, this is interesting. So just in terms of like little mind games over towards A, Mitch fires his shock at the beginning, and then we see Artsin wait like 2 seconds and then throw his knife, and his knife ends up hitting like 3, maybe 2 over towards A. They got good info from it.
Reactionary. Mitch is looking to try and punish out through mid.
Big jaw.
Sending up a couple of pot shots, and Vic just lands a shot onto Artisan. He was
It's
cut
really
up away,
hard now.
isolated from the rest of his team.
I do want them to react and double push A main, I think.
They
But
clearly don't realize the spike has been dropped in such an open location, because otherwise they could be
is that just because I can
taking
see
a fight over
numbers?
towards here.
I think that was their
Oxy,
backs are just open completely towards us, and Aspas may have just realized he has the timing. Oxy
Sure, all that.
just peeks back around again, understanding that, wait a second, massive opening, and right under sewers, just being caught out into the water. Shaneham no more. 2 versus 4. Cortasia.
2v4.
To salvage the round.
It goes into a 2v3, and they took out the Astra, who had Astral.
An early warning Cypher trip down long.
Yeah, they do get early
No matter how
info,
much is
but
left on
it's
that
still not the
A-crash, no, it
most,
dissipates.
like it's not the
gonna be very long
easiest
rotations from Xenon, even with the perfect
retake
info
here.
off this Cypher hat.
Oh, he goes for the good plant as well. Kind of good
Be able
plant.
to stick this plant down in time.
Like you can still defuse it on the
Cloud9 quickly
corner.
realizing
They're going to fight relatively close, but they can still go down long. There's no vision block. Net has one smoke.
Salvo's online for Verno as well to stall and delay this one, but you can see them aggro, aggressive
Say
positions.
smoke cage.
Looking to see if they can turn it into a 2v2 before this retake even gets started. Oxy trying to clear most of the way. He is out wide though, and his team nowhere near still. Doubled up almost there in time. Leaves just down to Verno. Primed, holding it with the salvos. That's off the first tap. Forcing these players forward, stunned up, has to ISO. Every single fight coming in his way.
Yeah, just got it.
Just
good.
enough time on the clock for Cloud9 to win that.
God, it would have been mad there if the stun had actually won them the round.
Yeah, I was wondering if he was gonna like commit on the right guy with the
Second and a
stun.
half to play with. This round looked a little lost from MIBR, I would say, as soon as their idea of going for that kind of A split.
And as soon as that Sovolt came in, it wrecked their timing.
Water is really ambitious. I think it's quite unlikely you're going to get away with that against good level teams like C9.
And I think even
Tanuki,
later
hello,
in
mate.
that
Good morning.
round, the way that MIBR have been defaulting, they haven't managed to get lurks that deep into street over towards B at all throughout
But I
this
think
half,
by the
and
double
thus
duel
have either been
somehow,
running into a
I
late
think it's the
round
best
operator or
Yori
late
map.
round Cypher trips on this side of the map.
It's fine.
Now, of course, Mitch
Okay, now C9 go to their old school game plan. Every single time full passing over towards A, take into instant Yori TP. So they hadn't really been doing this, but now it's so late in the game and they've shown that they're playing differently to the other demos, so they let fall back into like what is probably their norm.
Gotta go to pick up back mid once more though. Util.
What's the worst team you can make with at least one player from each region, mate? I'm not doing that.
Opportunity to send it in. That's what
I'm not doing
really
that,
looking
dude.
for here. They got to time up their Util
But
correctly.
I appreciate the 50 bits, man.
Zeppa has result. They're happy to play full retake here and might even consider pushing through a flank.
Plans out in the open. Bit of stray spam by Net. Counter spam in order as well. Push this guy back. Cortesia
crazy
has been spotted, though, and now
question,
getting a bit of a run on and a move on.
Dude, this guy's
A
aim
trade
is
in
just too
sight.
good, bro.
Cortesia not to be removed. And now firmly embedded in through mid. This is causing all sorts of worries into the back of the Cloud9 players' minds. Dimensional drift out wide, doubled up, and a swift dismissal. That's Aspas in through the back of the halls,
really
rifle in hand. Seals up the round.
That round is just all Cortesia in mid, getting a massive 2K there, dismantling C9's flank, and at that point, what could have been a really strong Yoruwalt clearing into backside and flushing out the MIBR players there, has no one actually in a position to follow up. And the round ticks away, and MIBR take a pretty solid lead now in the first half.
I'm not disagreeing that Cortesia was the difference maker there, but just to focus in on the B
that first shot
defensive
is
setup as well. Net's got a trip that's supposed to catch, I think, Aspas as he goes for that double dash into back halls. And Aspas just glid over the top of it. And then when the plant comes down in the open, they also don't deny the plant with spam either. So it looked like a very, very soft defense on B. I think
popular on this
map. You can hard anchor
It's not
way
well.
more against
Honestly,
this
the Omen
Waylay
flash
comp.
is still kind of good on this map.
Aspas is dashing
But
into
like,
back
it's
halls
a
with
heavy like
1
after
KO
plant
flash
map.
max.
The Omen, sorry, the
really
Astra
not
ult
that
is
much
like
pressure.
really
I
important,
think if
especially
you
as like
get
teams
somebody
used to
into
be
back
spam
halls,
all
you
the
can
time.
fight
So when
it.
you have the Astra ult, you
I
can
think
actually
you
like
also
deny
kind of
that.
have to be
fun
more
stuff.
proactive with how you
Like
play
all
it when
of
you
the
are
Astra
locking into
util is like
Cypher comp.
incredible,
When you
really,
have the
on this
Vise, you're
map.
going to have a lot of hard
And
stalls
it's probably
util
like
to buy time to rotate
it still
players
is the
in
map
heavily
where the Omen
and have
flash is like the least
a lot of people
effective,
ready
even
to
though
just
you
fight
do
as
have
the spike
some
is going down.
nice flashes.
With Cypher, you don't have as much
Like,
actual
B
stall.
changes
You
a
need
lot
your Cypher
of how the
being
map's
in there,
played.
being proactive, and getting his teammates into the site. Another timeout called for C9 now. Trying to find these last 2 rounds of the half.
And I'm looking at their economy, seeing if they're going to go for the operator again. I would say that they were having the most success when they were just kind
It's
of
also, like, not that
allowing
many
Oxy to hold
one-ways
the
for Omen.
opposite side of the map to the rest of the team. So you have Cypher information all throughout mid, and then C9 decide to fight over B or
at least the one ways you can
then Oxy
do
goes the
like
opposite.
are kind of the same
Oscroft
as
has one off his ultimate, Verno as well.
an Astra.
They put a lot of emphasis on getting that tool
Or
online,
maybe
so
you could
does
argue
look to
that
be another fight
like some
towards
of them
that.
are actually better with Astra smoke. They can leak out and give you like
Gearing up for now.
little angles at the bottom.
Is going to be dropping soon enough here.
Okay, so the change from MIBR is to fight over towards A main again, and it has been just a mind game over towards A main the whole time.
Aspas full sprinting.
Money is
I like this from C9. They're reacting players into
now
mid.
actually low for
Trying to
C9.
flush any
They
low
lose A
picks
main,
there, be
full
ready to
pass and push over
fight
towards
back through,
middle.
maybe even a push, a flank
Dude,
in
this
if
drone's
this
going to
does
see
turn
no one
into
over
an
towards A.
AFC.
They might just send it.
They know that Cortesia has been fighting pretty aggressively on the lurk, so If you
Yeah, they're
pick him
just
off,
sending
then
it.
suddenly
Knife
the
goes in,
falls
hits the
down.
Astra, doesn't hit
Just
anyone
swat it
else.
out.
They do get the kill in middle though, but they change so much. So now what do they do? Do they try push for the one, or do they hold him?
You don't even need to
Yeah,
flank
they're against
retake here
Astro.
because
I
you're
think they
always
had to
worried
push.
about the
They
flanks
probably
in
messed
MIBR.
up.
The threat's there.
Armageddon, this is a lot of ults being laid down on top of it. Saturate to try and slow them to a crawl. Fights being taken in through the back of the site. The positions you can play in, kind of isolated right now. There's a lot of chaos thrown in. Time ticking though with a spike drop down here. Shayna pushing back, looking for that free fight. Leaves it just down to Verno. 1v3. Flash through the wall.
Oh, it was a nice shot, but
instantaneous is the trade-off there by Zephyr. So quick with the response. C9. Looking to try and drag
I
this one
think
back to
because
even
of
for
that
the first
Astro,
half.
they
I
had
like the
to.
idea to try and rally there for MIBR, but
They had
C9
to
makes
take
some
it.
really
The
good
idea with
macro
the
decisions
tail wasn't
throughout.
that bad.
Fighting into mid here, flushing that lurk.
Like force him
basically
through
the
and
first
double
time this half.
swing.
Cortesia has been getting so much value in that part of the map.
I mean, funnily enough, they have actually been trying to double fight him occasionally, and he just kills both of them.
You gotta take 4, Josh.
Verno's always
Don't
lost
take
alive.
any
I mean, he's
risks.
meant to be.
And then, I mean, just
He's
finds
playing
a
on
nice
attack and he
little
has
swell to
salvos.
Make their way back through the
Like
site.
him and the Astra should be
And
lost
Oxy buys
alive
an
every round.
operator again.
I think
If
small
these two
adaptation for
weren't
Cortesia in this
lost
final
alive
round
every
would just
round,
be
something
to sit back a little
fundamentally is
further, or
gone
maybe you
wrong
can just
with
go
how
with
they
the
play
team
the
and
map.
Don't worry about controlling mid or going for the lurk. MIBR have got ults to be able to get in onto site. Null command. Aspas's Waylay ult as well. They should be able to absolutely obliterate Vic on A.
What's the worst game I've ever watched on stream? Damn, you're gonna ask me that after you just watched Furia on Power?
The anti-KO setup as well. Both of these.
No, we've had some bad ones, man, in the past. Most of the bad maps that I've watched, though, is like it normally is Pearl. People seem to have a really rough understanding of this map. There was a Heretics game, 2023 Heretics maybe. I think Zeke's was calling or Mixwell was calling. Someone was calling. That was one of the worst maps I've ever seen.
Here it is. Slows down now, in through the back.
I think that's up there,
The
man.
go button has been hit. Aspas
The
with
EMEA
delayed claim
Pearl.
to a couple of more lives where he's at least hunting, but now scurrying straight backwards, and there's Oxy in your face. Shorty in hand once more still. MIBR have control of this.
Someone was calling, yeah. Someone was calling and they didn't have
wrested away from
an
them. There's a
idea, like they
2v2
didn't have a
scenario,
clue what they were
Cloud9
doing.
In the midst of it, first tap, forcing out that pull.
Yeah, another
Salvos are
tap
on
becomes
form next.
the.
That's Verno here. Zephyr.
I like that they tried to stun on top of
Another
it to
tap,
get a
force it
kill.
wide. He
It's
is
kind of cool.
stunned up. Bit of damage into the process. Time is of the essence.
Oh, he let him get half.
Wincon's earned, but no kill off the backside of it. That's
Ooh,
7 to
let
5.
him get half. He would have had
Finish of
time.
MIBR on his
Came
first
down to
half
the
of
duel.
Pearl.
Switching sides. Hotspots both times we've seen him use the converging path, saving it for the post plant, fighting forward, and it's really such an effective stall tool. It sounds
Hey, we
simple to be like,
tried.
oh,
No, it wasn't you,
slows
boo.
you down
It
when
was
you're trying to retake, but
it was 2023.
Super well
It was
here to
it was
find enough time to just let the post
it
plant
was like
fringe win it out.
Zeke's. It was that team.
MIBR have absolutely
It was
cooked on
before
this
they
map. On their attack side
before they
specifically,
put
it
Weber
looks
into
good.
play.
They got 7 rounds here.
It
They
was you?
beat
Wait, were you in
G2
that
on this
team?
map earlier as well. You can see where they're finding success.
Wait, who was calling though, boo?
Certainly
Because it
can.
wasn't
And we're
you.
going to be finding out a little bit more as well what they've got up their sleeves in the arsenal, potentially, I should say, on the second half.
Maybe it was
Pearl.
you, and
Don't
I've
go
just
anywhere.
I've just named you as the worst map I've ever seen. It wasn't you calling. There's no way. I refuse to believe it. You can say I'm pretty confident it wasn't you calling. Was it in the EMEA? It was EMEA. I might even be able to find the game for you. Let's have a little look. VLR. So go all the way back. Regular season. Ah, dude, he played so much before Weber played. Against BBL? Nope. Liquid? Nope. Versus Foot, you reckon? Oh, yeah, it might be this one. It might be this.
There is Endo with his favorite caster, Mr. Rivers.
You're doing great on your play-by-play.
I think it's this
debut,
one.
Wyatt.
Thank you. You know, I'm really trying
But
hard.
Onavi.
I'm trying hard, and here we are. Definitely not Wyatt, as it says at the bottom.
It might be. It might have been the
Was Rossi
second
on
one.
drugs? He was coming in with some energy. I wasn't ready to meet. I wasn't ready to match his freak for that. But the guy was going at a million miles an hour.
It's the other one.
Shade to everybody.
It's the other one.
It was the highest
It's definitely
he was on pure adrenaline from beating Furia.
It's the foot one.
Tell you that.
I didn't know what the
It was
context
Zeke calling? Okay, thank God for
and
that.
I'm like, what's going on here?
I thought absolutely owned
It's
you.
nice to see the
Dude, that
players
was
coming elated
probably
off
the
the win,
worst
to
side
be
I've
honest. We don't
ever
normally
seen
see
on the
all of
tank
the players
ever.
like
Yes.
jumping around at the end of the win.
We'll see how that energy stays through the rest of the stage for Leviathan. Hopping into the second half, though. C9 on attack with the double duelist comp. Oxy and Zeppa were great in the first, and they have a fight towards Art.
Here it is, Aspas. Slight bit of bait.
Damn, bro, they went to spam him as well.
Bullets flying through.
1-0 at the moment for the Pistols.
Getting one is even good there for him, to be honest. They were
I got
completely
saved.
pre-firing
Nah, dude, I just knew it couldn't be him as well. I was pretty confident.
The team will call back towards him.
And Zeppa, despite being down 5-7, has been a monster individually. Will have his opportunities in this attack half as well, especially with Oxy going down because it puts
Nice
more
pistol
pressure on
though
him.
at the moment, right? They create pressure. Then they insta-group over towards A, so if you're splitting, you have to be worried from here anyway, even though no one's actually here. Knife goes over towards middle, it's a great shot.
That is ridiculous stuff from Zeppa,
Oh,
and
no,
he's
it's
going
a
for
good
even
keep.
more here. Laying siege to the site, and it's A available. Plant down now,
Looking like a
extensions
pistol
around
each.
here for the pistol. That is in. Stallone making this play. And, wow, okay, net was low enough here. Rapid turnaround. MIBR finding their ways back into this potential pistol, but return of the fire from Mitch. Drop down into pit. Cortesia's going to know at least where one of the players are, but Vic playing the long con. Tuck to the side, and the gamble goes the way of Vic here.
Yeah, I was
Cortesia
worried
just
then.
not checking the corner.
I'm a
okay.
fan of C9's macro.
1-1.
I think they
Dude,
really,
yeah, I agree.
with this
C9 are
new
lovely on
roster,
this map.
found a style that works for them. A lot of their attack side calling has been
They're
really
part of the
solid. I
team.
think it's the defense that we've been
Weber
focused on.
0-2, share the
maps
blame.
like
That's very
Ascent,
true.
for example, with their
That's
double
very
sentinel
true.
comp. But
Dude, I'm not
it's
going to miss
good,
up on an
sensible stuff.
opportunity
I mean,
to flame
leaving
Neil or
Zeppa
Weber.
inserted into A main, returning back to him, and then getting the
If
entry
anything, I
through,
blame them
waiting
more.
for those refreshable timers to come back. It's all good stuff.
And it's nice to say that for an IGL and Mitch who, you know, he had his heyday when Valorant was fresh, was when Tens was the best player in the world.
Dude, you can't be bringing that out. Bro peaked in high school kind of stuff.
But that
What are you
was the
talking-
narrative. That was legitimately the narrative.
Bro, where
for
are
a
you getting
while,
this
and then
from?
he had his
Who
good
told
year
you
in
this
Tier
is
2
a
last year,
Weber
got
thing
this
for sure?
opportunity with C9
Right.
after they controversially dropped
Who's been saying
Rossi,
this, Boo?
who knows your name, in the offseason.
Yeah, definitely knows my name.
Yep. And
Give me one
brought
name,
him
Weber
in,
or
and
no.
I think people had low expectations, and thus far he's definitely been surpassing that as a leader and as an individual for C9.
Yeah, Mitch
So I'm saying
actually...
he didn't peak in high school.
He didn't peak
for
in
the
high
record.
school. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. He actually looked good when he was calling for them in one of the off-season tournaments before they brought Rossi.
Okay, let's see. This was nil today.
It was, Red Bull
This guy, man.
qualifier in Seattle.
Sure, there you go. You even know,
I mean,
know which
I
one
can't.
I'm
I don't
talking
even
about,
want
yeah.
5 shots to nil.
But
He's already injured his knee.
That
He's
version of
already
C9 was
down,
looking
man.
Pretty solid too. And once again here, they
Already
managed
down
to
in the
navigate
dumps.
away from the stack from MIBR, finding the right place to end the round.
Laser, thank
and
you
get
so much,
an
bro. I appreciate
extremely
that in the
simple,
YouTube chat. Thank you for the support, dude.
correct macro call, which avoids all of the potential variants.
Okay, who gets to farm these?
I got nothing.
Who
Mimi's
gets to
looking at me
farm
to
these?
talk about this round.
Because
I got
I'm
nothing.
looking at these
They're
two
gonna stack
thinking.
aside on the eco. They're gonna
I mean,
scurry
honestly, I'm
over,
looking
they're
at
gonna
this
try to die to the
thinking.
spike.
Yeah, I would imagine this
Let's
is a
go
die to the
farm.
spike kind of round, to be honest with you, isn't it? And this is sometimes where you see, like, one of the C9 players is just going to run forwards and see if they can find the people who are waiting to die to the spike.
Looks like Zeppa is the gladiator.
Had his knee No, yeah, dude, had his knee playing badminton, man. The classic one.
Doing a 1v5.
Yeah, I don't want to give away any guns, so Rifle's going to be nice and safe.
Dude, nice
Fast,
chance,
fast.
what?
Yeah.
They got the
Casual
Huns.
reminder of who you're playing against.
I've liked some of the innovations coming out of Tier 2 of using like Teo Missile plus Molly to
Aspas?
all die without getting ult orbs early. Saves a lot of time.
Aspas, bro.
Aspas?
We are not saving
Did
the
he just-
stinger there.
What just
He
happened?
saved?
We are not saving the stinger
I looked away
there.
from the screen because the round was over.
That's got to be a tech problem,
Wait, can you
no?
still ask?
What,
Yeah, Laser, what do you
Did his keyboard stop
type
working?
it?
He...
He pulled.
Oh wait, what diamonds?
Why are you trolling?
He's trolling.
Chat, what
But
did I miss?
also, like, he's not even the one that gets punished for this.
He accidentally went. Oh, he played it. Wait, he did his.
You legend.
Oh, he did this. Missed the spike. Oh god, missed the spike defuse and then Arden. Oh boy, he uses E.
Aspas, you better pop off this round, mate.
Well, up in hand.
This is my IGL right here, though. This is actually my guy. Oh no, he's locked in. Oh boy. Oh no.
Minus 4,700.
That
Another
is not
retaking.
ideal, and this is flooding in fast as it happens.
Oh, don't show me Artesine's POV. He's got nothing.
Down to the sides.
Has he got nothing?
Past these smokes, and again, that's
The
gonna be a
monster.
stun. Lay it down into the back
Well,
of the hall still.
did great
Suppressive
though.
fire, lay it down by these Cloud9 players, looking to try and combine their might, and Seppa with a cleanup. Trade, instantaneous, Shanum slipped his way in through onto the side. And tappy with a
it's
rifle.
really
That's Vic.
snowballing, man.
All up now.
Oh, that's diabolical.
A lot to talk about.
Oh, that's
a lot
diabolical.
to break down, a lot to discuss.
Oh, that's
really.
diabolical.
Oh, he doesn't get anything with the op.
Is that a vibe destroyer?
Could be a
It's
vibe
just
destroyer.
not my vibe, Brent.
Ooh, if I'm Artesine in that spot, I'm gritting my teeth.
What do you
thinking,
say?
he's a great player.
What year in Valor do you think had the biggest jump in terms of overall improvement?
And C9, I think, in that spot, maybe don't even realize. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, they did do a
I
great
think
job.
teams
of dealing
really
with
worked
Aspas
it
there,
out in like
completely punishing him for going for that
2023,
pick.
to be honest.
Good spin.
Artesine is now on a judge.
Like beginning in
which I've seen him do
2023.
Filthy things with the judge.
Like
So
there's
they were talking
again,
about
I
it on
feel
the
there's
cast.
like 4 teams that have
He's on
worked
the
out, and then
doors.
everyone started copying
he's
like
doing
end
the
of
gun
2023.
game.
Most people got it.
Yep. Players down and A gets tagged into the process. I think he's hiding his intent there. He had the pistol out. But Cloud9 are going to be
Yeah, I'll probably
walking
say
into him, up, draft
2023.
up and over, just spots the head. Right over to the side there. Shanum, though, plucks Oxy out of the sky. Aspas still
Champs
kicking out through the
2021
back
to
here.
Champs
He's gonna
2022 is a
turn
huge
He's
jump.
gonna
That
make
is
it go.
also
He's now
true.
to try and spot out his
There's been a
players.
big jump
The
every
smoke,
year,
that's
really.
3 sighted.
It doesn't feel
Trading at
as
the
much
moment's
this
notice
year,
here,
just
peeking
purely
back to
because of
safety,
meta and
and
map change. There's too
chaos
much
happening
Fronin.
through connector. Gun seeking to be reclaimed here by Artesine. Does actually end up picking it up. Tucked to the side. It's an important fight for Net to win out. Disciplined by Artesine, not enough to really survive into the midst of all of that, though. Cosmic Divide.
Still got Astra Suck. They only just gone through the ult.
Some degree,
No.
MIBR looking to see if they can get themselves into this one. Smoke blooms up.
Yeah, it's all
Ball's
about
gonna be forced
protecting
down nice
this.
and early here. Cloud9 still working with that player disadvantage, but a bit of spam
Ooh,
might
a
just seek
bit
to
of
correct
spam,
that.
but they might
Indeed,
think it
does
was
with
the
easier, though. Spamming away,
diffuser?
sticking away. Someone needs to get on this.
Net's crazy on that. He did so much. This duel.
He's just ridiculous.
Yeah, this duel gave him
He was in
everything.
passenger princess mode all
Did-
the first
he's-
half. They were avoiding his sight.
What the hell?
Comes out into
He
the second
gets the
and
first kill and then he gets
wins
2
this
spam
round for
kills.
C9. It started rough. This shot from Shannon was incredible. And then a silly judge kill only to somehow bring this back, working all the way through Art.
This is a 3v5, and Nets, I think, got 2 of those kills just pure spamming into the smoke, right?
Okay.
And then jumps back in through.
Yeah, I like that though. I like that
I was
he.
a bit confused why MIBR
There's definitely a
weren't trying to
couple of
put too much
players there
pressure
that might
forwards
just be
into
like,
Art
yeah, I'm
and
pretty sure I
into
killed the diffuser off the 2
main,
spams.
But they were relying on the
He
fact
just
that
went
Shannon
for it
was still
anyway,
alive
no
and they
matter
could
what.
play inside
Time
the
was low.
smoke, I think.
Good.
A gamble that didn't
Force
pay
him
off.
down to
Now
the
C9 in the
eco.
driving seat of this half, MIBR.
Dude, it's a rough
Some
couple
rough
of buy rounds for
money.
MIBR. That was obviously
Yeah,
had
MIBR have had a
the
couple of
op
tragedies here to
fiasco
open
with
up
the
their
stinger, and then we
They are going to be
had
relying on a big individual round, I think, from
and then we
Aspas at
had
some
the
point here.
5v3 in the afterplant. They took a long
Does have the
time
Pure Guardian this round,
pushing
but
through the
not in the best position to
Astral.
get value. He might have a chance though. A couple members of C9 heading his way.
Yeah.
Slow and steady, though. It's going to create openings for MIBR to capitalize. Trying to rip off a head or 2 because he's here. Feeling the heat and a couple of bullets to the chest, still alive. And
Oh
King
boy, that pause is
Aspas. It's a
the
filthy
pause
off
is
angle.
deadly.
Now he needs to dominate this position.
It's
Up
chill
for
now.
pretty long. Still
Yes,
taking point.
lovely.
It's a light speed as well. Gets out of dodge. So it's going to be a constant nuisance now at the back of the minds of these Cloud9 players, and they want to try and take a fight a little bit further forwards, not anticipating these angles here. Jump spot reveals the hand anyway. It's a gun given up and over. Mitch in a very difficult spot. The squeeze being applied to him. So a flicker with an adjustment. Mitch could be an absolutely legendary play. Cooked up 7 bullets left to work with. Just needs the timing, just needs to take it. Waiting for the player to wade right in. Him versus Varno!
bro,
It's
so
all Varno
unlucky, dude. It was
here
such a
today.
good go at it. Dude, that
Nice
180
chance
shot
of
was
greatness
sick.
there.
That was a disgusting shot.
Oh, it's so nice.
The 180 flick to make that nearly doable. I was worried for a moment.
But it was this moment from Aspas earlier on. You asked for the Aspas round, he delivers a massive 2K there, and not only is it those kills picked up, but it segments C9 off, forces them to go into that disadvantaged fight towards spawn. And Mitch's heroics not enough. Aspas now gonna be purchasing the operator.
But remember, last time, this didn't get any value at all. Completely caught, predicted, and dealt with.
This time, there's a couple players heading his way.
Yeah, everybody. He's got the stampeding hordes.
There's going to be a clash developing. Flash into the face. It's going to force that refract immediately straight back. Salvos, Hunter's Fury trying to be used. It's going to ease the pressure that's coming out their way on either side.
It's chaos, man. Prius has no idea who to spectate. Damn, Vono gets the... Oh my god, Vono, but the ult was strong for that.
Nobody can lay claim to the site. With reinforcements arriving, MIBR.
God, they didn't realize the guy's locked in.
Correct the course of the round.
Oh my god.
Side, but as I say that, Vic,
oh god.
Oh my
no, how did they lose this? Dude, Fraud is going to lose his mind.
Cloud9 just bring it straight
Two facing.
Back. They leave it into the hands of Cortesia to see if he can make anything
the drone goes in. Spots both.
C9 walking all
and
the
then
way
they could
back
just
through
chill and ult. And they
Cortesia
lost the
does have a
ult.
bit of view till there may be a flash to get info.
No, I think they've completely cooked him. I mean, he has no idea at the moment. They could be looking to still finish A. They could be clearing out different positions on the site. Only just now is he thinking about backing up and headed towards the other side of the map.
Did I see the Verno cam? No, but I mean, I would be super annoyed at these two.
Mitch could be positioned
if I was
in
him.
any number of a multitude of spots, especially if they bait this wall out. Oh, that's not a bait.
Hard committal. Yeah, Mitch is locked off for at least a few seconds. No worries though. Slow play by Cortesia.
The ult is so fine. It's on the two that died here. Like the ult should be to bait it out, and he's like doing the ult once he's seen them there, and then he knows his Inferior's team should be alive. He's just like gone through the process of it. This is an absolute shocker of a round.
I mean, the opening kills there.
It's outstanding, and it's shades of the last match Vic played on that Ascent. I think a 6.0 KD against Leviathan. He was incredible there. And in this round,
they do so much. He's getting info.
But these shots from
Why are we not
my
tucked
God.
in? I mean, it's great shots, but
yeah, they're trying to hold a crossfire there.
He's droning. Like they give him 1-1s.
2v4 that Cloud9 win. 2 rounds earlier, they won a 3v5.
Yeah.
And then they almost won a 2v4 again on their anti-eco, admittedly. Verno's got head in hands at the moment, just trying to compose himself, as the rest of the team, I'm sure, is going through something similar. Because MIBR have been in advantage spots now for a number of the last few rounds, and either struggled to convert or failed to. And almost seemed like in some of these spots they don't expect C9 to be fighting. Like they think if they get up a couple of numbers, that C9 will just
might be a language barrier thing there.
Vic continues to fight.
Depends
on
what.
the year MIBR. 5-0.
Does it depend on what his comms are? I mean, I guess,
coming
but
off of beating America's best team, G2.
I just don't think in the 2v4 most people would be even wanting to face this. Like it should just be natural to just be tucking in.
In this round, likely to
and
be
then you just swing off the contact of the most tucked in person.
Like the Oxy purchase too. Keeping track of the money, outlaw in hand.
He's always got the Blade Storm to lean back on as well.
Aggrofied by MIBR on the opposite section. Looking to take control of A main. Cloud9 get the read on this one. It was sniffed out and heard, so reaction now called for into B. Cortesia doesn't grab the one, he was praying for it.
And C9 again, they do such a good job of navigating these anti-eco rounds.
I mean, the updraft was just pretty rough.
Diver, Artisan, he's worked his way all the way in here, but a shot.
No way.
No way. Those shots missing. Rifles.
There's no way. It's going so badly for MIBR.
As soon as the round begins, essentially, they get themselves in and get the plan down for Cloud9. There was definitely a danger here in the form of MIBR potentially being able to do something about it, but it leaves Aspas with only a Sheriff and a 1v3. Zephyr low enough that a single shot to the body will do it. But he's got to find any of these fights, and I think the discipline that's been on display so far by Cloud9. Not going to look to let anything slip too much, as I say that. Net peeking out wide, time's ticking away, and with it, options and chances to win.
Yeah, was this a low buy though?
Find themselves ever closer.
Definitely had an opportunity to win that if the shorty kill came in.
I don't have a big strategic adjustment that MIBR need to make here, because I feel like they're getting into spots to be able to win. It's just about closing things out. I think that's got to come down more to the individual awareness of what risks to take at the end of some of these spots. It's definitely well within their power to still be able to claw this one back, but C9 digging deeper, making the plays when it matters.
C9's showing a different look to start this round. Oxy gonna put some attention over towards Street.
And this is where the Vice Wall is.
Enemy tag.
Keep drawing down. There's a lot of presence actually to hear this.
I mean, this is it for MIBR, by the way. No money.
Oxy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he can dash out if he wanted to. Yeah, this is the thing with this wall. You can get over the top of it. Oh my god, that updraft has made them be able to get the second kill as well.
And now the map is just exploded. MIBR is scrambling to close off the middle here.
Try and pick up any sort of information they can.
Bro, this guy's aim
is again to be that difference maker. Two-piece Oxy and Net cleaned up. In through main, Shaynam. Cloud9 players are going to be steadily walking into him, and they are closing in the net. MIBR working their way in behind. Critical kill. Shaynam collects that one, leaves it into the 2v2, and are they going to be expecting this fast off onto the flank? Cosmic Divide cuts up the sight. Stalled out here by the Thorns for now, buying time for MIBR to get these rotates.
Well, he's going to be able to
it's
hit
all
the
about whether or
plant
not they
and then go
expect
for the
Aspas
ult.
to be in a position that he's in. Steel Garden is good.
And just like
Even
jump
better,
spot to
denying
distract.
all these weapons, and Aspas has been given that perfect timing
Dude, you could tap the
again.
spike here.
Immediately capitalizes, and leaves it all to Zephyr. Very difficult spot to be placed in.
It's an incredibly hard spot to win this round, but
Aspas not choosing to play main, just trying to play tucked up close here. Spike, defusing order, already found the first one.
oh man, it's unlucky. 33 HP. He gave it a good go. First shot was great.
Those are the rounds
Dude, this guy
that
is
MIBR have been losing all half.
annihilating them, I swear.
And finally, in one of these close
Every
ones,
angle is just
Cortesia
insane.
pulls it across
Let's go,
the line
TV.
in the
Thank you so
1v1.
much, Go.
Somehow
Appreciate that.
wins
Thank you
that
for the
one,
16 months.
despite
Appreciate the
this
prime.
ridiculous start to the round from C9.
I think they just stayed there in that mid connector for a little bit too long. I love what they were cooking, Oxy and Net. The way that they went past the wall, the updraft to play Net in, it was all magic. But then sticking in that spot, you're worried about way too many angles. I think they just needed a bit more proactivity in a moment like that.
I think it's waiting for extra numbers to
great
swing,
credit
maybe.
to Cortesia too, because cleaning both
Wait,
of those
he
kills up
slammed
as
and
quickly as he
broke it?
did, and then still winning the 1v1 against Zephyr, who's been on fire.
He
Yeah,
raged
mad
and broke it, man.
And Zephyr's got his way up to 20 kills across 20 rounds. Cortesia right there with 19.
He's doing it with no monitor,
He broke
Yeah,
the
I mean,
monitor.
that's incredible, isn't it? He's
Mad
like
impressive.
he's like Daredevil. He's just sniffing them out.
That's sick.
It is a monitor issue for Zephyr that we're fixing up.
Daredevil as well operates through smell. Famously.
What is it? He's like a dolphin, is he?
Bro, I watched a movie from like 2000s. I don't know. Is it?
I think he like clicks or
it's
something.
It's like sound. It's it's like bat echolocation or something. I don't
Right.
know, bro.
Oh,
We need
Dude, imagine
GB
reporting
here
that
'cause
one
he's
in.
the
What
Marvel.
happened?
That's why they have these plexiglass covers between the two
He
teams,
was raging.
so that you can't just shout
Smashed the
really
desk.
loudly and see where it echolocates off them on the other side.
You guys feel like you're lacking a millennium. Vancilli's behind us. Do you know? What's your question?
What about?
Ask him.
Are you a Marvel head, Vance? No, he didn't look confident.
Vancilli's been studying cave paintings from the early 3000 BC.
He's got no way to clap back, bro.
He was around when they were drawing mammoths falling off cliffs into people with spears.
Can we give this man a microphone to insult him?
No.
This is all the rage from.
You're gonna dump on him and not even.
This is
give
all
the
the
man a
rage
voice?
from Sideshow getting flamed by Rossi. He's taking it out on Vancilli. This is just sitting there
We're
innocently.
going back into the game here as well, so unfortunately, you know, Vancilli's not going to have his opportunity to.
He's crying into his Aspas pillow right now.
I'm sure he is. Well, all right. Artazine.
Hurt people, hurt people.
Retake here, but
Actually, so
MIBR
true,
need a good
man.
round to get back into this one. The momentum that came off the back of Cortesia winning an important 1v1 just kind of got stifled a little bit by that tech pause.
What did Rossi say? Mate, what didn't Rossi say? Go if you want to know in the pause, go back and watch the segment after the LEV
MIBR
game.
wants to look to re-clear mid. Drone gets broken out though, and they put a lot of pressure onto A. Spike still not committed to anything yet though.
I like this in terms of the C9 attack macro though. They keep Zephyr inserted over here, gives them options to return back over to A.
It's so powerful when you have a Yoru on the insert too. Can stay longer than other agents and TP back, but MIBR, they're going to go for their second mid re-clear of the round, and they might have a brawl.
Very proactive. They're going to be meeting a lot of presence. As you mentioned, that brawl, the timing is taken against them. And
I hate the dry walk over towards middle with a passion. It's always like a nightmare going into the double.
Really is Shaynam on a bit of an island.
Double island, dude, I love Oxy at the moment. He's playing this attack so nice. Every single time he's going to get traded with what he's doing.
Ace on the cards. Dash active. You know this guy is
Can't let him have it, man.
Clamoring for it. He knows it.
Oi, what that was his, bro. That was his, man.
All smiles.
No, not all smiles.
Well, some smiles.
That's a smile of like, haha, yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah.
Thanks, appreciate it.
What, are you working for iBuyPower? Why are you upset?
Now, this 2K from Oxy seals the deal.
Sasha's just in a bad mood now, man.
That attack's like calling where you loop back
really in a bad mood.
trying to catch the reaction. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he said no there at the end. I don't think he was saying woo.
Followed it with the woo after though.
He did.
Still a little excited about
Okay,
that
3
one.
chances for C9.
Horrible hit for MIBR.
There's just been too many mistakes from MIBR in this
and
defense
spot
half.
the outlaw makes the task even harder with 3 of these players on half armor.
And I do think that
I think you need to ask for another
Oxy is doing so much good. Speaking of Oxy, he can one-shot 3 people at the moment.
No complaints on the way to Cloud9.
Probably going to think that he can one-shot 4, I would imagine.
These MIBR players heavy over towards this site. Macro game has been good. The prep game as well on top of it, to be honest. Cloud9 have been very
Okay, so the
well
call
versed.
is to one-pass and fake over towards A, or at least drone it to keep 3 people there.
MIBR on B playing much more.
Ooh, I mean, he gets hit by the knife.
Than we saw from C9.
So knife goes in over towards A. It hits the Sova, but
as Mitch tries
doesn't
to
change too much. Just droning now. They knew about the info anyway. And Vono is going to get here in time because of this wall. And Vono has salvos if he wants to stall some more.
Updraft, dash up and over with a flash to supplement.
Yeah, there they go in. Ooh, for the swing. It's pretty nice.
Too much to overcome.
Dude, Oxy again might have owned this.
That heaven control is going to be vital now. Oxy lays claim to it, lays siege to it. MIBR
Dude, he's had a great attack half.
Closed out any chances of taking this map. More than dwindling at this point. 13 seconds, plenty of time to get this plant down.
I know exactly.
But a play has to be made, and Shaynam just not capable of doing it. Big reveal on Artisan. It's the last one left. It's all up to him to stay alive in this map for his team. And Cloud9 know it. Can play a more disciplined game here. Wait for him to take the peek
Very
into
nice
him.
from C9.
This
was a nice. It's a nice pull.
Nice
The
and early in
fun
this
pull.
series. First map of Pearl.
Yeah, those little mistakes from MIBR just cost them. And it was like really early on in the half as well. So like every time they made them, they kind of had to eco really. That the most criminal one, I know most people would say like the op stuff, but I think that 2v4 was the most criminal.
This C9 team seriously now. They're taking wins over a number of big names. When you look at what they did throughout kickoff, for example, and the start of stage 1, you might have just thought it was only against NRG that they were going to be able to turn up and have great performances. But this team is legit. They are beating up some great squads.
Zeppa had the ire of the community in the offseason, but proving himself again this map. 20 kills to start this series well for C9.
Yeah, it's beautiful stuff so far. And they're going to be going into their map pick of Lotus up next as well. It's a map that's just been heating up across the board. This Cloud9 team looking primed. They want to try and make that top 4 playoff spot. A win here in this series will seal it up. Still plenty more action left to happen, though. I'm going to send it down to the desk and going to break it all down and set us up nice and pretty.
The Stinger save. Still ask? Yeah, laser would. No way, bro. It's so close. That's so funny, dude. Okay, I'll be back a little bit. I didn't realize it was that close. It's devastating.
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
Here with Emmy of Cloud9, a dominant first map win. My second time interviewing you after a first map win. My question for you is, we are going into your map pick of Lotus. I believe the last time you played it, you lost it against NRG. What's the plan this time?
Just hope what your lovely analysts say and Zeppa has his 10th life game. That'd be great.
Best of luck in map 2.
Okay.
All right, folks, welcome back after a pretty strong showing there from Cloud9. I tell you what, it hung in the balance for so much of that first half. I mean, we saw hands in hands from Verno. We saw very close rounds, but we also saw a little guy go big as per usual. Oxy was on fire, I think, over the course of Pearl. Really strong showing.
I think all of C9 had a great showing. Oxy being one of them too. I think C9 had a great game plan in the very beginning to just get that off as soon as possible in the hands of Oxy. And once he has that on, not only is he covering his spots, but he's also funneling his opponents to the right sites where they have the correct stacks. But I think overall the game or the series has been really good for C9.
Yeah, C9 have been waiting to get this win since kickoff. I mean, that game against MIBR, it was map 3. It was daunting them for all this time. Oxy, you're 100% right. He was so quick with the flicks of the operator, and he looked great. I mean, the entire map, and we cannot forget about Zeppa.
And on
my goodness.
Exactly,
Sorry,
I was going to say, just on the attack side, Oxy's like trying to create that space, and then he's dashing in, but a lot of that brunt work was around Zeppa, for example, and also on Vic, who we've hyped up at the very beginning of this series of being good in this season. A great pickup for Cloud9, and also having great clutch moments for the team, and from time to time stealing aces.
Yeah, just give it to Oxy, man. Like, yeah, we were all waiting after the 4K. Like, if Oxy gets the ace, he's gonna get up. He's just gonna start screaming. We knew it.
I don't think we've given up PC yet.
It was so chill, right? He was so chill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, the vibes of this team are great. I mean, we talked up Vic. I think it was someone we came into this game getting really excited about. I think he's just picked up where he left off. Zeppa as well. Mimi mentions it, right? Kind of a lightning rod for criticism in the offseason for this team, even though there was a lot of retooling happening on the C9 roster anyway. Yeah. And of course, the LEV boys gave us the meme, the whole, you know, during the regular season C9 and playoff C9, very different. But this is all great things to be going on, I think, if you're a C9 fan. But MIBR don't feel too far off par here.
Well, I gotta say, I think the game plan around what Imi's preparing for this team against MIBR was actually really good too. I don't think people give him enough props, especially when you look at Cloud9. Yes, always very strong seasons at the very beginning, but in the playoffs they kind of falter. But that's just like the nature of the pressure of the playoffs. But that game plan that he had was actually really good in terms of the composition that MIBR brought out. You don't have too many scans coming through, with the exception of the drone of Teo. So they took the right moments to go for pushes. They took the right moments to wait for the pushes out from MIBR and punish that every single time.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up Imi, because yeah, we gotta start putting some respect on this guy's name. He was telling me that he was putting in 12, 14-hour days to try to get them to where they are now. And you have to when you're going through all these roster changes. So he puts in a lot of work.
I mean, it's one thing doing all the work, but it's another thing knowing what actually to work on. Like, trying to diagnose a team that is struggling can be really difficult sometimes. This is the LEV boys. They were telling us how they like tried so many permutations and iterations, and it took them ages to settle on that. So that, on top of just the poor work output from him, was really impressive, I've got to say. Let's hear, though, what's happening on the other side of the pond. It was not a successful campaign on Pearl, but we know what MIBR are capable of. Let's see what Frod has to say about that first map and heading into the second.
Here with Fraud from MIBR. A very simple question. We're on to Cloud9's map pick of Lotus. What are you doing to make sure we can bring it to map 3? What do you expect from Cloud9?
We expect a really good game. They're a really good team. That was a map that we already played them on during kickoff and we lost. So just really got to focus on our fundamentals, which they did a much better job at us at the first map. So as long as we bring that back, focus on our practice, I think that everything will go good in the second map.
Best luck on map 2.
That's a big thing. Focus, and they played him before, but at the same time, they're going into Lotus, if I'm not mistaken. And they didn't have a good Lotus at all going into kickoff. They went 0-4 into that one. They came into 4 different composition as well in kickoff, going from the Teo breach that didn't work out. Then we had a double duelist. Then we had a fade with something else. And then we went for double duelist Raze and Jet that also failed. So I have to know, what is MIBR cooking going into this one too?
Yeah, I mean, that's like one of the maps where we just don't really know how to put our finger on them. Aspas got a record against this Cloud9 team, not the same roster it was on Leviathan on that Lotus map like last year. I remember it was an absolute gigabanger of a game. Definitely something they're going to want to lean into. Obviously, Aspas has been someone to watch, right? We've seen him here on the Waylay once more. I've got to say, the Cortezia, again, really impressive. What I keep hearing about this guy is that he plays like a veteran. He doesn't play like a newcomer. This
just
guy,
like Dex Bencher before,
yes, exactly. Headshot machine, delivers in these really clutch moments. In that like 1v2, he's like the most pivotal player in the round and just delivers, man. Like, the guy's so wild.
Yeah, I think it relieves a lot of pressure off of Aspas as well to not have to be the solo carry on this roster. That being said, I mean, I want to circle back to the Lotus talk.
Sure.
I want to circle back to the Lotus talk. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Yeah. It's just, you don't really have a chance. He just instas you.
But let's move ahead. Yeah, let's move ahead.
But Lotus talk, I mean, last time these two teams faced, it was first map, and Lotus was heavily dominated by Cloud9.
Exactly.
MIBR looked lost. It was 13-7 win.
Exactly. That's a scoreline. Yeah.
I'm very worried with Cloud9 stealing this map pick of Pearl.
This is the kickoff. Like,
exactly. Yeah. And it was the second series that they had to play, so it went from learning
Why?
how to
What
try
are
to
you
play
saying this?
a breach Teho on Lotus because it was the meta. Didn't work out, and they
Rod
went
looks
double
annoyed.
controller after with
I mean,
a Viper
yeah, I'd be
open,
annoyed
if
if
I'm
I was Frod
mistaken. It
after
still
that
didn't
map.
work out. So they're still trying
That
to
was
like
theirs
work
to take, for sure.
the best aspect and the best approach they can have on this map. But with 0-4, with everything they've been trying, I don't know what they have this time around.
Yeah, and Cloud9 have been historically great at the map of
Waylay
Lotus.
map. I think it's another Waylay map.
Really? You think MIBR have to run the Waylay?
I think
have we
so.
seen that yet? Waylay on Lotus in any region? I don't think we've seen. Oh, yeah?
Wasn't John Waylay?
I don't.
Might have been on this map.
We'll have to find out.
Yeah, I'll have to fact check that one for you. But map number 2, of course, is coming up. It's big. Remember, playoff contention very much on the line, and Cloud9 look like juggernauts. It's their map pick as well, so stick around. Coming up after this short break, we'll be back into it with Lotus.
Why is Valorant looking like this? What do you mean? This map,
Red
this
Bull
one
gives
map
you
was pretty good.
wings.
There's a couple of, well, there's a couple of stuff from MIBR here, but overall, this was a pretty good map. But in general, I think you're just thinking of the Furia game too much. still a massive gap between these teams and G2. I mean, they just make more mistakes. I think, I don't know, man. That MIBR G2 game was close. Like, give MIBR another pistol in that, and they might win that. Like, MIBR lost 4-2 in pistols. I think when you look to the buy rounds, MIBR were not dominant, but they won more. They're still just relatively new and making mistakes. I still think the gap is closing. It's just probably less teams than we thought originally. Might just be MIBR, C9, and Crew. And then there might be a gap between them and everyone else.
Everybody. Yeah, Map 2 is going to be kicking off shortly here for MIBR versus Cloud9. Important series overall as well for Cloud9. They're going to be leading and going into their map pick of Lotus as well. So, you know,
MIBR G2, yeah, that was the best America's game so far, I feel like.
If they win this second map here, they clinch playoffs, and that would be such a big moment for a C9 team that I think a lot of people underrated after the off-season changes they made after kickoff, where they did go out in the first round, but they lost to MIBR and G2, two of the best teams in our league.
Yeah. I think, though, listen, this isn't just something that we have noticed. Every time you ask a player, we saw Boostio in the post-show, the LEV players when they sat down here, ask any of the other players about C9, and they're like, well, they're just going to choke in playoffs anyway. So, yes, it would be an incredibly big win if they were able to get the victory here today. But I think it would just be building up to something more important, which is them having an opportunity to actually perform in the stage one playoffs and make it to Toronto. Because that's where
they only have to win one game, right?
Made or broken.
I do feel like a disappointed parent with this team sometimes, because I've been believing in like them finally being good in playoffs since the first year of the league. You guys remember how good they looked back then? C9 has always done this, where they're the absolute group stage gladiators. They win every match and
they would have to play G2
the playoffs and don't perform.
That's true.
They were so close to making it to Tokyo in that first year. 2023, I think they were one match away. Just lost to NRG.
Yeah, well, we're still getting ready to start the second map as well, facing a couple of audio issues. So while we get that sorted, we're going to go to a very short break. On the other side of things, we should have the game ready. I don't want to make too many promises again, but we should have the game ready. I'm promising. I went back on my own word.
Don't promise.
I'm promising.
Maybe.
Short break? How long is a short break? This is where they put a 10-minute count, yeah? Yeah, that's pretty good. Major promise from Wyatt. Then to go comps, but Cypher on C9 and Vice on MIBR. What's on the Rossi segment? It is so funny, bro. Slime Bunny, they're the huge ones, right? Any chance of Rossi on Plaid Chat? Dude, they'll probably do it after this. I'll ask her tomorrow, but I think he's probably got the idea ready to do it. Dude, would Lev let him do it after this? That's the real question. I'll chat tomorrow.
Let's get back to it then. Yeah, we're going to have the agent select up shortly as well, and all issues resolved. That's a promise from me, guarantee, some might say.
Nice, appreciate that. There's Vono again, locking in before this game. It's an important one for MIBR. They're 1-1 I'd arguably say it's more important for them than it is for Cloud9, weirdly enough. We were just discussing the stakes for C9, but C9 have yet to play against Furia too, and they would be, I mean, pretty heavily favored there. We're getting a Neon versus Neon on
really
Lotus
worrying
switch up, and both comps are so brawl heavy for those rubble fights.
Oh yeah.
I've got to expect we're going to see some massive clashes over there.
A big challenge
The
for
Neon,
both of these compositions is
But
always
like, did
going to be
they
dealing
know
with
they
the
were
Sentinel
playing against the
utility. I
Neon
think
and they
that
managed to get a
Cypher
Cypher
generally
out?
presents a pretty hard counter to the Neon.
Yeah,
if you don't get rid of those
very
strips,
nice.
sliding on in can prove a big risk, but
Feels like they
welcome
might have
to
known
the
about
breach
this
tail
comp.
You're basically going to have another fight ready to go every 40 seconds, and this is going to be a game that is going to be honestly decided in a lot of rounds by these opening gambits. Who can get the most space, who can actually get an advantage player-wise with that first burst of Tail Breach Util.
Taking a look at where MIBR is set up on the pistol round here, Brent. 3 players ready
Okay,
to defend against
we
a
have
potential B hit.
MIBR on defense,
I'm not
C9
exactly sure
on
what C9 are
attack,
going for here, but they're certainly
Aspas with
looking to
another
pressure
raid
B
boss.
early while taking mount control.
MIBR holding down a fault line. Salvos as well. As soon as Aspas takes contact, which might be shortly, Drone spots it, fault line to follow, and here's Aspas swinging wide to the side. Stun to help him out here, but narrowly avoided and dodged. And
Oxy.
It's making the most out of
He
a
did
chaotic
incredible.
situation. 2 picks for him.
Cortez still has wall on C.
He's going to attempt to slow this one down. Stall it out, try and get these rotations all the way back in, leaping into the fight like a salmon upstream. Able to trade out these kills into a 2v2 now with a pistol round.
Okay, good plan for Heaven.
Down. There's no stopping this one, and control towards CT is
Vic
called
still
for.
has Omen Flash.
And a push. Oh yeah. All the way deep as well.
Oh, he
my
saw him.
God, just missing the moment there, and just seeing, spotting the shoulders net. He's taking a bullet there for his brethren. That was meant for Vic. And now forced to back away, isolated into this fight here, paranoid up. Can't see much in this
Strong
spot.
pause.
Know roughly the positioning
Vic
of
had
these players,
a...
but tucked up
I mean,
now,
he had a
tight to
great
pillar.
ball.
It's all a gamble. It's all what he's banking on. Spotted, right click here. Toppling
he had a
around,
chance.
man. Just dropping off, and Werner, watchful eye onto the perch, so it's going to be able to get that defuse.
Where are we at pistols? I'm pretty sure it's a 1-1 fast map.
Maybe a bit further than I
Wait.
would have liked from them. I'm not sure exactly what the call was in this kind
it
of situation. Oxy did a great job of avoiding this trap play. It looked like Aspas had outplayed him. Oxy managed to wiggle around and even get 2 out of that. But here, as it got down to the 2v2, sorry, Vic may have just stretched himself out just a little bit too far there, trying to take the fight into spawn.
I do like that opening from MIBR though, setting up the trap play on B. Ends up being very effective to get those 2 kills. Combining the util to get full coverage of that space.
Okay, everyone buys into this one from
It's
MIBR.
going to be a fight towards Mount.
Wanting to make sure they don't get ecoed. We see double Sheriff on attack.
I am anticipating that we see some
wait,
massive
we've seen
rubble fights at
C9 be
some point in this game.
pretty susceptible to the Outlaw with them buying the regen armor.
Often
but
on Lotus. Away from them, they're
haven't seen
super
much
high
Outlaw.
variance, and so you'll often see the attacking teams try to take mount control and then re-clear rubble, which is somewhat what Oxy's trying to do here, but I don't think he's expecting too much success when he's got a Sheriff against, you know, whatever weaponry MIBR might have.
Playing this Neon means you have no Yoru clone to deal with that Vise wall. You basically have to commit bodies to take it down.
Oh, a bit of spam from Cortez here goes a long way.
Only 20 bullets.
Avoids most of it. Oh, players running him down. 20 bullets did play a part in it, as you said, maybe as well on top of it. Just not quite enough ammunition to plant down here. Mitch hard committing, hard sticking.
Oh, that's so much damage on
the
them.
Guardian shots almost
Hey, they
laying
got the
claim
plant
to a
though.
couple of kills.
Got the plan, got the
Cloud9,
stinger.
the
Can they get
plan.
anything else?
That's all they were really looking for. Repeat occurring, but
Yeah, they
all
got one
cleaned up
more.
at the end here. So MIBR, good beginning. Nice early start here, getting 2 rounds underneath them.
This map trends really fairly heavily attack-sided, but I think the Neon adds an extra wrinkle to it, because it means you can be even more effective at going for flood retakes than you would be with other compositions. Aspas is almost always going to be able to rotate over in time, be ready to actually get out on site. And that's especially true when you're playing this Vise, having some of the strongest stall util in the game on those Thorns. Means that C9, probably, despite having excellent exec power, are going to have to sometimes play these slower rounds, try and set up pivots into B and really work to get rid of their opponent's utility.
Same
Yeah,
defense, trap
just a little
over
change of the
towards
gun on
B
this
from
one, that's
MIBR
it.
by the look of things. This time maybe triggered off Aspas contact.
MIBR going
whereas
for the
C9,
same punish over
this
towards
is what
B.
their rubble take's going to look like.
Okay, they hear the camera, they hear everyone go aggro over towards A.
So they already
Reaction from Shenum gets out of there.
B main aggro, fault line, sent flying forwards along with the salvos. That's to disrupt Zephyr. Tucked to that spot here. Paranoia though, still going to be sweeping into the back of the side. Shenum is no more. Quickly taken.
He's got really heavy overwhelmed. It's very fast from C9 here.
Plant now for Cloud9 on top of it. Cortesia is making himself known. Getting tripped up in the process. Util's going to be used pound for pound here to try and stall this one out.
If I played chess against Magnus, mate, I would lose to Ardis, let alone Magnus, mate.
Into your faces, trying to cross past this one is
it would be a waste of his time, my time, everyone involved's time.
There's a path to be paved, and it's paved in blood at this point. Ardis making the most, and good with the movement, at least to stay alive for a moment there from Aspas, yet Vic is doing the most.
Can Ardis even play chess? No, he does play chess.
Cortesia noted. Not much more you can do from this spot. A bit more economical damage. Could be what he's looking for.
C9 easily cleaning this one up though when all's said and done. And Cortesia just slumps his way to his knees into the spike.
I do like this look from C9, ready to accelerate.
Yeah, no, they were very decisive on this.
A lot of the times you will see fights, as was the case in this round, where the defenders come back through Baby Door and are really trying to fight out before the attackers can get onto the site. By pathing heavy through
okay,
tree,
we got Aspas getting the op out.
And take them down before support can properly arrive. You know Oxy's going to be
What's my
good for
rank,
those
mate? I
kills.
haven't played chess since I was like
Aspas
6,
the
bro.
operator looking over towards C. C9.
Whatever the worst possible rating is,
what's
it's
on
me.
the cards. You see they use the salvos there to stop somebody fighting them aggro, teleport, but that was out rather than further in, so Shenom's going to survive at least for a little longer. He was the player that got caught anchoring the A side previously, so he's going to be hyper aware that Oxy could be looking to run him down.
Yeah, it's going to go into a B split, it looks like. Release the option for it. Cloud9 don't like what they see. Smokes propped up, blooming. Gonna try and break some of this util, and that's Baby Door completely knocked down. Cortesia is going to be hearing this now. Rumble of footsteps facing his way. Main control is pretty essential.
The heavy pressure towards Revolving Door means that C9 had to spend, or MIBR to spend a lot of time re-clearing.
A lot of important duels. Heaven and the B main one.
Defense is going to be Oxy. Smoke's going to be dissipating at some point. That's his team.
Oh, this was nice. To get him onto the angle, they wait for the smoke to go and...
Let's go on for a bit of exploration. Quick snap to the side. Hospital flick to dodge the flash, but not enough to dodge the bullets. It's going even ever so slightly, still player disadvantage, but Cloud9 may be able to equalize. Zephyr weaving in and out, Armageddon at your feet.
Ooh, Cortesia, bro, your aim is just something else, I swear.
Plenty of time on the clock to make the go of this one for Cortesia.
Nuts. So nuts.
Cortesia's just Mr. 2K today. The amount of rounds where he is
he keeps doing
somehow managed to win out in 1v2 situations is beyond impressive. I want to see it back how he managed to pull that off.
It looked very chaotic, didn't it? It looked like there might have been potential for C9 to slow that one down, just ever so slightly. But take a look at it here in the replay
needed to chill slightly, but...
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty nasty.
It is nasty.
No, it
the
is
double
nasty.
face there towards the end to play the 2v1 is not, it's not necessarily a bad call, but they could have, I think, forced Cortesia to make the moment happen for him rather than kind of...
I mean, they're in a tail ult, though.
Peek into him one by one like that.
This comp, though, all gas, no brakes.
Sending it once more, straight up into the double door, and there's a player waiting, watching. Ult online already.
Damn, dude, I think if he keeps the Bucky out there, he gets that second kill.
4v4 for the opening of this round. Smoke up and around, leaping into the fight again.
Over towards side, they can take a little space. Two people here pretty early. They're great jump spot and spotted both with it, right?
Drop down into pits.
Dude, Mitchell and absolute lunatic. I think he heard someone drop. Maybe they didn't see the other person. Oh no!
Making a mockery of the situation.
Oh my god! He's impossible to hit.
Back-to-back rounds. C9 create the chaos. They send it on these wild rounds, and then honestly failed to thrive in some of the chaos. They
I think Mitch had the drop down, right? So maybe he didn't see 2 on his jump peak.
Shenon being able to pick up that kill is vitally important, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right. Jump peak saw 1 and then he had to drop down, so he thought he went.
Can get dangerous.
We'll have 3 ultimates.
That they do.
Cortesia getting fired up though as well, making sure that he's keeping his team on the right straight and narrow in terms of the calling and what's important for them heading forwards.
Here we go again. This time different pathing. He's headed towards Baby Door.
Salvo's immediately breaking that one open, but it's a counter.
Oh, it's so unlucky, dude. It's a great trade, though. The Bucky at the moment is, yeah, he's doing his best Danby impression.
Rapid plays by Cloud9 seems to be the name of the game. And Vic is hyper-aggressive. Could be trying to take this peek into him. Aspas! Straight transfer. Not quite aligning there because he's just doing... Definitely done enough damage, and to this point for Cloud9, Zephyr and Net, last ones have to stand against most of this. Aspas running them down and away, and a quick snap to the side. Shainum dismisses and deals with Zephyr almost single-handedly, and baiting Net out wide.
These rounds, though.
That was just an eco, but this is the
C9 will
third
be
round
thinking
now
a
in
lot
a
of these
row
rounds are
where
close.
C9 have full sent off the rip, got themselves a solid opening and position into sight, but then in their post plant have tried to continue that momentum forward into a deep spite, into spawn, into link, and have ended up losing
Neon?
the round.
Yeah, I'm happy that people are still using Neon. It's like the one nerf, not the one nerf, but like it looks like a nerf that Riot really got right.
Happy to
the
play
Neon
at this higher tempo,
still looks
which
good,
wasn't
doesn't look
something I was
broken.
necessarily expecting. I
You
think
can do
C9
like
more
stuff that's
naturally we
fun to
assume are
watch,
gonna thrive
but
in the chaotic
it's
situations
not like
because they're the ones that are
stupid.
creating it. But that has not been the case.
Buddy, these
The
barriers
slide still looks kind of insanely strong, but you only get one of them.
To try and dissipate some of this action, take a bit of bite out of the round. But as
He
you
really forced that.
I
Feel like you should be waiting for that ult if you're going to use that ult to peek it. But
succeeded at least at that first level of the plan, but now battle lines being drawn out, a bit of a stalemate being called for now.
Pretty sure the openings of these rounds would kill a Victorian child if you showed it to them. Just chaos every which way. For the first time, though, it's a bit slower. C9 slow down, send the drone back towards C, and now look to retake space into A. They're heading towards the operator, though.
Yeah, Verno's holding it steady. Hand is required for the moment, and, well, just can't quite adjust in time. Bit of a micro flick missing off to the side here. Forced way out of the line of sight, so he potentially would have looked to take.
I know exactly. Swapped it for the Vandal though, didn't he? So now
he's relatively close over towards A.
They realize that the A site is pretty empty.
They want to fall into sight, or they're playing both heaven.
Try to flood
through heaven. Armageddon as well. You can use this one to try and at least clear them forwards. The goal
to B.
Yeah, to try and push them back in, and now straight over towards B as well. Swings them roundabouts.
A great pivot.
Nice call.
It's a really nice call.
Insert.
MIBR don't really know where this has ended. They've lost track.
Cloud9 just holding as well. I think
how late does Zephyr play?
Actually hard committed. And now play goes backwards once more. Steel Garden overlaps. Cloud9. Not too many guns to use here. Got to rely onto the util.
They could try stun. They could try stun Salvo, but it will also give away the fact that he's on the flank. So it's a weird one. They haven't tapped the spike yet. They do it now. Just got half.
To expect from where these players are. And the Salvos are not coming out in time.
Oh no! Reveals it.
Try and preempt this one. Send the Salvos out nice and early. Cortesia a tap, pulling these players out wide. Cloud9. The positions are noted, and MIBR know exactly what to do into this spot. Last-ditch hurrah and effort there from
it's
Zephyr.
really rough for
Decent
C9.
go of things in the end,
It's
but
really,
MIBR
really rough.
are in control, even when it gets scrappy.
They're doing such a good job of handling these chaotic rounds, finding
the
their moment to slow things
retakes
down
are nice, though.
play the retakes the way they want to do it.
This one was quite different, though, to the previous rounds. Normally, MIBR have had their opening because somebody on C9, or two players on C9, tried to fight aggro.
Verno did great. I feel like they honestly all did great. The pressure of tapping the spike, where like they were non-stop tapping the spike, and the thing was they got half early, right? So their tap is like.
And yet they still find
You're making them think that they're sticking for sure because it's already half.
What do you do if you play passive in the
they were very calm on it.
If you play aggressive, they can't find the
instant
right
half into just pressure of tapping it was
What
sick.
is the adjustment here?
And
Because
then
they're
the
getting
smoke is
into the sites,
perfect.
they're getting the plant down.
And the only thing that kind of messed up heavy for
5 out of the
C9 was
6
the
rounds they've
luck,
lost have
right?
been
They
retakes.
didn't get anything
I'd
for
like
it.
to see them maybe show a little slower rounds and try and threaten lurk up into the mid round here. Be that putting pressure over towards B or dealing with this Vice util on C. Pretty much every round that wall has managed to stay
It's
up.
the internet, man. It's
MIBR
bound to
can
happen.
very quickly rotate and put all their attention towards playing the flood retake on A and B, which has just been killing C9 thus far. The issue, though, you don't have a lot of amazing tools to deal with that.
Stupidity are remarkably correlated. It's also
just have
true.
the stingers this round, though.
It's often a thin line.
Coming into the match, Zephyr leads all Tejo players in VCT Americas in ACS at 245. Imi was talking about Zeppa, you know, having his, what, 17th life game or something.
We're going for 18 maybe here.
Yeah.
See if he can pull it off.
In kickoff, Zeppa had an amazing match and then still managed to get back to the Zeppa average of the 1.0 rating.
You're going to see a brawl once more here. It's a bloodbath over towards A Rubble. Bit of bait and switch, see if they can pull some of this util out blind as anything. Oxy is just slowly crawling towards it, but into the open arms and crossfire setup that MIBR have got cooking and set up. Vic somehow in the midst of all of this one ended up way out of dodge. And he's on the last one left.
He's on defense with an op.
Picked up the stinger. Gonna be waiting for you though. How do you deal with all of this? Aspas happy to be the sacrificial lamb just to seal this one up. 7-1 now for MIBR. They've
And Desper, they're really going to go for you, mate. You were flaming them earlier.
Bit of a happier 7-1 for the Brazilians.
Literally every time.
Des went for a flame. That's actually kind of crazy, isn't it? Des went for a flame of chat at 6-1.
We're not going to be let back into the country.
I mean, we've got to find a different one. Surely.
We love Brazil.
Imi is not on Cloud9 at the moment, is he? He's having a bit of a nightmare out there.
That's a horrible thought.
Yeah.
He is on Cloud9 still.
He was baited into it because of the 6-1. Yeah, you kind of knew it was going to happen after that. Oh my goodness, TP out, drop into the smoke. Next drills everything. Nice shots, nice shots. Oh my.
Magic like this, like a rabbit out of a hat. Pulls a round out of his ass as well, man. This is just unreal stuff.
That was sick from him, though.
When they needed it most.
What magicians have you been going to see? I
don't want to know, mate. You don't want to know.
It feels like if C9 just go into that quantity of rubble fights, one's eventually got to have a huge play coming out of somebody to turn it around.
That was sick
Vic
from him.
tried the same play when they had the stingers in the previous round.
Really good.
Like, super deep double teleport to be able to kind of get behind them. Although this is different.
So clean from Vic there.
Just do that again, then.
If they're starting to get the read on the rubble fights, then maybe it'll make a difference. But the best case scenario here is still a 7-5 lost half.
But Josh, you said it yourself earlier on, when you're rubble fighting every round, you have really high variance in the round. It comes down to the brawl, and they've had enough of rubble, still sending the neon there. But the brunt of the forces of both teams instead, posture.
Where are they at with the money?
It's a quiet stack from MIBR.
Yeah, MIBR.
What a round this is.
Control, aren't they, in terms of the game plans?
2 on each, they can't buy next.
They're setting this one up. Feels like they're in the comms almost. Salvo's at your feet. You have to really respect that now. If you are Aspas and he's dodging, Duke Joseph, the stun coming his way out is in. Happy to
Dude, they
help
both
out.
got him.
Over the shoulder there. A couple of straight bullets from Oxy.
in.
Will drop.
There's still Thorns
There's a
front
flash
B.
in there.
C9 is not going to be able to call this pivot.
Dude, Ascent bailed him out.
It is the nerfed version of the Thorns, though, so they've got a slightly earlier entry.
It's dissipating now, finally laying claim to a bit of space onto the B side.
The breach shot, I mean, he was like chasing behind it.
We'll do just that.
Nice
Where
shot.
we going, man? Swings and roundabouts, you're just making mad pivots all over the bloody place.
blind.
And they're trying to go in through baby door. Shanum! Sky could be more than a menace right now. TP just to try and back himself away, and his Cloud9 players are being corralled,
Man, they look
picked
nice,
to pieces. Chomped.
It looked nice. It was nice from them.
And that's
Very
a
fast
flawless
pace at the
round from
moment.
MIBR. I mean, they were like
Very fast pace.
shepherds, man.
I just watched a manhunt. I mean, LA's known for car chases, not normally like this, but all the way across the map, MIBR just runs them down.
I think you could see the awareness right from the beginning as to where C9 wanted to go with the breach ultimate, right? You see the way that Aspas is set up. He's looking to try to get
big
an
ass,
op pick.
I was trying to run after, then your big ass in front of me.
He's looking to try to get the op pick right before the breach ult comes through.
Another fight towards A.
Wait, do they
Seen
force?
this round many a time before.
Okay, double force.
Breaking the door nice and early here. Oxy's trying to get ahead
The
of most
last
of
2
this.
rounds.
It's been dying first in a lot of these engagements. There's that counter util as well for the read
Wow,
fight, and it's
that
called for
stun
MIBR. On top of it
salvo.
all.
Once they commit over towards
Vic, we
here.
saw magic from this guy, but blinded up, still ult into the hands of
Dude, the
Aspas.
double neon, it's
Hungry
just
hunting.
insane, isn't it? It
switched the sides
completely
of the
changes the game.
Spike drop down into the middle of nowhere.
Vic has his ult to recover that spike, but he's completely separated from that.
Just missing the stray shot. MIBR. Series of unknowns, really, just in terms of where Vic's playing, but he reveals his hand anyway, opening up the door. Aspas does not really care for it. TP up and above, behind. Will be that clean up in the trade, but still a lot more obstacles to try and overcome if you are Vic.
Oh, he's got the ultimate.
Got the ult, but he needs to try and find a safe place to use it.
Yeah, and here comes another force, obviously, because last round.
Hunt him down.
Giving him the techniques at the end as well. What's that about? A little bit of beef.
Thank God C9 managed to take pokes. They are getting
this has been
pretty wrecked.
Way more one-sided than I would have expected. After what we saw in the previous map, where it was back and forth basically the entire time. 13-9 finish. And this is Cloud9's map pick as well. Sure, I thought there would be some like high variance, big rubble fight rounds going on, but this has been very consistently MIBR coming out on top.
Back to the well for Cloud9. This time, just sending 2 players instead, probably looking to turn this into a B split.
Okay, aggro over towards A to try pull the rotate over to B from her. We can see no one was there. Instant reaction from MIBRs to take over towards C. They flashed as well just to make sure they could do it for free. They're doing nice little flash over towards C, to be fair. Ult goes in off the top of the spike. They clear over towards site and they've insta-cleared B. Use salvos. And then we pivot over towards A. Bro, it's so fast-paced at the moment.
Yeah, they'll have a clean post plant here. It's going to be a second before MIBR's rechargeables come back online.
Oh my goodness.
Fast realizing it. A lot of contact to be caught up top there, and Aftershock the swing. Mitch sets him up nicely. Stealth drone trying to get a handle in terms of the player positions. It's broken, so they know the rough position of Hard is in. Still ults are available to be utilized. He's considering it now, Armageddon. Held, ready, lying in wait, and there it is. It's going to be buying even more time. Well placed. Slight pocket to play in, but time is being bled out, and the refight up towards heaven is even better still. For Cloud9.
Oh my. Dude, it just doesn't matter who he's playing against. It's instant headshots.
Time is against him though. Oh my.
It's actually.
That just delivers
It's so insane how many headshots this guy gets.
Finally, in round 12,
doesn't matter what kind of movement
you're
doing against him.
They bait the plant onto B, draw out that attempt at a flood defend with the breach ult there that you're just witnessing.
Dude, they got 9 though. That's
insane.
Enough.
Where they can actually play a bit more of a solid post-plant setup. And even then it gets a bit dangerous with Cordes here at the end.
Oxy finds a key kill in that round after having a rough half, just sending it in time after time.
I'll take 3.
You heard it from them. They'll take 3. We'll see what Cloud9 can do to try and crawl their way back, but MIBR are determined to send us to that 3rd map. We're going to be finding out after this.
Ascent 100% caster, really. They had really nice retakes over towards B. It seemed like they always had an ult up every single time they went B. Says he's fun to watch. Oh, he's really fun to watch, man. He's a sick aimer. Well, it's one of those that comes down to the pistol. Could be a close game or it could just be done early. See Victor and Chat joined M80. Yeah, I'm interested to see how they do it. The big grind, man. Tier 2. Not that Tier 1 isn't a big grind, but it's definitely different. MIBR? No, they're fun to watch for sure.
Getting back into it, 9-3. We heard it from Cloud9 in
What's
the
my reaction from the G2 NRG game? I mean, they were just getting wrecked.
It's a difficult spot to try and fight back from, to be honest. MIBR looking primed to try and take us all the way to Haven.
Felt a little bit bad at one point, to be honest. It was so one-sided.
I'm not exactly sure why C9 took us to Lotus. We haven't seen it just yet. I'm sure they were expecting their rubble fights to go a lot better for them, but I was surprised not to see a map like Ascent in the pool today. And it is one of those unusual ones where the teams are performing better on their opponent's
C9
map
did
pick.
have an option between Ascent and Haven.
It's a different team
so it's
on
definitely
attack,
going to be
but
interesting
no
to see
different
like
with the
why
neon
they
breach
chose
Deo
Haven,
here.
because their Ascent looked really good. It might just be like a respective anti-stuff. It might be the fact they would have had to have started on an attack with double Sentinel. Even though I think it would be pretty nice.
Barely a shred of health left to his name here. They're able to just put a stop to any sort of pressure being applied, but Cloud9 relentless in their approach.
Goodness, look at the jaws.
They're able to clean up and at least follow
We're in spawn.
Putting a bit of a vice grip on them. Shanum. Signs of life for him. He's barely there. He's got the spike in his hand, so he's going to be able to scurry away and potentially get that plant down into A. There's a chance to make it winnable.
planted. Cover going out.
7 HP in a dream. Paranoia, but no safe position to use it from. He's just got to hit some ridiculous headshots.
Yeah, this is the spot that he's been placed in, as you mentioned. And Cloud9 are not going to be giving anything away for free. Still there's a chance with the timing to be taken. Guns have been looking the other way of things. Smoke propped up. Just out to the side here. Net's going to be sticking this one onto the defuse.
Ooh.
Paranoia forward still. It's already just being stuck all the way.
Oh my goodness.
It's
close on that.
Consolation kills at the end of the day for Shannon.
That was a bold decision from them, Cajun to stick. There was always going to be like a
angle, it hit the shot on the
little
player
bit
defusing first.
of timing
No doubt
where it
he would
went
have won
down.
that round. But instead, C9 stick things through, and after losing pretty much every one of these chaotic brawls in the first half on their Rebel fights, with a very critical one here to get the pistol.
Blind faith that you're going to stick the defuse there.
Yes, let's go.
That's a round that Cloud9 needed to get back into it. Absolutely. Their pistol round strategy worked. And now MIBR are stampeding towards them on C, where there's a trip set up.
Oh my god.
But they are in so early.
It's the kitchen sink. Ricocheting backwards, man. That's supposed to be in
Flashed it. Hit the guy up top.
And over towards the top here. Blind as anything. But close quarters, that's where the classics are going to be thriving. And the site is now theirs. MIBR.
Well, they get a bulldog.
Spike potentially going down. Straight bullets just missing. So
Yeah,
extension
flash
out
through the
earned.
smoke.
Pocket change on top of it, but MIBR not content with that. They want the round win. Trying to press the advantage. Util being used out
Oh
for
man, it would have been another gun down.
But the weapons picked up.
Close.
MIBR not able to carve out too much more from it. Verno and Ascent. Ascent on an island. He's left alone. Verno
Yeah, problem
miles
is he's
away.
going to give
Salva's
away
gonna be
his...
pointing them.
He's going to give away his
He can
position
choose
with the
to use it there
salvos.
to try and dislodge them. But yeah, it's a little bit too late for that.
Yeah.
So a good anti-eco for C9 here.
MIBR with an opportunity to knock this
Yeah, they know
momentum
the Owl's in
really
play.
early. If they can pull something aggressive like that out, but with rifles in hand, I think you saw that C9 were not ready for that tempo. The thing that actually saved them in this round was the fact that they had superior weaponry. But Vic was pure backpedaling on the defensive scene.
Yeah, he got the
was not
spike
ready for
down.
how
He gets
fast
full money.
Aspas was in his face.
And a heavy clash about to occur once more. Rinse and repeat out towards a rubble. Patience
Okay,
played
4
by
aggro
MIBR to begin with.
for C9, really early on, wanting to show them they can't take A main.
For a reclear, but Vic, the paranoia or posture, force them to respect the angles. MIBR now going to be going for it. Second wave of the approach. Smoke's going to be fading, and you don't have the weapon at hand to really deal with most of that.
Oh,
One's
man.
still stunned. Ricocheting out towards their side as bodies to be found. Players toppled. Cloud9 still right from behind.
Dude,
It's Oxy with a
Oxy
quick
is-
return. Even faster
In
reaction.
both maps so
Spike
far, Oxy's had like
down and
a
out.
rough
Cortez,
first half,
just rattling
and then
on
he's
bullets.
just really
One
turned
through
up.
the wall, not enough to get it all
And
done. 4-piece for
that's
Oxy in this one.
it's a
and this is
great
now
round from him.
9-6 momentum.
I mean, he was dealt a
building here
rough
for
card, to be honest,
Cloud9.
on attack
If
with
you
what he had
sell
to
a
do,
story
just
of
send
a
it out
comeback
towards A
on
with the
this
wall,
defensive
and
side,
just
it
tank
has to
Util.
start with Oxy.
I don't think he was
Had a
ever
rough
going
go
to get a
at
good
things with
score
these
with
Rebel fights
how
in
he
the
had
first
to,
half, but
what his role was.
Pick some really nice targets on this one. Great awareness to turn and face Shannon. And definitely going to be building the confidence back.
Don't know if you caught it there in the replay, but that is a sad little neon wall that just
Yeah, no, I was thinking that as well.
didn't go
The
anywhere.
one that was just
And
like
so the
this.
entirety of MIBR were just left out in the open.
Okay,
I think
stingers though.
somehow
Definitely got to pay
Aspas's
attention to the
wall just
stingers. We have
disappeared.
Omen,
And here we go,
ult,
this set
and
play.
the Omen
Oh, there's lots
ults
of
near where the
talent.
smoke is to create
it's a
pressure
set
like
play,
he's
but not
smoking
coordinate
into
with
it.
too much more
Like he's
past
ulting
that
into it
point.
even.
Shannon has immediately dealt with trips. Not going to be too much of an
Yeah.
issue here. MIBR.
Not too much damage over this one.
Find
The rotate
themselves.
come in,
Nice
Zeppa
little
used the
section,
salvos
peace
to
of
the
mind here with the
default,
plan
so
going down
not
as
coming
well
back
with
in for a
Cloud9.
little bit.
Setting themselves up now for the retake with Oxy's
Stun,
ult in
drone,
hand.
they can drone and stun off it. Omen flash off it if they want to.
One stun to Ricochet after Shock and Thorns
Oh,
already
that's a
being
lot of
used here.
util off of the
Blinds
drone.
in your face. Aspas glides to the side, hoping to catch that timing here, and still trying to control this space, but meeting the other end of the shotgun, made into mincemeat on the other side of things here. Now the salvos push
Oh my
them
goodness.
out
Oh, he
wide.
wanted to
Oxy's
slide and got
momentum
blocked.
completely stalled out, but the bullets raining them down.
Dude,
lead.
Net with the
And
Judge
fire and
retake.
Fury here. It's Cloud9 up to that 7th round now. What I said earlier about that momentum being on their side, there's no denying it at this point.
When Shenham dies at the very start of the round like that, you're kind of cooked. It's not that you're missing the smokes, but you're also just missing the paranoia that you'd love to use in some kind of post-plant situation. And MIBR have run this round before. I remember them running a very similar thing at kickoff.
I mean, everyone
assume it
runs
was against
this.
100 Thieves, but I can't exactly recall. But their coordination on this play does not make sense. It's really far off. You can.
Do you think?
You have all the freedom to focus on Shannon before the site hit actually comes through. There are definitely
I mean, they
teams
took
that
the
run that
site
same
for him
strategy
getting hunted.
with a lot better coordination.
And MIBR are going to call their own timeout now. 4 rounds in a row lost here. And from MIBR, what we've seen a lot from them thus far is they haven't been sending it quite as much as C9 did in their first half. A couple of these rounds just feigning early aggression into A, then going for the re-clear plays. Round 15 was pretty effective there, almost got the win off
Take
of
the
it.
team out of vanity.
C9's
You
retakes
can't take the vanity out of
have
the
been
team.
on point.
Wait, should it not be the other way around?
The body language looks a bit stressed from MIBR. I mean, maybe I'm just reading too much into Werner when he's, you know, a new addition to the team and he's having to adapt to the comm system as well. But he has looked a bit stressed today. And MIBR are not having the greatest run of things here. I mean, they were up great at the halftime, 9-3, and now suddenly there's a game again that they have to fend off a comeback.
These are the moments where the pressure is on for Artisan. He only picked up the IGLing towards the end of kickoff for MIBR.
Good,
His first team filling into that role. Relatively
change up
young
for
player
C9, get
is
the Odin out over towards here, play a little bit
to
more
what we've seen a
passive.
million times
Are they
before,
going
Brent.
aggro still, or are they...
Yeah,
It's looking like they're
this
just...
time with the Odin.
Yeah,
I
into
don't know,
the
honestly
bloodbath.
looking like the
There's that
insta-salvo
little
stun
twist, as you
sending
mentioned, with the
still,
Odin.
with the spam.
Raining down and hailing down with a couple of bullets. Maybe that's enough to offset this one. And MIBR could be finding it difficult. Yeah, just unconventional, a bit awkward at best.
The
Shane
double
Ability right behind him,
TP.
lines up with
Dude,
his play.
Vic is
It's just
aiming like a
instantaneous with the
beast right
return,
now.
man. How
Oh
is he
my god,
landing
dude.
these
How many
shots?
4Ks are we seeing
Snappy
from...
as anything. It's a
I mean, just
four-piece
in
the
this
round
game in
four, and
general.
one player's left
Feels
to
like it's
stand.
non-stop.
Cortesia lets them all know. Breaking the trip.
Dude is so on this game, it's crazy.
Tension is just
It's like
stewing
scary.
in the air right now for MIBR. That tension that, listen, maybe we are reading into things a little bit too much, but at this point, this is a map that is getting away from them, and not just a map, a series.
I like the idea from MIBR.
got to
Double
be one of
send,
the
right with the Neon going to the
calm
corner with the
players with
double
way he's
TP
aiming
from
in these chaotic
Shannon.
positions, keeping his
But
crosshair
mate, what
perfectly
are you meant to
placed
do when
at
he's
head
doing
level,
that?
predicting every one of those players in what is a round that's very easy to lose yourself in. But it's his second time getting a 4K from that same position this game. And C9, the gap is now down to 1.
And they
Both
do the
opponents
same
are playing their
again.
teleports really
Surely not
nicely
the
around
same
the Neon
pathing.
Vector at Rubble. But this
Oh,
round,
okay, just
they're
with the
gonna
one TP.
rotate the
They
map
change it from
around
C9,
each
they go
other.
aggro,
C9
and
push
you
out
definitely
through
got to feel
Mount.
like Kotzi is
Don't
close
quite
enough to
catch
hear this so
Kotzi
he
there,
can make
but
the call
MIBR
for
are
the
gonna
team to
realise and
speed up.
react into A.
Mitch managed to get the orb, so he gets
now
Breachel.
Odyssey
We
has
got
this
Breachel
Breach
for
ultimate for
Breachel.
Postman.
Doing
Then
nuts.
again, but I mean, both teams do.
Let's see who gets the better of it. MIBR being allowed a lot of space to set up here. Thorns lay it down. Backside control is theirs. Oxy, wall up and over towards the top. It's going to be cutting the site, splitting it into twain, but
I mean, it should literally just be like a Breachel for Breachel.
First line of it. So we're going to see how this
Hudson?
one gets used, and Assos been left alone. Sacrificial is the nature of his position in that spot
Breachel?
right there. He's going to be taking most of the contact. Roll in
I
front to
don't
push them
know
back once more.
about
He's
this.
trying to
I
hold the line
don't think
against
that's the
this
right
net.
use of
Perfect
that,
time to
but
strike, but the smoke dissipates.
let's see how they
and Oxy
handle
is
this.
revealed. Door needs to open up wide. MIBR winning this one out. Spilling out blood now onto the side, and net just spraying them all down.
Oof, came down to a
Mitch
1v1.
gonna
Lovely shot
capitalize
from
in the
Mitch.
end time.
Dude, I think
Just
they have
on
to
line
1
for
for 1 it.
Cloud9 now making it even.
I think you got to ult when they ult. I really do.
MIBR have got to stop the bleeding real early here. Everything that C9 are doing on the defense side is working. It doesn't have to be some major fight over towards Rubble. This was a 5v5 retake.
And I really like this twist, going really
Oh.
heavily for that push through Mound instead.
What is
setting
that,
up to
dude?
flank, but
That's
then
nuts.
still kind of
They even
getting
got
an
lucky with the
opportunity to reset
Joes.
themselves, win out in that retake there.
What did I just watch?
Started this half with only Vic positive for C9, but the rest of the team has come online here. Net, Oxy having a lot of impact.
The ADS
MIBR.
fadeaway full run
Another chance on this fight.
See it.
with a Guardian.
Smoke propped up. Snellman. They're trying to feign like they could be lurking through, but at this point, Cloud9, they know fully that is not the case. Stealth Jones is going to be clearing all the way through. Net's got to be cautious. He's going to be
How
hearing this
proactive
now
they are,
coming his
pushing
way.
over
Can
towards
be
Zilla.
broken, spells it all
Dude,
out.
this guy, man,
Reclearance,
he's a...
Cortesia missed the 2K himself.
He's the Brazilian Scream, bro.
Offers his team a bit
It's
of a
just
lifeline.
non-stop
Now trying to enter
headshots.
their way back in, and the shot's just about missing. Aspas needs some help and needs some bailout. He's trying to play his life and play it. He does to perfection. Weaving back and forth here. Any attempt at a return of the fire from
He's
Cloud9.
actually the headshot
He's coming up
machine.
with naught.
Once more, MIBR get around, basically because of Cortezia. It felt like it was happening multiple times on Pearl. Wasn't enough for them in the end, but this guy's had his moments for sure today.
Just
In spots where you
C9,
wouldn't
you're
expect it,
trying to
2K
get
with
an
a
ult out
Guardian.
of them, but honestly, I don't
C9
think
is
they're
still
ever
gonna
going to
go
use
for
an
this
ult
one,
into
but they
this
are on
one.
the outside
They've got
looking
so
in.
much money that even
Round
just
19.
kills is worth it.
flashes, no
Even just
stuns,
kill
it's gonna be
Singular is
difficult.
worth if they can get one.
Pass off
Like that.
angle. Loses the first engagement. 6 HP. That's what Mitch has been dropped down to. Util still to be spent out.
And they get the
Layered
ult out.
It's
Oh my god, they're
Armageddon
winning.
Trying to force the issue.
They're winning.
Verno push round to the side here, and in the midst of all this
Win after
sound,
win,
cues
and
into
Verno's
chaos.
gone
He
for an
takes himself out.
absolutely
Tatum
mad
spotted,
play.
and he's the last line of defense for them. Time is ticking with that spike rapidly approaching, and at this point, Circle probably already shrinking.
Holy bro.
Saved from a dire circumstance.
It's a
Yeah.
Red Bull clutch. Only
Yeah,
'cause his
Verno, you're giving a
teammate
little thank you
dies to
over
his
there.
own Armageddon.
I mean, you saw what he was going for. He's looking
Yeah,
to try to get
you
the
could see,
hopper
you could see his brains.
to get the
We
punish
get
down
it.
into
We
water,
get the
but it's-
idea.
Yeah, not exactly thriving in the chaos there.
It didn't.
Bit of a rough one. Little bit rough, but all
look
good.
great.
They win the round. And that's
I mean,
an
he would have got
important
behind
one
if
for
he goes
MIBR
around
to
the
get on board.
corner.
It's their first attack round that they've been able to win so far here.
If that's what it took. Hard to replicate still. Oxy up in hand now, and he hears it. Ult offloaded. This is Aspas. Trying to galvanize the round, inject a bit of speed into it. And Oxy's lucky to just get the hell out of there. Aspas in through the back.
Well,
He
that's
is
a free
isolated
site.
alone.
2 kill trips.
Not sure if Net's going to be communicating that.
No one to capitalize off of it. Oxy
has
hits
found
a shot
Shayna
with the
as the door just
second
peeking
door
wide
open.
Yeah, that's not great. Now, no smokes, no paranoia for the post plan. They're going to be relying on Cortezia.
And
with
Zeppa's got his
Vice
ult.
ultimate, with
And most
Thorns
people have been
to
ulting like
try to
this.
slow the round down. There go the Thorns.
And at the moment, that would kill 3 people or push them into the
Still
crossfire.
guarded's going to be even better in the back pocket.
Vice.
Loose,
Oh,
perfect timing
everyone
on
dodges it
Cloud9
apart
looking to try and
from
get
that.
back into the fight rapidly at that.
Yeah,
Now
here
to try
comes the
layer it all
ult,
the way
and it's
down,
just
and
Cortezia
someone
and
around with a
Aspas on
weaponry.
site.
Aspas, my
I
God.
say just. Look how many they
2 piece
killed
again for
between
him.
them.
Time has been bought. TP forwards as well, trying to cut up these angles. Mitch has found that first kill inside with the salvos. Enough to buy that time. And at this point,
Got lovely
it's not gonna be
angels from
happening. Mitch
Aspas,
realizes
man.
it.
A much cleaner post plant that round, but it did take everything from them. MIBR had to invest a ton of ultimates to close this out.
Yeah, the
But
one
they
thing that
have found
happened
a
here
way
as
in
well
here.
is like
Get it off towards the end.
MIBR,
See if they're able to find
when
it.
the
Not
door was getting
quite.
pushed, they created pressure on Heaven, right? Or Aspas at least
It's laboured
cleared
there from
Heaven.
Oxy, isn't it?
That means that
I
they
mean,
had
that's
to
because
re-clear
he's
Heaven
got
and
the
the Omen
operator
Flash was
and
used there. Otherwise you're
just swinging
getting
back in. What's he
tail
using there?
or
Some kind
into
of- was
Omen
that
Flash
classic
and
that
it's
he
a
was
done
shooting
round.
with? I'm not totally
So
sure.
Aspas did as well.
Nice round, guys. Nice round.
As well as the Jaws,
But if that's
Aspas
more of an
did
even
like
duel
incredible
between
with the
two
space
Neons,
taken.
Then maybe Aspas isn't able to get the 2K and would make it more difficult for them to be able to hold on in the post.
Credit to Aspas these last 2 rounds. I love the way that he's pathing into the C site. He's done a really good job of kind of having a mental picture of where those tripwires are, avoiding them perfectly on all of these entries, and playing off of Artsin's util very well. The synergy between Aspas and that initiator, who kind of was part of the reason that he's on the team, was Aspas wanting to pick him up off Sasi's recommendation.
I think
Three
one of
ults
the
for
other things
MIBR
too is
there.
that Cloud9
Yeah, there's
seemed
still a-
really happy
still a
to
good
be
chance for
playing
C9.
retake because it was working for them. And these last couple of rounds, MIBR have found opportunities to play together in the post plan and stop Cloud9 from immediately entering on the retake. Whether that's because of Thorns or the Vice ult or by applying a little bit of pressure as they're coming in, fighting Waterfall, these kind of things. Now, what did MIBR do? They've been ending C a ton, and Cloud9 have been playing retake C a ton. I'd expect both teams to be changing that up.
And for MIBR, that changes to go
Honestly,
back towards the
these
safe
would be able
fight.
to buy.
C9 though.
Two
have their
two
fight
people on
squad
each
ready
team
to go
come
with
by
the
next
initiators
round.
and Oxy.
They get the judge back out for net.
See which
It
way
looks like they
this
want to
fight
fight
ends up
over
going.
towards C.
Maybe I haven't been opting all in at the beginning, usually just feigning with an Omen smoke, but this time it looks very much all in. It's a flash TP up towards the side here, Salvos. Yeah, Shane's going to have to offload both of that immediately and rapidly here, just trying to escape from the Aya. Mitch backs himself out just in time, away from that aftershock here. Opening kill advantage.
Omen ult back up over towards A.
MIBR. with Oxy being dropped.
On a good
In
spot.
these positions in the first half, C9 always heated up instantly and sent it on a site. MIBR have done a solid job here of slowing the round down and giving themselves some options with their player advantage.
Does become a
question
bit
mark
more
created.
difficult for C9 to play some kind of flood retake
Got
style.
early
with
camera over
Oxy
towards
gone.
C to get info.
Net
He's also
started this round with a
locking
judge
down
as well.
B
It's
with a
gonna take
judge.
himself
There is a
close to it.
there's a chance he gets timed here.
He'd love to get a couple walking
He
into it.
might check
Especially
his
if
cameras they
MIBR
swing
thinking
him.
about pivoting into that B hit. That B main control, smoke, lay it down, drop
Nicely
down,
done.
and there it is. Judge
Damn,
it.
bro, he
And
wrecks
net.
everyone with the
It's just
judge.
ripping them to pieces.
Every
And
time
now,
he's got it, he's got
there's no
multi
pivot
kills,
option. You have
3k
to send
into
it all
2k.
in is the play to be made, but precision is the name of the
Incredible
game for
crossfire as
Cloud9.
well.
And
I do think
Verno,
that MIBR messed up a
man left
little bit
alone,
in their
not for
reaction. I think
much
they have to go
longer.
door faster,
Sent
but
straight back to the spectator
still a,
seat in Cloud9.
still a
Not willing to give up the map just yet.
3v3,
And in
right?
taking their
4v3.
time there, MIBR almost turned into their own problem, not having any utility to really re-clear front B. Get eaten alive by this judge.
And if it wasn't a judge, if it had been a rifle, wouldn't have been on that angle. They probably would have been able to get in.
The judge, bro.
But yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
the gun makes all the difference.
Though it
in
is
that
so
spot.
stupid,
It really
but
does.
it's in the game.
And it's allowed Cloud9 to stay within one.
And the money's awkward. Outlaw picked up by Oxy. Long sightline to be watching for any sort of action.
The money's horrid. What is going on with MIBR's buy?
I don't know at all.
Every player's one shot to this outlaw.
Yeah. And this is where Oxy could do that damage. Again, he's just waiting for any sort of signs. And there it
What
is.
it is with
Line
that
to the
buying.
side. Second bullet will do it.
To explain, it's a 2-4
Courtesy
loss
had a
bonus.
pistol, and now he upgrades to
If they
Aspas'
lose
rifle.
it.
To be wary of this one.
And
Or do
so
you,
they get
Oxy?
farmed by the outlaw,
Not to
and then the
be
round
denied.
after they might get
Chance of a
farmed by
highlight
the
clip
outlaw.
here.
These two need to
3
save.
in a round for him. 2 players left to
Wait,
stand.
did they just mess up?
Drop down to 10 HP.
And the reason I was saying the money is horrid is because Ardazine and Verno, the last two players alive, kind of forced up into this round.
This could be dire straight. Not
Oh
looking in the right
boy,
place.
now what?
And not in the right time whatsoever. This is Mitch.
2,600. Wait, what were they sitting on? 500 and 100?
On the timeline.
Oh, 2,500, 2,900?
What are they going to buy here,
Yeah,
Brett?
Guardian light armor, and then God
Ardazine and
knows,
Verno
Sheriff maybe.
Bought down to 100 and 500 credits, so now they've got nothing to work with.
Timeout to talk about it.
Yeah, they have to at this point. And there's a lot on the line here. C9. After
Why
nearly
did you buy
letting this
again?
comeback slip
Yeah,
away,
it literally is the
they're
round.
again in
It's crazy though,
control.
we haven't seen this for
And
like
this
a
is
long,
MIBR's
long
second
time.
timeout in,
Really.
I think like less than 6 rounds.
And then we've seen it twice in
Fraud
one
in the
day.
coach comms. Why did you guys buy again?
Yeah.
It's
not
Alex.
good. I mean, that's a bit of a confusing one. It could well have just been a miscom.
In round 23?
It might have been them thinking that they'd be able to buy some kind of light, or banking on the fact that they were going to be able to.
So the old
lock
Lao
down or
coach,
something,
yeah.
But they
Fraud.
made it more difficult than they had
1.6
to
legend.
here towards the tail end of Lotus.
Oxy's never felt better about an outlaw investment though, getting 3 kills that round. And maybe the round to send them to playoffs. C9 2 away from winning this series 2-0. A team that people discounted after kickoff, after losing in the first rounds, but just about on the verge of taking down MIBR, a team considered by most to be one of the
They go for a
top 3, if not
double
top 2
stinger.
in VCT
Double stinger
Americas.
heavy armor though. It does make sense
Cloud9
for
are
sure
gearing
with
up.
the outlaw being in play.
crunch is what
There
it
still
looks
is
like.
2
Look at the signs
people.
of life from MIBR.
We're definitely going to
This
see.
time,
It's definitely to make sure
backing
that
the players
these
in the
two
right
aren't
place.
picking any corners fast. And
So
honestly,
correct
just
guesses.
on their agents, that shouldn't be
Doesn't
happening
really look
anyway.
like a full crunch to me though. I mean, Oxy's got
Maybe
the
send him
outlaw.
more than
It's more of a
Quazia,
passive
really.
trap setup
But
on
he
B
would.
with the stun salvo.
He's going to have to now passive
Maybe a bait
luck.
and switch.
There's a hard
Oh
shot
my
to hit,
God,
and
that
Aspas immediately
movement though
returns
from
to the fire.
Aspas
Look at
is.
this guy. Lights out. Plays in Ardazine to perfection.
They just ran him over.
It was
No,
actually
they
just
did
great
just run him
economic
over, yeah.
investment to have
The
a stinger
movement
this
was just
round.
so hard for him to hit him.
Genius. I mean, yeah. What did Fraud say to him? Just run at them? Aspas, skip through the meadows over towards Mound, man. That's an incredible round for MIBR to
Yeah, the
suddenly
human
pick up the
decoy, and then he
aggression
managed to get one on top
storm
of it
over
as well.
C9.
They got so much money, they
2v4,
can just
Mitch's
go for
position.
this. And
It's very
damage is
much
important
known.
again, because they get
Try and play
3k.
for this. They have money. Don't have to worry about Not being able to rebuy for the potential last round.
Yeah, dude, this is important. All of these kills are important. I mean, obviously the round is like kind of doable as well. Oh my god. 2v5?
Laying claim to this site. This is a 2v2 at that. Just missing the timing
God,
onto this
stun's
one.
incredible.
Oh
my god, knows where he is.
Leave it to the 1v1 Mitch. Time ticking. 3 kills into the round, and what a win Collins just dwindle away from him.
Damage. Oh my god, they took everyone out. No one can get heavy armor unless they're taking a hit on their gun. Or util.
Yeah, massive economic burden here. They do get the plant money, they got a bunch of kills as well, but taking out every single rifle, that's brutal.
Oxy can buy another Outlaw here if he wants. He's going to have his ultimate online as a backup as well. C9, this damage has set them up to send this match to OT.
The only silver lining there for MIBR is that Mitch used his breach ultimate and Ardazine was in a spot where he actually couldn't. He just had to stay gun out in water.
Gamble for C9, they go for that aggro pinch.
Oh,
2 people here.
Trying to at least feign it.
But if you're going to do this, would you not swing with an outlaw here?
It's familiar scenes, MIBR. I've seen this one before, but how do you withstand against it? Heat's been turned up all the way. And then
dude, nice shows.
In the blink of an
Okay,
eye.
respect. Big call. Big call, and MIBR would just fight together as a team. We'd see another. Dude, we had like 3 rounds.
Keep the dreams of a 2-0
where we had 10 people dueling over towards spawn.
That's the kind of round you get when both teams
in
are
this
opted
game.
into
It's
the
crazy.
neon. And both teams are super confident at going for these fights, taking them, brawling. What a call from C9. Back-to-back rounds where both teams just threw caution to the wind and went for it.
C9, if you remember their attack side.
Yes! Let's go! Let's go! Hey!
They sent it almost every single time on A, that's right. And in overtime, do they want to stick to that read of fighting Rebel every round, or
you would
are they gonna
imagine
show us a new wrinkle to
it's
this
about
plan?
who can win attack rounds.
Same play, different round. IBR going for the same play with their contact off of Aspas.
It's their pistol rounds again with that trap play, but no one's fighting.
And this is just rapid, isn't it? A lot of heat being applied now to Shanum. Spotted out here, suppressed, and capitalize. Quick on the heels is Oxy.
Oh boy.
This guy's not giving up any sort of space.
MIBR's retakes were good,
up
but
around here. Stun's going to be overlapped, overlaid.
Oxy,
do you dare overstep
you make me nervous, but I think you just won the round.
And he's just ahead of the timings. Util's flying forwards. MIBR trying to gear up for this one into the retake. But
Jesus, he keeps going. He got another 4K.
Finally, the rabid dog that Oxy is shut down. And Verno's left to watch in dismay and see how we can just try and find a way through into this round. It's so damn unlikely. 1v4. Cam in your face. Too many layers to peel back and find a way through.
Very nice,
Cloud9 get themselves at the series point.
Kinda,
pace from Oxy,
he's in a pose that dodges all of the util and then also means that like they're not coordinated with the swing because who stands there.
But you've
got
that
1v1 there, and then they're a little bit off here. Like it should be stunned into
Oxy
double
ended
swing,
the first
but
half of attack something like 4-11.
bro is
He
wrecking
was getting
him.
rinsed with those same fast A pops, but in overtime, it's successful. You see how much it means to him in that reaction. And C9 have match
Well, and that's the attack round that we're talking about as well.
I think this is a really tough call here for MIBR.
C
C9 have already showcased that they
working.
are happy to just instantly crunch through B and through C. And they're probably not going to do that again.
That's what Imi's going to be talking about now, right? The fact that they were probably only winning rounds on C.
MIBR have got to start the round respecting the fact that C9 can bring the fight to them, and then try to come up with their own game plan for how they get into a good attacking situation.
They definitely can't fight
and remember
C.
that the attack side has been the problem for both of these teams.
It was a 9-3 half in favor of MIBR. Slipped away in the second. Now looking at a possible series loss. After being so close to beating G2 last week.
Yeah, it's rough for MIBR. For Cloud9 on the other side of things though, they'll be looking forward to trying to wrap this one up here and now. Win here in this series, as we've been mentioning.
So I would be putting a lot of focus on C on this one. Last time they wanted to fight, they got absolutely wrecked.
Printed off the backside of this round here, round 26. But for MIBR, it all lays in wait here and now.
Okay, smoke goes in. Camera's like relatively far back that I think they can't hear it.
As well. Reclaiming control of Mound.
He can check this at one point.
Drone
He's
forwards.
cage on the floor as well. We're just trying to perma-smoke this with a cage. Smoke goes in, double smoke goes in. I mean, that's a big commitment. It's going to be a while until they get their smokes back.
The net's positioned out here is going to be giving him really nice mid-round information.
Okay, he knows for sure that they left, and normally most teams now would like fake
That's gonna call
an
Oxy
A
back over
reclear
towards
into
A.
C.
Stun ready here for Mitch. And a great timing on the drone to reclear front B.
Mitch doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Double hold it up.
Dude, if these two can shut down this A, they know for sure it's a C.
Keeping Cortesia, though, over towards Mount, and the fact that the cam and the drone both got used at the minute mark means that they can now regroup for a C pop. And I think that MIBR have called quite a nice round here. Net's starting to realize.
Especially if Net can get hit.
A big series been great all map.
Omen Flash is incredible. Oh, it's a big play. It's a really big play, man. It's a really big play on the last round. Holy.
Alone towards the back, but finally some backup reinforcements arriving. It's Verno. He's quick onto the scene, and a jar with a movement, spraying him down. Mitch left alone to his devices into this 1v1 scenario. 13 seconds left on the clock. This is it for all the marbles for the series and all for MIBR to survive at all. Man, stuck down, bullets spread wide and past Armageddon. Forwards, Mitch. What position are you playing in? Narrowly avoiding. And a reposition from Verno. Could be exactly what MIBR needed. Rotating around. The question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no.
Damn, nicely done from Verno. I thought that was done when I see that TP play.
Saves his team.
The one American player on the Brazilian roster saves the day in this game. Gives him another chance at overtime, but Vic, I mean, what an incredible
it's first
round
shot.
it was from him, getting those two, setting Mitch up to nearly win this clutch.
You're looking at that from Mitch's POV as well. He has so many opportunities to nearly win that. I mean, Verno dancing with death in multiple situations that could have had C9 winning the series. But we're back to level.
And we're back to an A fight, Bren.
Won't be any pushback.
Yeah, this time Oxy actually doesn't get util dumped.
Alternating up the setup here.
They've been spamming A heads.
Playing up over towards A here.
Get the wall, the trigger the wall creates a little bit of pressure. Insta clear it, but they haven't cleared the smoke yet, so he could literally be stairs still. Omen Flash goes in, bro. He nearly got caught again. Oh god, 2 caught in the corner.
Laying claim here and just
Oh my
down from on high.
Guys, aim, bro. I can't.
Happy to bail him out.
6 shots,
Bit of extra firepower, and it just goes both ways here for MIBR now. Map point.
MIBR with a completely different setup as far as I can remember. I don't recall Cortesia having a super defensive setup like that over towards A with the Vice, and it bought so much time. I thought C9
He's out here turning a flash as well.
Once they realized that the defense was super layered in
like
and
flash should have got him more, but
position, but they continued battering their head against
turned it perfect,
even as the flood was coming through and through.
A truly great call from them, and
wait,
for Cortesia.
Did the assistant coach from MIBR take his headset off and think it was done?
To save the day.
I think I saw that.
On point all matches.
I think I saw that at the end there.
Timeout. C9 back on the defense this time. And now facing down match point from MIBR. The possibility of heading to Haven.
And who knows what we're going to get if we head over to Haven. But it's felt like C9 have had, I mean, ever since the second half began and they've had that massive momentum shift, I felt like they were in control of this game. And now MIBR is starting to come back, reassert some authority here. You can see, even just at the end of that round as well, in round 27, Cortesia kind of readjusting his seat, getting fired up, ready to reposition himself for the next round. Looking like they're mentally alert.
Okay, MIBR.
MIBR's done really well with these
spamming over towards C.
In the last couple rounds to attack for them. And again, it seems like Vic and Net will be in the hot seat.
Claw through them. And left to try and push this one back. Usually slow going off the rip here from MIBR. Just dodging to the side here with a... Oh, the full line, but you got to be careful here,
My
Vic.
goodness.
Lying in wait here, plenty of util, and Aspas is
Good Omen
eager to try and
Flash.
lay claim to most of this side. Still angles.
Oh my
and
god.
Pockets to play and weave in and out. Net. The 2-piece to be found. The rest of his team, time has been bought for them to try and play themselves all the way back in. Stalemate and pause caught for tempering in the midst of the round. A beautiful moment. And MIBR finding all the success in the world.
How have they managed to do that?
Another chance for Mitch in the clutch.
Kind of similar to what happened in the other
to
C rounds.
save this map.
And a 1v3, this is MIBR
They
just
get
trying to
two
sail
and
all
then
the way to Haven.
win out the rest of the jaws.
MIBR not taking any chances. There's a tap to try and pull Mitch out wide and open. Aftershock forwards.
Dude,
and
very nice from MIBR. We get a Haven.
13 is how we
Crazy
finish here
map.
on
This
Lotus.
was crazy map.
And MIBR will be taking us all the way here to Haven.
Massive recovery in that final round from MIBR. Discipline for them as they entered through the choke point.
I mean, they just
kind of
they found the
C9
weak spot,
players
man. They
in,
just won every
ripping
round
them
on
to
C,
pieces.
really. Wasn't
That
many
game
rounds,
looked
but
like it was
they won them.
way falling out of their control after a 9-3 dominant first half, but showcasing that tenacity to stay in there and make sure they could convert in OT.
And now a twist in this series. C9 had the option to play Ascent, the map they decimated Leviathan on just last week. But instead,
Could have chosen
we
Ascent,
head
went
to
for
new
Haven.
ground. Haven, the map they've elected to send us to instead, with a chance to make playoffs still intact if they can win this series.
Absolutely. Still plenty
Okay,
of
I'll be back
chances
in a
up
little bit,
again. You can tell how both of these teams just need this win. They want this win. It's been lights out, that tenacity and resilience being shown by MIBR. Beautiful work. And we will be heading over to Haven. Time for a quick break. Of course, we'll be handing it back over to the analyst to break it all down for map number 3. Do not go anywhere.
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today. Oh, talk about saving the best for last. We're off to map 3, folks. In honestly, a series that will potentially put Cloud9 in the playoffs if they can just land the plane, but that's with a rocky part. A little bit of turbulence there as they come into Lotus International Airport, because we got the 9-3. I'm gonna call the 9-3 blessing here, right?
Airport.
Yeah. What a comeback on that defense side from Cloud9, but really, like, MIBR came out of the gates so strong. There's so much to get excited about in a matchup like this. I know we're all begging for it. I saw you in the chat asking for a map 3. It's been delivered, but we've got to spend some time on MIBR right now because, man, we're beating a dead horse here, but the youngsters are looking unbelievable. All of them on this team, right? Verno, the most recent addition, saving the game for MIBR, preventing a 2-0 here, but we got treated to a crazy MIBR who were not afraid to take these rubble fights. So much action in the early rounds, Vans, where they were pushing up. They knew C9 would bring the fight to them, and they were ready.
not only Rumble fights too, but how they're playing passive for certain rounds are also so good at taking retakes on the side of MIBR. And you've mentioned it, it's the Shenum, for example, being one of them in Cortesia, the amount of double kills they are getting around the server to make sure that they had a dominant side for MIBR on the defense. Because if not, once we switch sides though, C9 also had their own thing to say on defense.
Oh my gosh! I mean, Net was sitting at what, like 1-9? He was like 1-9. Bust
Sorry,
out.
Net, we're just calling him the wrong time as he's walking
all
by.
All the Cloud9 players are walking by right now. But
23.
Yeah,
exactly.
So Net's sitting at 1-9 at some point. Bust out the judge, just like
goes 22-8 after that.
Yes, it was just ridiculous. And yeah, they can't close it out. But what a hard-fought series. And I mean, Inferno. That 1v was a 1v3.
It was a 1v1 in the end. I think Mitch almost 3v1'd. It was pretty insane stuff here, but I mean, we saw it highlighted there. MVP like Vic, for example, some of those moments from him, those multi-frag scenarios
the 4K that he got at A. Oh my goodness!
That's why the macro, you can kind of like throw it out the window because you had so many players just pop off in instant moments because you had the right positioning for so many of these players from both teams, and then just one pops off. As we mentioned, Shenum or Cortesia, and then on the other side you just have Vic, you have Net. Everybody's doing so well. Dude. Almost an ace coming out from Oxy.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. In OT, it felt like Oxy was the one making the game-winning plays. I thought for sure, oh, this got Cloud9 written all over it.
Yeah.
When he rushed on A, caught out Cortesia, and then he just goes heaven and pulls out the hot hands and
that heaven control was
brother.
I mean, something we saw from MIBR is like they're taking these early rubble fights and then they are slowing the pace down, right? It felt like they did add another sort of level or a bit more depth over what we were seeing from C9, who were really just 0 to 100 and kind of stayed there. What are you drawing on this map for me? This is the fast lane, right?
Yeah, I was trying to throw the best parallel lines that I could, but I actually just want to display how good the Cloud9 wall was for Neon. Because back then on Lotus, if you look at Neon plays, they kind of try to throw these fast lanes just around the orb to control this area. But C9, the way that they throw their wall on this side here, allows for this instant tap from MIBR on the door and Ox to just run in and get full control of tree around util. Like he got, I think, 2 entries out of it. But for them doing that, Cloud9 allowed themselves to get good conditioning into how they just wanted to go fast pace into the A site, then suddenly pivot over to B. But there's one thing, after you've conditioned them enough, the key thing is the MIBR timeout in the overtime for fraud. Because after those amount of times, exactly, or just before that, it was tied, and then he called for basically a timeout for 2 rounds, guaranteeing that they're going to win the round here. So he calls for a timeout and he says, Cortesia, let's actually set up your util over towards the A site. So they actually have like the razor vines, exactly, and then the wall on this side. It just funneled C9 into this A site towards the end, and MIBR were ready for the hit. I know it came down to a clutch towards that C side that Mitch had to try to take towards the end. But just those type of reads and thinking on the fly as a coach was superb coming out here from MIBR as well.
Yeah, on the opposite end too for Cloud9, I mean, they were ready for that C hit as well.
Yeah.
And you saw Net pop the cage up, he gets 2, and then it was the flurry of trades that just didn't go their way. They let it slip away to further the OT.
Yeah.
And it's just
so
tough.
An insane game.
It's so much high stakes, so much pressure.
So let's look ahead at the final map in this series. We're heading over to Haven with Cloud9 starting on defense. And just a reminder, MIBR have had to go through G2, or up against G2, and up against C9 here in this group. It's so incredibly competitive. And Cloud9 still have that playoff qualification on the line. This Omega group is looking unbelievably stacked. But what should we expect from Haven? What am I looking for as a fan? What's got me sat forward getting excited?
Well, we've seen MIBR's Haven already.
Against G2.
Yeah, against G2, and it was a banger. I mean, it was 13-11. Again, could have gone either way, just like this last map that we witnessed. I don't think we've seen Haven out of Cloud9 this year yet.
The last time we've seen Cloud9 play Haven was during the Red Bull Homegrounds when Rossi was still in the roster, but they did come out with a Neon on that comp. So there's a possibility that we might still see Oxy on the Neon with how he's been playing so far. They could continue to be very explosive, whilst on the other end, you could see a difference between a Jet or a Neon. It still works. They play I think it was a Breach Tejo going into that matchup against G2 for MIBR. So I think this is going to be as explosive as it was in Lotus for this 3-sided map.
I mean, Cloud9, you better hope they're not out of gas here coming into this last map.
You see how loud they were the whole second map?
Both teams have gone the distance many times. Like, genuinely. I mean, look at MIBR against G2. Complete from start to finish banger series. This, so far, banger series. It's just been a blessing.
I mean, looking at Vic, how far has this guy come as well? We saw him on challenges. He had to fight his way up from Tier 2. Like many of our standout players so far already in this stage 1. He was so crisp on that last map, but also is credited with being just a really intelligent kind of player. Got to be someone you're looking at in Haven here to make an impact.
Yeah, I think if you're looking at this roster, you're always talking about Oxy or Zeppa in the first place, and you kind of sleep over like the Mitch calling in the macro, or even Vic as being the silent killer. You know, we're praising Som over for Energy, how he's consistently on the top here for the side of Energy. I think now, just as Sideshow mentioned before, you got to stop sleeping on Cloud9, you got to stop sleeping on Vic, you got to stop sleeping on Imi as a coach as well.
So, of course, today we've been blessed with a bit of Oxy versus Aspas, and we actually caught up with Oxy earlier on here to ask him about this matchup against, of course, Aspas the GOAT.
Sorry for Unk Silly.
Aspas has just consistently always been the best player in the world. And the best, like, I don't know how he brings all his teams to the top 3. Like, MIBR, LEV, Loud, all of them. Best teams in the world. Insane. So, it'll always be fun playing against Aspas. And I think he's the best duelist in the game.
I mean, you're looking on the side there, you're just mentioning MIBR had to play some tough teams, so did C9 so far, and they've delivered. And Oxy is like giving a lot of respect and praise for these players or for these teams, and they're also a team to look out for now.
I mean, Oxy's a young GOAT in the making, though, himself. I mean, when you look up to all these players, you slowly start to overcome them, right? And I feel like we've saw
Beyond the Summit
some
vibes
moments
been
of
good.
brilliance
Yeah,
in
it's
this
true.
series so far, and I'm excited to see
Dude,
what
that
we
LEV
see.
segment was still incredible.
Here in franchising, already started off with a bang, but now looks like more rounded, more of a complete player with this team around him. Folks, I don't want to hold you up any longer. We're just excited as you to get into Haven, so don't go too far. Map 3 is up next. You'd be bonkers to go anywhere else.
The Rossi show, yeah, the Rossi show was so good. Car mentioned. What does C9 have prepped for Haven? Definitely the choice of the Ascent or Haven is interesting. I think it's because they didn't want to start on it. Well, would you really choose Haven if you didn't want to start it on attack of Ascent? Maybe. What's MIBR's Haven look like? Don't they use old school comp?
They forget about the ults. They're just going to frag their way through this.
Haven against G2.
Okay, Aspas is clearly feeling it today.
Honestly, if I look at this, G2 had good starts. 4, 6.
And welcome back, everybody. You're going to be getting
Win a
into
good
this
amount
one
at the
surely
end.
here. Our final map between MIBR and Cloud9, and it's Haven, which are going to be seeing, I think, Cloud9 showcasing.
They didn't look
honestly,
too
their
bad.
first time playing it this year, right outside of.
They had rough starts both halves,
sort of qualifiers that you had
which means their Byrons are good.
And it's nothing too exciting. They're going for Breach, Silver Cypher, about as bog standard as it could get.
Oh, they go for the real old
We saw
school.
MIBR play this last week with the exact same
Dude,
comp.
we get
Push
the
G2
jet
to the
off
limit here on Haven.
in
I think they
2025.
must be hoping to exploit what they saw from MIBR, because they had the choice
Yeah,
of
they
going here or going to
got a
Ascent,
demo
and
on
I
it.
think Cloud9's Ascent looked fantastic. And yeah, you made the point earlier, I think it was you, Bren, that if you go to Ascent, then your opponent is going to pick the defense side, basically. So you're going to have a difficult opener of it, but it is odd. Cloud9, the last time they won on Haven was in 2023. The last time they had a winning record on Haven was in 2022. So we are talking, it's been a long time since this organization has been good on this map.
Yeah, it sounds like Mitch was on the team the last time they were good on Haven.
Well, Vanity, Mitch, Vanity, in, out, shake it all about. I don't know who was on the team at that time, but it wasn't these guys.
No.
So the fresh slate, you could argue, for C9 here, and a good opportunity for them to showcase something new that they've cooked up, or some specific idea that they've got of how to beat MIBR here. Because the tape is out there.
Okay.
We're going to be getting into this
C9
one pretty
on
quickly.
defense.
Looks like it's gearing
MIBR
up for
on
a nice little
attack.
A rubble.
Yet
A main
another raid
clash.
boss for Aspas.
These teams steady at the beginning though. No signs of life. Just creeping up to the angles. And Oxy is going to be looking to explode at a moment's notice here. And he spots it. Body's going wide. Luckily,
So
there's a
many
complete
people
collapse
drooling
as well.
on the
Bullets
flash
are gonna be
hit
flying
too.
forwards here. MIBR would carve out a bit of a path. Make it nice and even, 3v3.
I love that little sidestep by Verno. You see how he walked super wide, way into A main, and just pulled the crosshair away from the rest of the team. He's allowed it to get back into a 3v3, but Net's utility
Have we
is
liked the
covering
show's
a lot
vibe
of
this
the middle
weekend?
of this
For
map.
sure. For sure, and
C9 though,
been nice.
they're only going to really have the breach stunt to make this retake happen. Got you. And all these players are going to be quite late to actually make it over on the rotation.
So stealth drone in through the back, clears the way in towards C. Util's going to be dealt with. Cloud9 now happy to set up. Bide their time, try and play this one into the retake.
Shadows traveling.
Shannon still has a
Smoke
paranoia
for
to work
smoke
with.
at the same time.
Seeing it
Verno does have salvos.
Salvo's going to be used actually preemptively
Sure.
here by MIBR. Looking to see if they can find a win con in the midst of all of this.
Dude, it's
here,
like
Vic. It just lights out.
Dude, there's something about Vic today.
No, that he is
has been
playing
on
insane.
fire with these
He really, really
multi-kill
is.
rounds.
I'm pretty
And
sure
after
it's
a
equal on
pretty
pistols,
heartbreaking
right?
way
And it's
to
free
lose
too.
that last map. Gotta feel good to have that impact and clutch up the pistol round.
He was basically top fragging the entirety of Lotus. He was dominating the previous time that we saw him on the stage as well.
Was he not top fragging
Vic's
on
just out
Pearl?
here.
I thought he was.
He's consistently putting up big numbers.
Let's go! Sit your ass down, boy.
You look at this lobby, you talk about contenders for Rookie of the Year. Maybe you're thinking of Cortesia, Verno, the
Dude,
long-awaited
Ned gets the
prospects
judge
from
out
their
again as
respective
well.
regions, but Vic has kind of sneakily come up and
He tied top
had
frag
a
with
really
Zephyr on Pearl.
good showing with C9 thus far, especially in stage 1.
Aspas. Verno's opted to drop him just the Outlaw, full armor as well, so this is a big investment into the raid boss. See what he can do with it here. Rattling off the bullets out from short. That's a quick evacuation from Zephyr. Doesn't really want much more to do with it.
And the raid boss has been assassinated. So that armor investment is gone. Though the Outlaw, of course, can change hands, get passed down.
Yeah, and there's 3 people that can
2
one-shot.
guns picked up here, but a good spot on the drone from Zeppa. Force MIBR to reconsider their options in this round.
And on a round like this, just take a look at the Cypher setup here as well, because this is what Net's going to
Yeah,
be
they
doing in
got
a
a lot
lot
of
of the rifle
info.
rounds too, where these things matter a little bit more. But he's getting full information down C. He knows that nobody's playing in that area. Tripping garage. I mean, it just means that Cloud9 never have to worry about the kind of west side of the map at all.
The west side.
Yeah, don't worry about Beto coming up. It's a fault line. Oxy's going to supplement at least. He's going to add in a bit of extra fire. Paranoia sweeping forwards.
I was going to say, that
He's
is
trying to do work with it.
pretty far range for
Gets
it.
rewarded. Vic is quick with the
Okay,
cleanup.
I
2
feel like
players
they got
surviving here for
okay amount of
Cloud9.
guns out of them. Who takes the
What does
hit?
Verno buy then in the next
I was going
round,
to say,
considering that he
who takes the hit for the
funded
Outlaw
that
purchase?
Outlaw purchase.
Or does Artsin take the sacrifice
Normally
for the team? As
Artsin
we've
takes the
seen quite
hit,
a few
it
times
feels
this
like.
series.
Yeah.
Guy never gets a full buy into his
My thrifty
first
goat.
buy. Oh, that's a nice shot.
Does look like at the moment Verno's going to be the one tanking it with a Stinger purchase. Seems a little bit strange, but at the same time, C9 don't have the world's best bonus round buy. An Outlaw and a Bulldog to work with is not much.
Looks like they're going to try and get Oxy posted on down C long.
It's a double push deep, but MIBR have no inclination to work their way over towards C. They've all grouped up now. A long control is theirs. Sending it forwards now with a stealth drone. Zephyr, it's a critical break for him, and Paranoia is going to sweep
Yeah, we
forwards.
got
Push them
flash
back.
to push him away. Drone spots 3. Oh, that's a good omen. Flash there from Shannon now.
Like to be taken here, but that's rapid
Maybe it missed.
and quick. Zephyr is just weaving in and out, just trying to survive. But a response from MIBR is just
Rules are
immaculate.
crazy on this one. Child, let me just check the
MIBR,
bunnies
if they had
aren't
not
eating
succeeded
cables.
in this A hit, they wouldn't have had many other options. Had
They're
no
very
map
close. One
control
sec.
really, except for A and A long. Actually, there was some really nice team fighting from them, and Artsin picking up a couple big kills. Gets them this round, and
They're all tucked away, it's fine.
Keeps things in control.
Nice that they still had the utility to be able to go for a two-phase hit there. The first wave of just the tail
Bunnies,
drone
yeah, they're
coming
getting
in.
more and more
But you know, if you
confident.
don't break
They're
that and
exploring
respond to
more
it,
of the
they're gonna
house.
be instantly on you with the
And
flashes, the dashes.
They love the area with the
Artazine
cables.
Still had
It's
enough
not
in the
good.
back pocket
And
a
they will
rifle
eat
to
them
boot to be
real
able to get
fast.
that one through.
Shenom's been such a fun player to watch. The way he's using these TPs proactively throughout this series
Um,
now.
Okay, really big buy round, especially for C9 in terms of the money on this one. Salvos to push them away. No one breaks the recon though, but I don't. Yeah, only scanned one.
TP up towards
Insta draw. Wait, they just straight up hitting
Looking
sight.
for a fight. He was stalled out by the salvos early on in the round, but now he's popped his dash. He's looking to take the fight as they're
short.
Yeah, they invested double smoke. They wanted to hit here.
Dissipating though, and your chance running short. Oh my goodness, they just about missed each other.
I thought he spotted a leg there, but he can't have done.
Tucked tight to the side. Util considered Cortesia. He's just checking a cam, I believe.
Does he dare show an ankle?
It's like a Victorian era, mate. Yeah.
Well,
Just
be uncouth.
waiting. Biding their time.
4 players stacked on the site, though. This does
Yeah,
not look good for MIBR.
they cut
if they
sounds,
That's a bait setup as well
but
for
it's
Cloud9. Look at it,
info,
tucked 2 players in the corner.
info.
They do it
So
twice against it.
the 4 players just stay strong. The cut sound doesn't do too much. Cortesia.
Cortesia, okay. Collects that kill. Looking to move in a different
Yeah.
direction when you have 37 seconds
Okay,
left.
now what
They're
though?
canceling off of this one.
30
They
seconds, and no
don't have a
matter
ton of
what,
control, but they did keep
they're
this
going
cam
into
down
something.
big. No, that no
Is
one
it
is
camera?
walked up.
Oh, it's all on net.
Is it?
Yeah. He's the one to try and hold
Okay,
them
4-1.
back.
The 4 makes sound. The 1 late
Sword is
pushes
gonna
into
be
the garage when
approaching.
they get like to here.
It's going to get gifted at least
He
with the
pushes a bit
possibility
too
of just
early.
one fight, but as
Hit
he's
the shotting
activating the
though,
setup,
so
that's
who
when
cares?
Cortesia strikes. Oh, just the best timing in the world for these MIBR players to be taking.
2 absolutely perfect 1v1s for Cortesia. Just wins the round for MIBR. C9 don't want to risk losing this one out. Don't have a lot of money left. Their bank would be broken if they lost these guns.
Mitch is
Save.
clearing out short, wondering
Ooh.
if somebody could be around here. But
Dude,
I think he's just
MIBR will
looking to
be
try to upgrade
loving
his
that.
weapon. They pinged where the body was, so I think he...
The classic
I might
chat.
be wrong here, but I think
3K.
there is a Vandal down short behind him. But surely you're not happy with saving a Guardian in this spot, really. That was a beautiful timing from Cortesia, who's been pretty fantastic today.
Climbing on
We've
the
had
highest things.
his name on our lips so many times where he's had double kills, triple kills, or just, like in this round, a crucially important single frag to be able to knock something open.
Lovely shots.
Cortesia, I think, stole that rifle that you were talking about.
Yeah, so Mitch did have to just keep the Guardian in. So now you've got 2 Guardians and a Judge into this round. Pretty horrible way for Cloud9's
Okay, net with a judge.
economy to have gone, considering
What
that
is
they've got the
this?
pistol.
Because I
Last 2 rounds have been all about A. On the
Wouldn't
defensive
mind
side,
a
Net has been
tactical
throwing
pause.
a cam down the bottom of C most of these rounds and getting a
Okay,
ton
Jack,
of
give me-
info over there.
give me like 20 seconds.
MIBR's never cleared that out. They've never really looked towards mid other than putting their own Cypher camera in that space. It's just been a game about taking in lobby control in these late round hits, or in that last round, the pivot back over.
I think if you see a team that's playing their attack sites like this, you shouldn't be too worried, because in theory they will run back into net in some spot that ruins the round. You know, you can't just be doing 20-second pivots back into C every single round and expect it to work for you every time. But that round they got away with it.
That they did. For Cloud9 though, still going to be taking this tactical timeout. A couple rounds earlier, they were kind of considering options, walking a player down C, getting Oxy posted in that area of the map.
Yeah, I think the reason that they're taking the tactical timeout, though, might be less to discuss strategy and more to discuss economy, because it doesn't look like they're going to force here. Originally, they had bought up as if they were going to force into the round. They had double Guardian and a Judge. And now they've decided just to go for pistols on a couple of their players so that they can still buy into round 6. So that might be an instance of attack timeout being used a bit more as a, wait, hold on, guys, you got the wrong read here.
Great call out of the timeout from MIBR. They're sending it towards C. Only Net is here to receive.
They don't break the cam. Waiting until the final moments to do that, and Cloud9 eager to take a bit of control towards A lobby, but it's
Okay,
already
kind of
coming
perfect
through.
timing. Didn't miss too much. They
And I
saved the
almost feel
3
like you wanna
guns.
save
2
pretty
don't buy too
quickly
much
here
on
for
top of
C9,
it.
maybe see if you can
Insta
hit
C
something
hit that we
early
said would
on,
be
but if
happening
not, using
loads.
these weapons. would likely mean a pretty big reset.
Funny to him. Nah, just gave him some hay.
This guy's been Mr. Consistent.
Trying to save the cables.
Tizia eventually cleaned up though. They hunt him down and reclaim the gun. Doing a bit of recycling.
MIBR grouping to fight spawn.
Yeah, exactly. Lots of players in through spawn. But that refight once more. It's a Sheriff in the hands of net, not the weapon of choice to really deal with, but counter stun is even perfect on top of it.
Low HP.
Down here. 3 players
against the smoke, so they can't really go down towards long.
Trying to do the most here, but time is ticking away and getting away from them at that. With the player positions, Verno is even going to be that safety net.
It's just about damage now.
His salvos, and already it's ticking. They
got to do a lot of this because the money's so good from the round before.
It was just a matter of doing it a little more quickly, and Cloud9 might have been able to
I'll
make
see with the
something
def
happen
gets
in a
his
spot
ult.
like that.
Zep has
They
his
did
ult.
have to be a lot quicker than they actually were, because
They
as you said, Salvo's
also
still in
got
the
a
back
free
pocket,
sight
Verno,
on
but
C.
Red Bull clutch. Probably the easiest one Verno will ever get. He just sat there towards Cubby, and the threat was the thing that got it across the line. I do think this is going to be a good idea for Cloud9 overall, the idea of hunting that lurker. Back when we saw MIBR play just last week against G2 on this map, Cortesia was almost always part of a one-person lurk on the opposite side of the map to the rest of his team. And so if you can find him and hunt him down, you can actually play retakes up a man fairly consistent.
Chris?
Zooming through, seeing what MIBR can cook up. Drone out through and wide, just trying to sidestep past the smoke as well. That's Vic hunting for a timing.
What I was going to say before this, and I wish I had, I was going to say, does C9 like try and shut down C early? Because once you start realizing you can easy get over towards C and there's no resistance, teams at the moment are just spamming it. Speaking of spamming, how did they only tank that much damage?
Bullets being laid down, Addison holding.
Rolling Thunder.
Rolling Thunder, and here's the kills collected.
1, 2, 3 that are hit. Omen Flash. Oh, Vic. Been fragging heavy, but he Omen Flashed and they didn't manage to get through the choke. Dash from Recon.
Ready to cloudburst though to get themselves back in along with a dart. Whipping it all the way around here.
Salvos go in, they got half.
But half has been earned to win con. The Cloud9 can work with a couple of taps there, bullets flying forwards, just trying to go off the neural after the reveal.
Nicely handled in the end.
Stands his ground, holds it down.
I thought they messed it up, to be honest. I thought they missed their, like window to go in. Shout out to Oxy, he did so much, by the way. Smoke into dash, and they managed to kill 2, right?
And the uncomfortable spots that they're putting MIBR players into, like this one, for example, onto Aspas.
Oh, that Recon.
Really nice util usage as well. Zeppa sends the dart for Oxy to dash in and get that 2K. And Zeppa himself taking a bit of a world tour.
Get the up.
From that double duelist comp playing Yoru to start, now top fragging on the Sova. As again, MIBR
okay,
head towards C, but
C spams in a row.
And then a good bait from
Big
net.
change up with the picked up op.
Still think it got spotted, actually.
And Oxy's in a lot of trouble. Updraft up and away. He's missed the initial shot. Bladestorm, an attempt to salvage. Last pass, straight back at it. It's making sashimi out of the rest of the players out onto the side here. And Vic will do quite a bit to try and offset the damage done. Running and gunning.
What is going? Wait, it's so fast paced right now.
Aspas is playing gun game. Goes from the rifle, 2 kills with that, and now a 1v2 for Zeppa.
And he's finding the perfect timing.
Oh, that's a crazy shot.
Himself,
it's an absolute shot from him.
4-piece overall into the round.
Nuts round from Aspas. Dude, the jet off was wild during this.
Crouch peek at the end from Aspas was filthy, though, man. Securing the 4K. I mean, some of this is mess.
I mean, the whole of it's a mess. Look at this.
Like, how do you keep up with the chaos of what's going on here as the jet players on both sides? But look at this one at the end. Crouch and just, I'm not even sure he threw the crouch in there, to be honest with you. It looked like it did from the other POV. But he's so precise with that first bullet.
It looks like he's just giving him a migraine. Oxy has a hero rifle.
Okay, change up from C9 as well. It's just like big punish over towards here. They were going to camera into Omen Flash into send it if they saw anyone.
Oh, we've gone C for 3 rounds in a row. Now we're going to just go back to our same 4 towards A look. It's just been a 4-1 all day from MIBR.
Yeah, and this was really the same thing that they were doing against
Hero
G2.
gun for Oxy, which is on the right side at the moment.
And really trying to punish that is going to be key for them. Especially when he's playing aggressive on anti-ecos like this. He does give his team a really nice option to pivot back to him whenever he likes.
Yeah, he's called him back.
And I think he's just giving so much info here. The fact that the trip goes down and then nobody reclears this.
He heard them running too.
Yeah, he had. Yeah,
Watching
pretty sure he
Cortez
had
play
2
this
running.
map reminds me a lot of like early days Les back when he was on Loud with these really proactive
Good
lurks.
call. Yeah, I mean, this is what you see a lot, and this is why sometimes like callers get a lot of credit, but honestly, it's like the lurkers that get a lot of credit for just like the info gathered and being able to feel confident enough to call their team back.
Good call overall. Gamble stack Cloud9 not working out.
It's a great shot. Actually, just on him.
Into the fight here, into the fray all the way through.
Aspas is frying him.
Working against the rifles into the hands of Aspas. Good luck. MIBR, it's inevitable at this point. Going to be sitting at that 5th round.
Did someone shoot the recon for him? Yeah, I was in the overview, we saw the recon behind, and I was like, well,
do a bit of damage if he can.
he might just get wrecked here if he actually goes for that, but I think someone on his team shot it.
Spike, you don't want to build up Verno to that ult.
Yeah, I'm surprised we don't see Verno hunting for it, actually.
A lot
There's
of
definitely plays that you can make with the
a
tail
lot of
ultimate that'll make that one
a lot of C.
extremely valuable to use. He is sticking around, looking to see if he can find the kill onto Vic, who's presumably looking to die to Spike. He's a bit too slow on it here.
I think Verno dies to it as well.
Oh, he does. Yep. All good.
He's got 4K in the bank. I'm not sure he's too worried about the economic implications at this point. Operator coming online here for Oxy. They're going to need a big opening pick, I think. We've seen C9 looking to try to hunt the lurker, looking to try to flank retake.
Hey, Oxy gets the op out on defense.
These early contests for space have been going the way of MIBR, and I think Oxy
2-9 loss bonus, but
by
everyone from C9 will be sitting around basically 3,100, so they would have to eco. So if MIBR win this, I'm not saying guaranteed, but they're kind of looking like a 7.
It frees up a lot of resources to go deal with the lurker.
Do you have any interest in doing player profile vids? What do you mean doing them?
Down short, he's going to run straight into Oxy.
First time MIBR has sent any
not massively on my list of things to do.
B this game. Looking to maybe fake this space. Have the 3 strong force down C send it as well, or maybe it's just a lurk. A very interesting round here for MIBR.
Hoping that they can pull players, I think, on the rotate potentially. Net is under a tremendous amount of pressure. Receiving a bit of help in the meantime, but MIBR, these mid-round audibles are going to be calling. Look, they're not hard committing. They've got access to the B site, and they're making it very well known. Damage done, multitudes of players, and betrayed by the barrel just poking through. Zeppo.
Bro, the double luck is over towards B got so much.
Skipping a hop
especially
over,
when there's a lot of pressure over towards C as well. This is nice from MIBR, man. They look good.
This is a wrap for Cloud9. You've got to try and save these rifles.
Such a cool round for MIBR. They've conditioned these 4-1 lurks, only ever committing where they insta-show or calling back onto their lurk on the other side. Here, for the first time, sending forces towards B, faking C with the spike, and then
imagine they get everyone.
Really nice mix-up from Artsin and the
great stun.
MIBRs.
Nicely done from Artsin and Verno.
It's an IC9, an economic advantage here.
This was a lovely round. Just using the...
I mean, this is a guy
no, yeah, I agree.
Got a long history of doing
it. Round before was Closier, but...
Right, and Fraud just decided, like, dude, you're the guy to do it for this team, and he's been getting better and better, I think, while still having great individual performances. Rounds like this, it's a beautiful idea.
Artsin wasn't really the guy
I'm destroying these guys, oh my god.
He wasn't the one who was pitching to be IGL. Fraud was like, hey, you know this game, you've been with me for a while, you understand my plan. Why don't you try it out? And well, that trial has been so successful thus far as C9 on an
the hero judge
Oxy on a mission down mid.
We've seen these half-pipe weapons, they can do damage. If MIBR make mistakes, they're not really in a habit of making them, though, to be honest, at this point, as we've been giving credit to the
they've
calling.
been looking very, very nice.
Their mid-round audibles, the way that they've been calling around whether a player gets a lurk or not. It's been quite fantastic.
And like even here, like that's an incredible shot. Even here, this guy's running and the other 2 are ready for the reaction.
Yeah, rifle in the hands of Aspas. That's
like,
going to be swiftly dismissing
I like what I'm seeing.
The counterpart.
Cortez just pulled 3 players over towards A, but MIBR might still look to call back into him.
Down through short. It's a hard clear for MIBR. Going to have to play this one tied together.
Yeah, it's a good little bait.
Trying to contact all the
It's
way
a
through.
really
It
good
just
bait
bullets
now.
through the wall as well. Slow down to
For the
a
judge
net.
here as well.
Still judge in play. Ascent's in danger, yet they navigate it regardless. And now, Mitch was supposed to be that danger
No
player.
way,
Bruno's
that's a
running and
headshot.
getting a jump put in the air.
That's a
Somehow still
headshot.
getting value
It's
out of
doable.
it.
Look at the HP, super doable.
MIBR to make out with a round win here when there was all that danger just
They're getting a
circling
lot
around
of
on the A
rounds.
side.
We said with the round
Near enough a
before, they
miracle.
might be able to get to 7. They get
Felt
to
similar
7.
to that Lotus
They
round
could
where
get it
Net
to
was
9.
tucked towards B with a judge and got 2, and then he was cackling about it afterwards. But this round was not to be. And I don't even know really how Mitch lands that shot, but it's
What is that?
not the
I mean, they
silliest
kind of
one of
look
the
it
round,
onto him.
as it happens.
Okay.
So Oxy goes for a walk down mid though in this round.
What is this? What is this? Do you know that ghost bug?
Okay, I don't know what
I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know. I don't know what Ghost
Full
Bug he's
stack?
talking about, but also the
Chat,
tech
he
pause has
knows.
not come through either. So maybe the admins didn't know the Ghost Bug that he was talking about.
He's making a joke, I think, about them having walls, but
I don't think so. He looked
No, I
serious
don't
about
think
it.
so.
well, Oxy, that's an opener that Cloud9 have been struggling to get for quite some time here.
Oh, when you
pause into the
see
exec,
someone on the
MIBR
mid,
not choosing
okay,
to commit.
it's
Cortez has
okay,
a very good
yeah, I
look
do
up
know
at
the one.
garage window,
Where you like
but it
see
is
someone
being
standing
held
there,
from Mitch backside B. He'll have to pick his timing very carefully.
and they're on your screen, but not on anyone else's screen.
Through mid.
Dude, that's
I mean,
still in the
way that
game.
MIBR
That's kind of
dissecting
nuts.
A lot of the weak points here. Cloud9 set up. It's a critical fight. It's about to be one out potentially. My God, it's laboured, but eventually getting it. He's up in the air.
What?
Get away with bloody murder.
There's no way, man.
You get away with that.
Oh,
That's
bro,
why
they're
not. Put a cherry
wrecking
on
them.
top. Bake me a cake while you're at it.
Wait,
This is a
what is
collapse,
Bren
a crumble
talking about?
Of C9. I mean, that's just
I
tragic.
stopped listening to Bren, and then I came back when he said, "Bake me a cake while you're at it." I feel like I missed so much.
Wallbang shots, but the fact you also land the shorty kill after.
You mean Wyatt? Oh yeah, sorry,
And this
Wyatt.
was a Cloud9
True,
that
Wyatt.
had 2 chances to close out on Lotus to clinch their spot in the playoffs, go up 3-0 in the group before they even have to face G2. But now, having to face the music here, 8-3 on MIBR's attack
And it's
side.
not like it's a crazy attack
And they're
side of
gonna
comp.
have
It's pretty much the
probably
default.
both initiator ults heading into this final round.
Dude, they're out here taking
Yeah, like we
pictures
said,
with
we
the
haven't seen
cam.
C9
Oh my
win on Haven, as
goodness.
far as I'm aware, since late 2023.
They're so rich, they're just gonna die to Spike. Don't
That
risk giving
is-
Zeppa the ult. That's actually pretty base. They don't wanna. They don't want to give him a chance, I think, to get the kill there.
That's just disrespectful, man.
Min-maxing.
Okay, so Zephyr is 1 away, and he probably wants the A orb.
And then all of your opponents die to Spike.
Are they gonna overthink this, or are they gonna let him have it?
Cortesia is just getting into garage. C9 are not running reclears through that area of the map, and they're just waiting for him. And then
Oh my
even
god,
when
they're
they
gonna
wait
do
for him,
it?
they
Dude, I
lose
was
to
gonna
it.
say they might do this. They
Armageddon's
insta-pop
out.
this,
Yeah,
force
I've
them
seen things
into
on
the
minimap.
actual
It's about
duel
to be chaotic.
itself.
It's about to be messy.
Off
Hold
the
on to your
bat.
seats.
They know they're there.
Clash in the skirmish. You've
Oh my
already
god, it's so
caught the
smart.
contact of these
It's
players,
sick.
and here it is.
Dude, I was
Ults
actually gonna
offloaded.
say
Armageddon all
this,
the way
and
through
I was like, nah,
Paranoia
it's
forwards
pointless.
and a TP on bricks. Mass cleanups in order here, and it's Zeppa and Oxy on janitor duty.
Dude, it's gone
Just trying
nuts
to
though.
make the most of it.
Four-person
They're
aggro.
definitely finding the
I
advantage.
thought they were gonna off the.
And edge they were looking for, still double fighting. This is how you throw it. You do not want to be
I thought they
giving
were
this
gonna off the
guy
rip
ins.
it, to be
Cortesia's
honest.
been on an absolute
But they wanted to get a pure info.
tear
Because
this
it could have
entire
looked incredibly
series.
dumb. But they were
May have
definitely
just
gonna go for the
given
orb.
him a lifeline.
This guy is just a monster.
only has a
13 to
judge, he
5,
wants to get it
1v3
done.
potential.
And Cortesia is
He's
defending
like,
these
"Got a
weapons.
judge." Of course he does.
Hell of a read, but anticipating that it could be in a different direction. And Net's just going to be waiting for the smite to be planted before he can receive that upgrade. Wants to play it safe.
Okay, he can get an upgrade, but he can't.
The trip's there for good
He
information
can't.
anyway
Yeah,
on
he
the
can't get
flank,
over
so
the trip.
if he has the confidence to go for a plant, he's going to have great info about where Net is coming from.
Camera to
Cortesia has a camera in the
clear.
post point.
Yeah, now you know that you
And there
can
are
plan.
no
He's gonna think
cages
he's
for Net.
heaven. Breaks the trip, and that's incredible. How do you want to play it?
Now it comes down to a game of timings. Both these players going to be drifting around.
Oh, this is brutal. I mean, it looks like it's
It
planted
is
for CT.
so
It looks like it's
brutal.
planted for Heaven. you're not really going to think about a guy being tucked
You
short.
think he's gonna spawn?
That's unorthodox. We'll see if Net considers it here. Steadily working, trying to clear up all of those unknowns across the map, but now getting a move on, getting a run on because he can hear it. Spike stuck, but Net none the wiser.
Really nice, man. So good.
Cortesia.
The 1v3, just as C9 started to get a little bit of confidence.
He said it himself that he was destroying these guys on comms with his team, and he has just been outstanding.
I still love the idea from MIBR.
long.
It was a great barrier down call in my opinion. But he wanted info. I would love for him to just go off it from just confidence, but still makes sense.
And that Red Bull clutch puts the half to 9-3. C9, they'll have to mount a massive comeback if they want to rally in this series.
C9 have to win pistol. I mean, it was 9-3 on Lotus, but it's just early. Cypher diff, dude. He's just really on. Like Cortez is like he's really on today. So's Vic. Like those two are having just like a big 1v1 kind of game. C9 know they got absolutely wrecked here. Polvi, what's happening? Polvi, when do you play again? Monday, right? You play again tomorrow, do you not? You're down so bad. Where's your confidence gone, mate? What's happening here? Ovi, get someone in your team to save 400 and a pistol so you can get that op early.
And listen, I've seen ups, there's been downs, and Cloud9 potentially kicking themselves that they couldn't close it out.
You've lost first Cupid.
Here on Haven.
Damn, dude.
Hard going for them.
Cupid stray as well.
Pretty poor decisions, I think, as well. We've been talking about how, honestly, it's just been a very good macro game from MIBR as well.
Ovi, I'm telling you, the IGL and the pistol round, tell him, save that extra 400 for me.
Audibles as well, whatever. And whoever you want to really attribute the success
no matter what.
MIBR are winning because of it.
I don't think Cloud9 got proactive enough, though, at actually clearing out certain areas of the
we got
map.
a new raid
They were
boss.
kind of waiting for MIBR to be the ones that made the play and came to them. Now C9 are on the attack, though, and I do expect Oxy to be the one
we got a new raid boss. It's not Aspas on this one.
Waiting with a sheriff.
Oh, yeah. This is a bit brutal. One, Faultline's going to get a decent job of clearing him out wide here. It's a dart that's avoided.
Just an opper.
Dash
I don't want to be the one to say it,
wants
but
to avoid him. Don't blame him. Skirting around
you're
from
an
the
upper.
raid boss.
Don't want to say
Slowing
the
it down into
just.
the mid-round.
Especially when you're lacking confidence these days.
Calling for the walk-up. Flash pop play in through B. It's open access, but there are these sightlines that are opened up, and there's no smokes forward after shock. Pushing it back once more. Paranoia is going to be sweeping through anyway, blinding up most of them. Causing it even, though. It's 4v4 as it stands, and tap, a push forwards. This is Cloud9 potentially overcooking because Verno has got a bit of a read on it, but he's just missed the timing onto this one, and the smoke's going to be pushed. Doubled up with the discipline there.
Big flash.
Hard
Great
committed,
flash.
hard
Oh
stuck
my god.
into the
Oh
corner.
god.
Near sighted
Oh god.
has what?
Oh man,
Finally,
that's so
gonna play
nice
themselves
though.
in. Cortesia. Oh
Vic
my,
did
finally
incredible
denied,
once
but
he
he's
got Omen flash to
surely
make
done
sure
enough
that
in terms of the damage.
they could
Vic,
actually
5
get
HP
the kill.
and a dream. The tap pulled out.
30 seconds
Fast
left.
forwards, and now he knows it's not quite the case.
That's
Just
unlucky.
hold in for the repush.
God, they got wrecked on the last map.
Vic has been
Rough for
outstanding
C9.
for C9 all series, but in the 1v1 against Aspas, can't bring it through. And that's a dagger in the heart. They had opportunities to close out this round. Chose to push deep and try and work their way through A, but this multi-kill from Cortesia.
Naughty Ann,
Aspas
thank you
in
so
the
much. Or Naughty
1v1.
Zan, thank you so much for the 500.
Put
500 bits, bro. I appreciate
C9
it.
in this series, 10 to
Imagine
3
being
now.
MIBR management after the
Cortez and
last few
Aspas,
years
look
in
at the kills
VCTs and
that they've been
Aspas
able
wants
to
to
put up
invest
here on
this time.
Haven.
I mean, they had to pay money for it though.
kills.
They definitely had to pay
13
money.
deaths. I mean, that's spectacular, and they've been so important
Yeah,
for this team.
I mean, it's
all
nice to
series
see
long.
that actually like proper going for it.
C9 are going to force, unless they win this round, it's looking pretty unrecoverable.
It's all or nothing. Aspas, here's your time to shine, and listen. handed a multitude of targets to pick from, and
Force
Phantom's
by.
happy to just collapse in after the fact.
Can't even get close to the site.
Quick dodge. A flash, actually, just not quite avoided in time here. Cortesia, gotta be careful.
No, there's no way he's alive. Oh, for God's sake.
He does not matter. He's still alive, still
It's
kicking.
just outrageous, though, isn't it?
11. The force just not
It
working
just
out for
doesn't make
Cloud9.
any
It feels like a
sense.
bit of a collapse at this point.
Cortesia full blinded twice, doesn't die on the C site.
Oh. And the Guardians are so good in those kind of situations too, because just double body shots and all the players on light armor are gone. I mean, Aspas throws in a headshot there for good value as well, but it's a bit brutal. C9, they started with a great performance in this series, and especially coming off the back of a really dominant series that we just watched from them. I was feeling great about
now
their
we're looking at
stocks,
this.
and
It's
kind
like,
of
wow.
just trailed off as the series has gone on. I don't know whether that
Had to
is
get that.
attributed to
Had to get that
the
Lotus
energy
game.
today, or whether it's to do with their map pool strength. But it hasn't quite been that same punch.
Definitely
here
the map
on
pick is
Haven
looking
at
a
all.
little
We haven't seen
bit
really any moments of it.
And it's brutal.
questionable,
they had the chance
but
to go to Ascent.
it's obviously
They looked
hindsight.
so good on last week. Instead,
We don't know how Ascent would have
chose to
gone.
head here to Haven, and it has been all MIBR thus far. Last time out of regulation called for Emmy. Would need to be practically perfect from here on
That is
out.
gonna be
but
one of the
money
most-
again is
Your
in a
favorite
really
players this
bad
year?
spot
Dude,
for
he's so
C9
fun
after
to
losing
watch.
That force buy.
His aim is incredible.
It's
It's
basically
sick.
just force up the entire way out.
And
Polvi.
It really is.
Polvi.
And I think this
Thank
is where
you so much for
a little bit of
the
this split
5.
becomes
For
really
the 5
important for the
gifted
MIBR
Polvi. I
players too.
appreciate
You want to
that.
make sure that you close this out and don't allow
Trying
C9
to,
any level of a
trying to
comeback.
buy the
'Cause you
confidence
saw what
these days. I
happened
see.
on
I
Lotus.
like the approach.
C9 almost managed to win
Get the
that
good
map.
vibes going.
After MIBR
Get
were
the
up
good karma on your
9-3.
side. I like it.
Poor Mitch at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's
Thank
not
you
good.
so much,
High
Polvi. I
watch
appreciate
in
it.
order. 2 to 13.
Standing ahead.
Okay, everyone get the
3.14.
Polvi UF spam going, because that's the
Suppress
best emote
immediately
we have
here.
here.
Eager
It's
engagement
so
there
good,
from
bro.
Vic.
Look at
He's
his
looking to see
face,
if he can
man.
draw some of that blood, but immediately
It's my
disengaging.
favorite. Look at it.
How does C9 get the Stingers into position to actually find
There's
any
so
value?
much of your face, bro.
Cortesia is just
It's
super
sick.
bold holding this angle. Might get pushed off the line by the drone, but I think he's confident enough. He can pick it back up if you want
Oh
to.
my goodness.
Has support as
Okay.
well.
Thing
His
is,
teammates
must
ready
win
to fight
round.
down short here.
They've got a good hold on towards the A site. Cloud9, at this point, inevitable they're going to be setting their sights onto it, looking to see if they can clear the way, but Util's going to be used in response of it. And here it is, dash in forwards with that dart, but no clearance into the corner. And
Whoa.
Cortesia, you can't be doing this to him.
Oh my goodness, he's already thinking about the other targets.
And Seba just whips it all the way
Dude,
around.
how did
Quick
Oxy get a
180.
double here? There was no util to help him other than straight up
Spray
dash.
down in order here. 2 players
pretty
left to
sure,
stand
unless
for
I missed it.
MIBR, looking to try and play into this retake.
Aspas is still alive though, and Verno has at least the salvos to try and make something of this.
Last player standing.
Didn't anticipate Vic already being in heaven.
Well, there's a chance.
Wanders forward and whoa, what are you doing up here?
They get a lot of upgrades. Sepka can...
Aspas, correct me if I'm wrong.
He has
Should be
another
saving onto this
upgrade though,
rifle.
right? Of guns?
I mean, that's the kind of thing you were criticizing him for last year.
Yep.
He's got 2250. He's confident to at least find nothing here.
He knows the timing though. He's just hoping and hunting for a bit of an exit, but he should be able to get out.
Yeah, everybody on C9 evading. And going out with better weaponry than they came in with, but still not like an amazing arsenal to work with here.
Okay, they
Got
were
one
stuns.
proper
Oh,
rifle
dude.
out the back end of
I
that.
said no
2
util and it was
Guardians and a
actually just
Stinger.
insane util.
So,
Sova
still
got
a
double
bit wonky, the
assist there
economy.
as well. I wonder if there was a recon before
Another
this.
difficult round for Cloud9, but the momentum was not
Bobby,
halted
thank
instantly.
you so much, bro.
So there is still hope. Admittedly, a
Thank you as well,
flickering
man.
and very weak flame.
Best of luck with your next game as well, man.
They're heading back towards A.
Show me some confidence.
But MIBR, I think this time want to contest a little more. They have both initiators ready to go, and Teo makes this a lobby fight a real tough task.
Just trying to dodge to the side here. Smoke to weave in and out of, hiding from the initial dart. So Aspas is tucked to the corner. A bit of a fire going back and forth. Cloud9 are gearing up though to try and go into this hit here. Stacked 3 of these MIBR players are going to be realizing it pretty soon enough. Stealth drone. Only broken by net, so it doesn't really tell them the whole picture.
I wonder when Chenham's going to get involved in the A stack though, because they have got info, right?
Cortez
1,
has a lot of
2,
info
3.
walked up
Like
down C-long. They can keep the stack on
can
A.
go join his team here. He could omen flash for them. Smoke goes in. Big omen flash, dude. It's just like what? It's just about a second too late, maybe half a second too late.
An attempt by MIBR to try and defend that one
Is
is
it gonna time out?
immediately dismissed.
Left down into a 2v4. Pretty similar to a previous round, except that Cortez is in a much nicer spot to make something happen. And it doesn't really look like Mitch is thinking about this. Vic not holding it either.
Yeah, he was just watching it and ended up looking in a different direction.
Is he caged? Oh.
What are you going to be doing? Putting on a bit of a show for us, I think, here at this point.
Caged to allow the TP
Gotta be
as
smart
well.
with it. Cover the avenues. Make sure that he's that backup policy, lying in wait, and finally tapping away with the Guardian and hand, a bit of precision. And Calm ordered for in the middle of the round. Shaynam's going to be doing a lot of damage, though, to the economy. In these stray moments, and hopefully holding on to the right.
It might be after eco, though.
For C9, though, these are simple rounds.
I'm definitely calling an
towards A
early
lobby,
timeout
take that space, re-exec. They've done it 2 rounds now, and those re-execs have looked very
Bonkar's
nice.
here. Hello, Bonkar. Thank you so much for the 8 months, dude.
Keep it simple.
Damn, I get the Bonkar Prime. Appreciate you, dude.
Basically, MIBR don't make major adjustments.
Hope everything's going alright, man.
For Mitch now, in a bit of a weird position. 2 and 14 to this point. He gets a kill this round. And he's at Pi.
I know.
Hoping to die here.
I was looking for it in that round as well, and Mitch didn't actually end up taking a fight at any
Bonkar's
point.
just here to watch his boy.
Kind of a bad situation where you're rooting for a player to get a kill in order to Pi. MIBR with 4 players stacked over towards A again. I mean, they had the stack in the right place in the previous round, but C9 still won.
That's all the nuggets I had in my pocket. Enjoy them. Thank you, dude.
I feel like I'm watching the first half all over again with these 4-1s.
The last remains of the NRG salary, man.
4-1 into C.
And I wouldn't believe,
Thank you
except
so much,
that
bro.
C9 did actually run it back on Lotus.
It's always that inclination at the back of your mind that it could happen.
Different halves, of course. They ran it back on the defense side.
Here it is, an attempt to try and flood their way back in here. MIBR have bodies and weaving in and out as well. They play Aspas beautifully. He's able to pick off Oxy, remove one of the rifles from these fights, and out wide here, Vic with a bit of a spray down.
I was getting a little bit worried
Mad
then.
attempt to try and get some control and coverage in through the back once more.
That is
it! And he's got another kill, so immediately the Pi is averted.
Yeah, but it was
half
there
a
for a
second of
moment.
Pi. Half a second of Pi.
We got,
do we get to eat it? Is
Yeah,
that,
we get
is
the
that
Pi.
fine? But he didn't.
Okay,
but
Vano
he
won
did
away.
Pi. It's when round
let's
ends.
have a little look.
I feel bad eating
No, it's not when round ends.
He pied.
It's when round ends.
No, it's not when round
Look
ends.
at it.
Why
It is.
is-
He pied 4 and 13.
Do they all have pie? That's crazy.
Put the pie in your mouth,
He
Bren.
pied for like half a second.
Mods, we can't argue this anymore. It's become a part of the official stream. We've got to accept it. Surely. They're out here eating pie.
You can eat a pie for as long as
What
Mitch
are
pies.
You're telling me, like, what are we meant to
And
do
he did a
here?
good job, and you know what? Maybe he'll end up getting back into this
I'm
game
telling
because
you.
he got that kill.
You can do play-by-play.
No, I
I'm telling you, it's not that bad.
You're forced into it. All right, I'll do it. Half a mouthful, Oxy up and over, up, down, down with the power door up.
Maybe I'll let
He's
you
going
go
to
for
play
a
Storm out. That's a
second.
full reveal into the back. Shorty in hand. He's going to try and make it go a bit. Decapitating towards easier. Had to mid-gulp in the middle of all that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you can hear the mouthful.
MIBR set up for the retake here. 3 players working back in through garage. Drone realizes there's no one on a lurk, but Oxy in a position to make the difference.
Sidestep. Beautiful movement. And Oxy's going for a little bit more there with a dash to disengage. Weaving in and out. This is a hard chokehold at Cloud9. Not willing to give up any section of the site.
And why does it actually feel
Joe,
like
yeah,
C9
I think we have a meeting, Prodigy.
I mean, MIBR are thinking about
In
saving
between
already.
us, we can do
Look
it.
at him backing off over towards spawn.
The thing is, we
And
got to
Aspas, he's got the weapon
change
they would most
the
like to
mind of
save,
Bacan.
And yet, he's reluctant
Bacan's
to
the
retreat.
leader of the
Now, though,
mods
with the drone heading towards
when
him.
it comes to stuff like
Skedaddle,
this.
buddy.
Tacked up
We'll
too,
group
just through
up
the
on
gap in the
Bacan.
door.
And it does really feel like C9 are going to be able to get back into this game because every round, it doesn't matter how much resistance there is, they're able to get in onto a site and win a post plan.
This forthcoming round is going to be very important for that
Look,
aforementioned
Stockholders
comeback.
meeting,
Bruno,
Bacan's got the big
Hudson, both
90%
one
of
away
it.
from their ultimates. I imagine
Making all the
MIBR
calls.
wants to try and get those online. C9's going to know that too.
These are some really simple rounds, though. You know, Aspas spots them out and even gets an opening kill right at the beginning, and yet C9 just goes straight up the
It's
gut,
getting
exec into C.
yeah, it's getting a little bit close.
There's no massive crazy fakes or anything to get them into positions. They're just playing default Valorant, and it's working.
Yeah, last map we had the dishonest map of
That's true.
Neon, Breach, KO everywhere. Here it's
No,
just
it's fine. It's fine.
about the fundamentals.
We'll
MIBR, I imagine, focusing on that some is
we'll have a talk about
they
that.
call their timeout, get fraud into the conversation.
Because I think it's innocent.
Your eyes have to turn to Aspas, that operator he saved on through, and how much value he can bring to the team with it. Josh is still eating his pie, by the way.
Yeah,
Moment has passed.
Well, I would like to eat the pie more. It's just sitting there staring at me.
There's a timeout. Have a bite.
I need kind of like a bottle of water.
I'm considering it a
Here,
celebration.
I haven't opened this one.
You haven't opened it?
No,
okay.
that's for you.
I'm going to be like spitting pie all over the place.
That's okay.
It is open.
I don't think I drank from it.
Poison the water?
That bottle of water. It was open. Listen.
We're eating the pie as a celebration of Mitch's IGLing, because you know what? You can still IGL your team to successful attack rounds from the bottom of the scoreboard while dropping 4 and 15.
Okay, this is
and that's what he's doing
getting
at the moment.
kind of close. We got
And
up
it's
out
not
for
even like they're
Aspas. That's
navigating
definitely
away
a
from the
big
Aspas
change up.
operator. They just sent it up the gut in that round.
Yeah.
Still, that was
We
Aspas'
got
I think first round
knives
that he
if
actually
they
had
needed
the
as
op.
well,
He's been
that's also a
rifling a fair
thing.
bit this half. Here's
I
the
don't-
second.
But
what
I don't
is
want to
this
see him
one?
get tricky with it. Like, it's
Wait, is
literally
this a
working.
set
They've got
strat?
4 rounds in a row here just by picking a site.
Feels like a
And
set strat. What is
they're
this?
They're not just sending it off rip every time, but they are picking their approach.
Is this a
and
real
then
late one that
running
lands
good
when you do your
executes to be able to
when you do your drone?
get into nice positions.
Danger
Bounce.
zone now is Aspas. And Tart. Oh, it's gone
Hey,
way
it
past as well,
lands
so we can
back
take a
here.
cheeky peek here. Rolling Thunder. Where's that one going? Straight through into garage.
To then see if anyone's in this area.
A lot of
Then you
patience being played by
all cross.
Aspas there, but still dashed to the side of Oxy. Oh my god, he's already in your spawn.
Oh, now that is lovely.
Shorty's going for more.
Okay, it's kind of nice.
Finally denied and finally shut off.
You said you didn't want Mitch
You
to
got
get
recon
tricky
to
with
clear
it, but
here.
that
You
is
got
a
ult to
nice
get in the
call
space. Then
on
once
the
he
set play.
realizes he gets to here, he can
They
just
sent
dash
a
on top
short
of it. And he's
all
just
the way
behind them
back
all. They got a smoke
to
to
clear this
cover.
area behind garage window. See that no one's there. Oxy's then dashing up through garage,
Because that's a
pathing
new
all
one,
the way
though. We'll
behind
give
to
him that.
catch
That
the
is a
stun
new one.
players back C. And it's Aspas with an operator there.
Recon
Can't
deep.
do anything when stunned up
Dash.
with that op. Very pretty stuff from C9.
Yeah, that was a gorgeous set play to bring out. I can't be mad about that one. I did say that I didn't want him to get too tricky, but that one was, yeah, beautifully well orchestrated.
No, it was
and
nice.
also, if at any point you're going to run a strategy like that, it would be best to do it straight out of the MIBR timeout, because you stop them from being able to run their adaptation that they were calling.
The Brain Destroyer.
Isn't that old
It is.
school?
That one
It's
is the
like
Brain
similar
Destroyer.
to strats, but I don't think it's been used like
Can't run
this.
it again, so now you're going back to the more standard stuff. But here's that setup.
This is 5 rounds in a row for Cloud9.
Yeah, just a really cool variation on the normal C dart. No one's in position to break it.
And it allows Oxy to go for this pathing. And the smokes as well block off B and then block off spawn, so he doesn't have to worry about that either.
And it's interesting because that was Verno's ultimate use to defend his teammate's backside, not knowing that Oxy was pathing all the way around.
2020 strat, you reckon?
Another chance to draw some blood
Maybe.
here from either team. Aspas
Maybe it's forgotten about
to
it.
the corner here with the Blade Storm in hand.
Well, last gimme.
You need an Aspas round to close this game out. Get MIBR up to 12.
So to put a stop to it, it's a rolling thunder.
Oh, that's a fast shot.
Look at that, Aspas just pounces. Burner by
God,
his
that's
side.
a devastating trap
can
play
this
over
team
towards
do?
long here.
You said it,
He
Mimi.
saw it
Need an
instant. It was a
Aspas
fast
round trying
shot.
to really set the momentum
Doesn't
back
wanna
on
waste
MIBR's
his knife
side,
on
because
that.
they've been losing grip so far in this half.
Net can definitely go for a
Has to
play
be
if
net
he
now, a
wants
chance
to.
here in mid.
No more charges left.
Just poking and prodding for now.
Yeah, not confident enough to actually go for that one. Maybe
Yeah,
wondering
I think he
if
has
there was a
to.
trip that he was going to meet, but I think he would have heard it at that point. Didn't want to take the timing through the doorway, though. Cam above on the door frame. And he's content at this point to just try to dismantle what's going on the other side of the map.
Aspas is quick to try and rotate away from this one here, narrowly avoiding most of the stuns coming his way, but 37 seconds left. This is going to be a quick pivot. Call for by Cloud9. Net doesn't actually have too much space here when he's making this call.
They saw Breach and Jet there, know it's likely to be the Cypher site on C.
Verno
But still,
has
MIBR have
salvos.
good tools to win a
His
retake
arts
here
and stun
in the
come back in
5v3.
time.
I need a few more picks though.
Does Net go
As
for
you
a
said,
wild
MIBR have all
play?
the tools to really stop this one here already. The salvo's going to be used. Sprayed out. Net has got to be careful. Narrowly avoided most of this one, but stunned up and straight through the wall here. And here he is, fast onto the flank. That's Shayna. Looking to try and put a stop to this one. Not a spike did go down, but the heat applied in through the back. Shepard wins. Critical fight at that, but he's got a lot more
My
to do. And
goodness,
against
Aspas,
Aspas,
that is fair play.
improbable just looks
There's,
impossible.
it feels like every duel he won was incredibly fast. Not sure anyone had a
this
chance
round. He was stunned up
in all
midair
three of
from
his
the
duels
breach
here.
ult, barely saw his opponent.
It's his own
Here
team's
it is.
breach ult
Like
as well,
that's
right?
fast.
Yeah,
Oh.
I don't even...
Or is that a breach stun on the other side, actually?
I think both. He
Yeah.
barely saw Oxy, but one blade does it.
Yeah, that's bonkers.
Fast,
And these
but
two
all
kills
free.
on the retake as well. It's just a thing of beauty.
Up to 22 kills. He and Cortesia were absolutely
Okay,
farming
4
in the first
chances.
half. Slowed down
C9
slightly, couldn't really find
maybe
their
have a set
opportunities.
strap
That big
with the
refight has just
Omen
given them the
or-
confidence again. Puts them up to series point. C9 need another 4 in a row.
MIBR
Cage to
be yearning
cross.
for a chance like
Dude,
this.
MIBR go
a
for
few
the
more
full
as well as
pass.
the Cloud9
Oh, God,
getting
they
a little
go.
bit too aggro. And still Vic trying to hold
He's
that
stunned.
one down. Wasn't he stunned in the midst of all of that still? Pushed out to the open anyway, and eventually
Vic
will
is still
fall.
having an insane game though.
But Bren, the seaside is open in all that chaos. C9 will get a post plant here.
John's going to be used to try and clear out a way in through garage. Smokes it down. You can play off site if you want to, and it looks like that's a call.
They still got double
Maybe
raid
by
boss
Cloud9.
though.
Everybody
Aspas.
playing down to long.
Yeah, they're
Was
falling
he,
off site because of the lack of smokes, but Mitch has full breach util, so they could actually want to fight back into this.
Could get dangerous.
No cages on Cortesia.
Time's not ticking too hard just yet. Updraft up, it's a high ground perch, but Oxy's immediately
Damn,
ripping
dude.
heads clean off. And he wants even more. It's dash procced, anticipating a swing from a specific type of angle, and Aspas so wants to deliver it still. It's getting away from him now. Flash, util, it's in abundance here for Cloud9. From the brink, despite the 2-player disadvantage. Evened up into the 3v3, they somehow find a way to win that round out.
Oxy with 2 magical shots by the look of things. We didn't quite catch it from his POV, but we'll potentially see it in the replay. But how has Vic got 2 from here?
Yeah,
Like,
I
he's
don't know.
stunned, stunned
on
up.
both kills. Did someone's been watching
Stand
the
up and
How
then
to Shoot Well
and then
Breach
got
on
the
TikTok?
salvos out of them.
And then, yeah, Oxy gets the kill on the jump up there.
Smoke of the tap,
Zerno
yeah,
was
probably
trying
should have.
to
I
get
think he
into
just
a
didn't
better
want to get caught
position.
out doing it, but
They bring it within 3. It is still doable for Cloud9 to get it to overtime.
On a C hit.
Go back to what was working for him. Updraft away from the trip, TP forwards into that smoke on top of it.
oh, this is
Full
nice.
evacuation from MIBR.
Smoke close,
Careful with the plant, nothing to push
Recon
it back.
at the back,
A lot of
smoke
tension in
top
the air
of
here.
sight
Couple of
so you
hot
can't
shots
face
flying
from
forwards, but now
here.
with a util. It's more concrete effort here from MIBR to see if they can lay claim. Dice up, section up most of this side here. Cartesia
Dude,
right from the side.
Oxy
Oxy!
going insane, bro. Another 4K.
kills.
It's like his sick
And
4K or something
Cloud9 just
insane.
will not die.
Oxy, the superstar
Dude, his
for
shots are-
Cloud9.
his shots are so
Whenever
nice,
this team is
man.
under pressure, he's the man to deliver. Going
Guy
toe to
gets
toe with
dinged
the
during
duelist
this as
people call
well.
the GOAT. And delivering a blade storm around himself.
Oh my God, bro.
God. Those shots were too clean.
I was expecting a massive pop-off there from Oxy, and he does go for the pop-off, but then he's immediately locked back in. This team really believes that they are going to win this map. You see how quickly he reset, thinking about the next round, thinking about getting back in, and what's the next game plan going to be? How am I going to have that
Yeah,
level
2
of
more
impact
rounds.
again to get my team to OT?
7 of the last 8 rounds. 1 for Cloud9.
The series
only need
it's
2
been really
more.
good.
They're starting
It's
to do
been really,
massive
really
damage to MIBR's economy too. Everybody on light armor right now for MIBR. They've taken their time out. This one, the last one that they've got access to before overtime comes. And if MIBR lose this, then their economy is going to be, I mean, you know, light armor bulldogs or whatever for the final round of regulation. And they're not getting close to any massive ultimates either, but perhaps Verno's Tejo ult.
How does C9
So
look? Pretty good.
This round is it. Right here, right now. Can C9 take it to overtime? It's all on this.
Tanuki, maybe. I need to look at like times of when
Pivot
stuff's
point
going
in the
on.
series.
They finish a little bit early, which
Cloud9,
makes me think their playoffs are a
tenacious
little bit
man,
earlier.
not willing to give up.
Not entirely sure.
C9, if they could bring this back, it would be a lock on playoffs.
Okay,
They
4
want this
chances
win
down
after letting it
to
slip back on
2
Lotus.
chances.
They've had Cortesia holding
And
C on his own.
MIBR managed to get 2
Now
buys
Aspas
out of
comes
it.
over, but he's alone.
And
Can he
Werner's
stop the
really
tide of
missing
Cloud9?
out. I say a lot of utility did instant drone over towards here. Oh boy. Oh, it's good damage at the moment.
Might even collect another one. 140, 10 HP. Oxy going to be thinking twice about this one, and there's more time for rotates on top of it. So MIBR shore up the defense, bring up the barricades. But now they're going to withstand most of this util coming their way.
You're 10 HP and you've just double entry.
Set up for success. Mitch might be sitting at the bottom, but the util was perfection and still an attempt to flood in by MIBR. They want to go for it. It's quirky with the movement, but half committed at best. They're just not really trying to lay claim in through the back of the site, but finally, here they come. Shanum, Cortesia, expecting something. Mitch from the side, out
Mitch
of
had to go
nowhere.
big there.
And Cloud9 find the 11th.
The man who came into this half pied, shows up and drops a massive 2K to keep his team in it. Oxy had 10 health for these kills.
Yeah, he has 10 health for the double.
Back-to-back perfection.
I like the timing of the stun on this as well.
From the
That's
young
nice.
man in backside C.
Beautiful as apple pie. Gorgeous little play from Mitch. Gorgeous little play.
He says chowing down on the pie again.
Yeah, well, here it is.
Okay,
One last chance
we got
for MIBR
one
in
last go at
regulation.
it.
Can they close out
Outlaw
this
comes
series?
out for net, and he's got
Was it gonna be
5
going to
people that he can
OT?
one-shot.
Cloud9, slow and steady. Cautious
Okay,
beginning.
they do let him get a free
Giving up
ult
here, so Bruno
though.
earns himself the ult. Everybody walking
And we
up
get
past
into
this
the
lurking
rough
smoke.
pause.
That's going to be dissipating. Idiot step just the one
Smoke
before
for
the
Duelist,
instantaneous
though?
trade-off. Now you're seeing it, neural theft. That's going to be giving a bit of a indicator of what's going on, and that narrowly avoiding
Yeah, I mean, it's
instant
close.
defeat.
I think he took a tick of the
Yeah,
damage
he
there,
did
didn't
take
he? So
one.
he was probably only a frame or two away from dying.
And here comes the pivot option, straight through B. It's a new
Kill
look for
trip, though.
Cloud9. Most of his rounds have been
Kill
ending
trip.
on C. Still,
Ooh, they
reveal
broke
up.
it
Mitch is going to be
fast.
leading the charge. His
Okay,
team
they
trying
get
to
the
get in
plant
there.
all
There's no
4 on side
pushback
at the moment.
From MIBR.
And there's no smoke for
And
the
there's no,
retake
yeah, there's
either.
no smoke. It's a pretty good call from C9 to insta-go here once they killed the Omen.
MIBR just trying to
Plastic
find
pill with the prime.
positions
Thank you so much, man.
to try and play this
Appreciate the
retake
prime
from,
usage. Thank you very
split up
much.
across the board.
You have to look to our spots in garage.
He's going to be taking a peek soon enough. Mitch, a timing to be taken, but he's got his head on a swivel.
How late
Both of
does
them trying to hold
Aspas
this one
play?
in through the back. That's Vic just trying to narrowly avoid most of that, but stunned up
Yeah,
here.
they see his
Barrel.
gun.
So Aspas trying to bait the shot as well to try and favor himself in a setup for the fight. And even with that whip setup, Sepa somehow misses it. This is being stuck all the way, surely. Defense in order.
No, that's how it went.
MIBR win it.
It's nuts, man.
13 to
Dude,
11.
that was the duel. Aspas
And
won
my
that
God,
one.
what a finish to the series.
Dude, crazy series.
All of the wind just taken out of Cloud9 sails at the very end. Bitter disappointment.
Yeah.
After they ran it all the way
Kind of
back.
smiling
and you
about
look
it though.
at
They
Vic
know
at the end
it's
there.
super doable.
Head in his hands. Nah. And Oxy, what a performance he put on individually too.
I mean, he went band for band.
Oxina,
with
he
one
was
of the
going
goats,
crazy at
Aspas
the end
himself.
here.
They're both sitting at the top of the scoreboard, 27 kills, 7 first bloods both. Didn't
For
matter though.
MIBR though, I mean, looking at that first half, I felt like I was watching Old Loud again.
Dude, that was
Aspas
sick
winning
series.
These late
This
rounds.
was a great game.
Cortesia given shades of less with successful lurk after lurk walking his way through. They let it slip last week against G2 when they had their chance.
It starts in like 10
today
days.
against C9,
Yeah, I'll try
MIBR will not make
checking in
the same
comparison to like
mistake.
what's going on Tanuki. It might work out alright.
I think it's hard to feel super confident about MIBR coming out the back of this, considering that they had massive leads on Lotus and Haven.
No, I agree, but they get. I think they get a lot from this.
But,
They get the win,
enormous amount of
obviously, and
credit's
I
got to
think
be
there's
given to
so
C9 for
many
making
lessons
those
they can learn,
runs happen in the first place too.
especially from that pal.
Oh yeah, I mean it's delicious. It has made me feel like more of a Mitch fan as well. I've got to be honest with you, because he delivered me apple pie.
Very kind of him. It was 11-3 at some point. We go all the way to 13-11.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I really believed in the comeback too. It looked like MIBR were having so many difficulties just defending the most basic of CXX.
The America team? No, this group is a little bit stacked.
A second ago, the set play
That is
for Oxy.
safe to say.
His work on
These
the
three
C
teams look
executes.
nice.
I do think though that it's inarguably you're looking at 2 of the top 5 teams in Americas here, and I'd
Yeah.
say you're looking at probably 2 of the top 4, maybe top 3, depending on like how good Sen look.
All right, well, with that being said, we're going to send it down to the
What
floor.
was
This is
he saying?
standby
He's
for that
putting
Verizon
Crew
post-match
fifth?
interview.
Would he put crew 5th at the moment?
Thank you so much. Welcome to the Verizon post-match interview, and I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend, Aspas. I mean, they said this is just like classic vintage Aspas, 27-14. I want to ask you, when you're having these kind of comebacks, you know, like when Cloud9 is building these rounds, do you get nervous? Because I saw you. I don't know if the camera saw you. You didn't meditate at one point. You were locked in. So, like, what were you thinking in that moment?
I was thinking like what we could do to win the round. At some point, we found what was happening, but we could just like handle it. And then at some rounds, we finally made it.
And you said your wife isn't here. Do you want to give her a message really quickly?
I love you so much. I miss you, and I'm waiting for you to come back.
And I'm single. Anyways, Verno! Thank you so much, Asas. Verno, you're this midpoint through stage 1, right? You know, you're here with the new team. Tell me, how does it feel? You're kind of like a little gut check here. What does it feel like to be part of MIBR and part of this group of guys?
I was pretty good. I mean, I think we're a really good team, and I like the people on the team. So
simple as that, right? Simple as that.
yeah, I don't know.
And a nice little fist one from Aspas. All right, Arzine, you're feeling better this week. Step 1, but I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question to Aspas, but more specific. During those timeouts when Cloud9 is making those comebacks, what specifically are the changes being made to make sure that they don't bring it to overtime?
Honestly, we need to see what we're mistaking, like what we were doing wrong. Me and Verno, more Verno. Verno does that in game, and he call up some adaptations, especially on defense, when you're having comebacks and stuff. And for me, personally, I don't get nervous in anything because I'm too focused on the game and too focused to search answers and everything for the team to don't go to the overtime, you know?
Fair enough. Good stuff. Cortegia, talk to me.
Calling
How you
adaptions
feeling?
in game.
That was close for a second. But now that you're here, where do you think MIBR is in the league in terms of, you know, are they at the top? Are they the second?
100% on the top. I think we are like one of the best teams of this league.
One of the best teams. Could you say you are the best team?
Not yet, because we lost to G2, so they are the best team now. But we are improving.
Do you think you can beat G2?
Yeah, 100%.
All right, the gauntlet has been thrown.
Like the confidence.
Shenum and Aldi is here. Ah! All right. Shenum, really quickly, very quick question. I'm going to ask you kind of a similar question. Do you think MIBR is the best team in the league?
Eu acho que ainda não, porque a gente perdeu para G2, como o Cortez disse, mas em breve a gente vai ser.
Not yet, because we lost to who again? G2. Yeah, like Cortez said, but we get in there.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I would say give it up for MIBR, but no one is here, so I will give it up for MIBR. But we have the match point post show, so stay right there because we might have Leviathan
we need to
therapy
get
session part 2.
some sleep
Who knows?
because we got Pacific in
Close.
6 hours
Thank
in
you
a little
very
bit.
much, Liz. Yeah, we'll be, of course, catching up with our friends from MIBR.
Hold the censor button here.
Some commiseration there, of course, with him as he's come back through again. Looks pretty red in the face. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, give me some of those bleeps.
4,
So
5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
We're gonna make some room here, of course.
Yeah, I got it. 2 11 push-ups real quick, though, right?
Okay, give me 11 push-ups.
1, 2,
all the way down.
3,
not bad.
4,
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good job, good job. One more for hypertrophy. Yay! Good job.
Whoa, what was that? Yeah, let's just give it to the players, yeah?
Come on in here, come on in here. Take my spot.
Okay, chat, give me a streamer.
Looks like you're about to twerk on the desk.
Brother.
Hey, congrats, man. Come sit down.
Who are you
Put a
rating?
headset on. Oh yeah, I'll see you later on. You sit behind us or something.
Isn't it?
Tarek? Yeah, Tarek did a bit. Tarek did a big dono the other day. We definitely got
That's
that.
the first thing you see. It's pretty.
Definitely got to give him a raid.
Hey, good game, man. Come sit with us. Here, grab the headset. So everybody, welcome to a match point.
Right,
Joining us
chat.
now, of course, is
Everyone,
everyone,
get a W Tarek spam ready as well for the donation that he did the other day. For people that don't know, we did a charity stream and he donated 2,000 and then all his viewers and his community over. So he did bits for us. So get a W Tarek spam going when we raid. And I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. We have Pacific tomorrow, and then straight after Pacific is Plat Chat. Okay?
Yeah, has a chance, but
I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, thank you. I will see you in 6 hours if people are around. All right, bye, everyone. Bye, bye, bye.
I need to improve more.
That's makes perfect sense.
In the final season.
YouTube chat. Appreciate you all as well. Sub if you can. Thank you so much, guys.
We've got a game here for you guys to play. It's
Bye, everyone. Bye.
how well you sort of know each other, right? So we're going to be asking you a question about each other.